Arcane Arctic 3. Written by Peter North. Performed by Evan Glasser and Renee Glasser. Chapter 1. Out of the frying pan into the fire.
Welcome, Delver. You have arrived at F3, the night market. Find one of the two F4 gates to proceed to the next floor, as F3 is predominantly a non-combat zone. No keys are necessary to pass the gates. Note: the night market is primarily used for resupply and trade. It is a non-combat zone, and dungeon creatures are not able to enter the market boundaries. The non-combat rules do not apply to your fellow Delvers, though, so watch out for thieves, pickpockets, and cutthroats. Delvers desiring a challenge may proceed to the Mad King's Castle combat zone.
Cold steel pressed against Jay's throat as the knight in gleaming silver armor dragged the tip of her sword under his chin. Her smile was cruel, her eyes wide and focused. There was an excited, almost aroused flush on her pale cheeks.
I can't believe you walked right into my trap like that.
She licked her lips.
King Wensher will be pleased. I have to admit, though, I am a little disappointed. I do enjoy a good hunt, don't you?
Jay thought the dungeon's warning about other Delvers might have come a little earlier, preferably before he and his companions had descended the staircase from the haunted forest on F2 and straight into an ambush. But that was probably too much to ask for, even if he was beginning to suspect the dungeon was at least sometimes on his side. Jay's heart thudded hard in his chest, but he wasn't worried for himself. It was the other three knights holding his companions hostage that made his blood curdle in his veins. The mention of King Wensher didn't ease his fears any. With each of the knights holding an equally sharp blade to the girls' throats, Jay couldn't afford to take chances. He took a deep breath, covertly opening his skills menu to select the one perk he'd sworn to himself he wouldn't use. As he did so, Nova, the sapient dungeon's voice, whispered seductively in his ear.
Panty dropper. I knew you could only resist for so long, you dirty boy. I've seen the way you love a fawning lady, even when she's got a heart of ice, a blade at your throat, and is contractually obligated to kill you on sight. You can't resist trying to bring her to her knees. I positively shiver with delight, my dark horse. This once-a-day perk increases your chances of using Persuade, Charm, or Flatter skills on Delvers or Dungeon Dwellers of the opposite sex. While you haven't attained any official charisma-based skills yet, you have certainly demonstrated an affinity for the use of their non-magical counterparts. So, let's see what you've got, baby. Go on, show the bitch how it's done.
Nova's detailed description of the perk only made him feel more uncomfortable. And she was right, he didn't have any of the necessary skills yet. But when he saw that the knight and her cohort were all female, Panty Dropper was the first solution to jump into Jay's panicked mind. And while he was a little ashamed of that, Nova's encouragement had given him hope. He'd deal with his other feelings after the knights had been taken care of. What does King Wensher care about a low-level Delver? Jay asked, raising his hands to demonstrate that he was unarmed. Surely there are better things a royal guard could be worrying about than someone like me. Through his HUD, he could see the words coming out of his mouth like a pink, sparkly mist as Panty Dropper activated. Jay tried not to stare, hoping the effect of his perk was visible only to him.
Shut up!
The knight snapped, her cold gray eyes hardening as she forced his chin up with the tip of her sword. A golden brooch glinted on her shoulder like some kind of official crest. It gave Jay a bad feeling. But as the pink mist of Jay's words settled around her, the look softened and she smiled again.
The only question you need to worry yourself with is, shall I have your head mounted on a platter now, Jay Morgan, or shall I have a little fun with you first? The commander never told me you were such a looker, Maybe we should tie you up and show you what King Wensher's private guards are made of. What do you say?
There was an appreciative growl from one of the other guards, and another muttered,
Yes, please, Captain Cadisham.
Jay mentally cursed. Of course it would be just his luck that the creepy perk would end up making him the target of some horny soldier's bondage fantasy. He supposed it could be worse, though. At least they were women. If I cooperate, Jay said slowly, watching the mist swirl around Captain Cadisham's shoulders, you'll let my companions go, right? The woman's gray eyes glittered excitedly. She was an attractive, if older, woman, especially once the magic had kicked in and softened her stony expression. But Jay hoped the perk would work well enough that he wouldn't have to go through with the whole charade. He had no wish to be assaulted by a group of King Wensher's henchwomen, even if they weren't ugly on the outside. The fact that they worked for the corrupt king was proof enough that they were ugly where it counted, in their hearts. And glancing at the trio of subordinate guards, Jay couldn't say the others were exactly beauties in the superficial sense either. Lyra, the Vulpinari arcane archer, stared at Jay with horror in her mismatched blue and gold eyes, her silver ears twitching warily. Molly, his best friend and only connection to the world he'd left behind, looked every inch the barbarian mauler she'd become since entering the dungeon, as if she wanted nothing more than to crush the skull of the armored woman with a blade to her throat. A shock of white shot through her copper curls, and her muscular curves were barely covered by the magically armored chainmail bikini she wore. Dahlia, the short and voluptuous hair-blood shadow worker who had only recently joined their party, stared ominously ahead, her black eyes fixed on nothing. But she was tense, and Jay could tell she was ready to fight, her long black ears alert and twitching. All three of them appeared to be awaiting his cue. They were outmatched by the king's guards. None of the knights were likely to be below level 20, but each of his companions were willing to die defending themselves. And him.
You might be able to convince me to compromise,
Cadisham said with a low purr of desire. She kept the blade of her short sword pressed under his chin and stepped closer, a blatant sign that she knew he was no threat to her. She reached a metal-gloved hand up to his throat and hooked a finger in the collar of the black button-up shirt that was a part of his beetle-black scarab armor.
Say, if you lose a layer or two of clothing?
Dragging her fingers down his chest, the knight tore the top 3 buttons off his shirt to illustrate her request. Behind the woman, Molly ground her teeth together so loudly that Jay could hear it. 2 sets of beady black eyes peered at him from Molly's pockets. Ross and Rachel, the ghost weasels Molly had bonded with her Call of the Wild spell, seeming to beg Jay not to do anything that made Molly go crazy. Jay tried to cast her a reassuring look, but the barbarian's sea-blue eyes were burning a hole in the back of Captain Cadisham's helmeted head. Lyra's multi-hued gaze had turned hard and icy, and her silver tail twitched with irritation. Jay needed some way to communicate with his companions without the soldiers noticing, or they were likely to do something rash, and soon. Jay knew what he would do if their roles were reversed and it was a male knight harassing one of his girls. He didn't have long before one of them would snap. Even Dahlia, who was just a party member and not one of his lovers, seemed ready to unleash her fury on the king's soldiers. Given that she'd recently escaped a similar fate at the hands of a band of undead hair-blood soldiers, Jay couldn't blame her. He swallowed, lifting his hands to his shirt and unbuttoning the remaining buttons as slowly as he dared, noting that the pink haze of the panty dropper perk had expanded to include the 3 knights behind Cadisham as well. As he removed his shirt, the pink haze darkened as if growing stronger. All 4 of King Wensher's personal guards were staring at him like cats watching a particularly plump mouse, their lips wet and eyes hungry. With the knights distracted, Jay took the opportunity to send a message to the group through the party menu in his HUD. He had never used the feature beyond his correspondence with Reyna, the witch doctor who worked with them in Winterhaven Village, outside the dungeon. Sure enough, her messages were the first thing he saw when he opened the menu. He closed the chat with Reyna, who still hadn't responded to his last message, and opened a new one, including Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia. Jay, don't freak out. I'm using a perk to keep them distracted. Just watch my face. When I blink 3 times quickly, that's your sign that it's time to attack. Got it? As soon as he sent the message, Jay noticed that this chat window was a different color from the one he had with Reyna, a bright blue as opposed to a dull gray. Had Reyna's chat always been gray? He didn't think so. It was odd, but he didn't have time to look into it at the moment. First things first, they needed to escape. It only took a moment for the girls to get the notification from his message. Jay saw their eyes shimmer faintly, in unison, as they opened their HUDs. Lyra.
Thank goodness you thought of this, Jay. I've been screaming inside, wondering how to get you out of this. If these are King Wensher's personal guards, they're going to be level 30 at least. We can't fight them.
The fox girl visibly relaxed after she'd sent her message, though beside her, the red-headed barbarian was doing no such thing. Molly.
Oh, I'm freaking out. I'm going to smash their helmets into their skulls for the way they're looking at you. I don't give a shit what level they are. They're dead. Fucking dead. Do you hear me?
A flicker of amusement crossed the black-eared Hairblood's expression, where she stood next to Molly with a muscular blonde woman's sword tickling her chin. Dahlia.
What exactly is this perk of yours, Jay? It seems remarkably effective, given the difference in levels.
Lyra.
It doesn't matter. What matters is Jay has asked us to wait for his signal, and that's what we're going to do. Right, girls?
Lyra shot Dahlia a narrow-eyed glare. Despite the teamwork they'd displayed in the battle against the Revenant and Captain Mooney Lightfoot and his soldiers on the last floor, the fox girl still had some reservations about trusting a dark magic wielder like the small, curvy Hairblood. That suspicion wasn't lost on Dahlia either. Dahlia.
If that tone is directed at me, I can assure you that I have no plans to disobey the orders of our group leader.
Molly. Jay. That's enough. All of you. Wait for the signal. Subtle signs of affirmation from the captive trio gave Jay a surge of confidence, though he had no idea what the plan was now. Even if they were distracted, the knights would have no trouble subduing them the moment they realized what was going on. Jay slipped his shirt off, pulling it into his inventory. He shivered as Candisham's cold metal gloves stroked his chest admiringly. His time in the dungeon had packed bulk onto his lean frame, every strength stat seemingly worth months of protein supplements and grinding in the gym back in his old life. Jay hadn't stopped to consider it, what with mostly being focused on not getting killed since his arrival in Arcanesia. But he was suddenly grateful for the transformation.
Oh, yes.
The woman growled.
I do believe a little private time is in order. Maybe if you can keep me happy, I'll tell King Wensher you haven't made it through the 3rd floor gate yet. How does that sound? Do you think you can keep a woman like me happy, Jay Morgan?
She stabbed the metal tips of her armored gloves into Jay's chest, making him wince. Hot blood trickled down his skin from the pinprick holes she dug into his flesh. He kept silent, swallowing the cry of surprise and pain at the sudden attack, not wanting to give her the pleasure of knowing she'd caught him off guard.
Ooh!
Candisham said, undisguised delight lifting her voice into a girlish tone that didn't suit her.
Perhaps he can. I do love a man who can suffer in silence, at least until the end. I always like to hear them scream in the end, but I think I can make that happen.
Behind her, the other knights laughed. Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia seethed, their gazes fixed on him as if urging him to give them the signal despite the fact that they had no chance of winning. "Let my friends go," Jay said, straining to keep his voice even, "and I'll do whatever you like." The pink haze had darkened to a fuchsia color, swirling around Candisham's head until she looked like a stick of fairground cotton candy. Behind the magical mist, Jay thought her eyes looked glazed. Her mouth hung open slightly, and there was actually drool coming from the corner of her mouth and dripping down her chin. What the hell? This was more than a charm-enhancing buff. It was more like bloody mind control. Jay felt even creepier for having the stupid panty dropper perk. Not that it was his fault, the dungeon was a crazy pervert. He seemed to be the one Nova took her craziness out on most often, and her obsession had likely saved his ass more than once. Still, the perk made him feel all kinds of disgusting, even as a last resort. Jay supposed if he was going to use Panty Dropper, a psycho like Captain Candisham was probably the best person to use it on. The woman swayed, her gaze roving over Jay's bare chest like she was some moony, lovesick teenager with a boy band poster taped above her bed. She left trails of bloody scratches over his skin as she stroked him. Jay realized he was in danger from this woman whether he decided to fight her or not. "Tell them," he demanded, pushing the pain of her scratching fingers out of his mind. "Tell your soldiers to let my friends go, and you can do anything you want with me."
Anything?
A sinister gleam entered Candisham's eyes as her mind clearly went to a dark place, full of pain for him and pleasure for her. It made the hairs on the back of Jay's neck stand on end. He had never been a huge guy, but back on Earth, Jay had never felt threatened by a woman. So far, his time in Arcanesia hadn't been much different, as the women he'd met had been close to him in level. But he was suddenly realizing that the rules he'd taken for granted, that being physically larger than the majority of women also meant he was stronger, no longer applied. Any woman he met in the dungeon, no matter what she looked like, might be stronger than him. And if they were stronger, he needed to be careful. Nova clearly wasn't the only crazed pervert he needed to worry about. Jay shuddered at the sudden realization of how careless he'd been with the dungeon's attention. Nova was far more powerful than Captain Candisham, he was certain of that. And she'd expressed more than a passing interest in Jay. Up until this very moment, he'd subconsciously believed that the worst Nova could do to him if he displeased her was to send some nasty dungeon monsters his way and try to kill him. But there were worse fates than death. If Nova was anything like Captain Candisham, Jay was in far greater danger from the dungeon than he'd ever realized. His mouth went dry, even as the captain motioned to her followers to release their captives. The knights dropped their blades, their eyes equally glassy and deranged, as they stepped toward Jay with their slavering mouths gaping. Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia sagged with relief, then stiffened in alarm as they saw the women advance upon Jay. Jay wished he could back away from the approaching knights, but the tips of Candisham's metal glove were hooked like barbs in his flesh, and he felt suddenly certain that any deviation from his ruse would break the spell, putting the entire party in danger. He sent another message to their group. "Jay, change of plans. When I give the signal, run." The girls had moved closer together, instinctively putting their backs together in a fighting stance, though none of them had dared to draw their weapons. Lyra.
Jay, I don't think that's a very good idea.
Dahlia.
For once, I agree with the paranoid fox.
Molly.
Ditto. I say we smash them.
Jay. You will run in different directions so we're harder to follow. Do you understand me? R-U-N. Run! Signal is 3 rapid blinks. Get ready. The world around Jay seemed to move in slow motion as his gaze darted to take in their surroundings. He had no idea where they were, which made planning difficult. It felt as if his mind was moving faster than light as he assessed the situation. The 3rd floor was a non-combat zone called the Night Market, that much he knew from the welcome message. It was one of the levels preferred by traders, both of the Delver and Dungeon Dweller variety. In any other dungeon, a floor like that would have been a bustling hub for delvers of every level as they gathered to sell their loot on the world dungeon market, meet new party members, and organize raids on higher-level areas. But the ice dungeon wasn't like other dungeons in Arcanesia. It spawned higher-level monsters than it should, and it didn't drop the right kinds of loot the Fanari delvers in Winterhaven needed to earn a living. Few delvers had ever made it past the 5th floor, and no one in the village had attained higher than a level 10, not even Runolf, the Lupinari spirit warrior who controlled Winterhaven with an iron fist and the blessing of King Wenshur. From what Jay knew of the ice dungeon, the night market should have been mostly deserted, with only a few dungeon dwellers, humanoid races created by the dungeon in order to provide quests and services to fill its stalls. So, as his eyes took in the reality of his surroundings, Jay was shocked into a moment of stillness. The gate from the stairwell to F2 was in a small cobblestone square in what looked like a medieval city. The presence of Captain Candisham and her knights appeared to be enough to keep the casual passerby away. But beyond the square, visible through 3 archways in the stone walls which opened into the market proper, were the lights, sounds, and colors of a busy city. Jay's hopes soared as he glimpsed dozens, if not hundreds, of people moving on the other side of the alleys leading away from the square. There would be plenty of places to hide from King Wenshur's soldiers once they escaped.
Why don't you let us have a turn first, Captain?
Growled one of the knights, a burly woman with a tan face and a cleft chin.
Once you're done with him, there'll be nothing left for the rest of us.
Their armor clanked as the 3 soldiers drew nearer. Jay's eyes widened as he noticed the mist of his panty-dropper perk thickening around the approaching women. But a movement from the shadows of the leftmost archway drew his gaze away from the hungrily staring knights. Were there more soldiers hiding beyond the square? That would make their escape more difficult. Candisham snarled, and she clasped Jay's shoulder with a frighteningly strong grasp that seemed to tear his muscles from his bones. She wrenched Jay against her breastplate, crushing him to her body, the fuchsia haze deepening to a blood-like scarlet that seemed to ooze over her limbs. Jay gasped as the air was pressed from his lungs, but his gaze was fixed upon the shadowed archways. He couldn't give the signal for the girls to run if they were going to run into an ambush. Candisham ripped off her gloves, which disappeared into her inventory, as she let her hands explore Jay's tender, bleeding flesh. He swallowed a scream as she dug a finger into one of the open wounds left by her armored gloves and gazed up at him with lust in her mad gray eyes.
Back off!
She growled.
He's mine! I want him first!
Another of the women shouted, pointing her short sword at Captain Candisham's back.
Grenhild is right. You'll ruin him. All I want to do is sit on his face for a few hours. That does sound nice,
snickered Grenhild as she made a suggestive grinding motion with her hips.
We'll take good care of him, Captain. We will.
The 3rd soldier said with a wheedling tone in her otherwise deep voice.
Let us have him first, and we won't have to kill you and take him for ourselves, you see. You dare threaten me!
Candisham's voice rose to a thunderous roar as she dug her fingers into Jay's side, like she would rather tear him in 2 than share him with the other women. Despite his best efforts to control himself, Jay cried out in pain. A mistake, as the sound seemed to drive the horny, bloodthirsty knights into a frenzy of desire. The 3 subordinate soldiers rushed Captain Candisham with their weapons drawn. Candisham whirled, without letting go of Jay, twisting his arm in its socket until there was a sickening pop. Bile rushed into his throat as the wave of burning agony tore through his body. Candisham met Grenhild's sword with an armored forearm, then kicked the woman in the chest, sending her flying across the square into the stone wall. Behind the soldiers, Lyra and Molly had drawn their weapons, and a black cloud of dark magic was beginning to pool around Dahlia's feet, like the skirts of a gothic wedding dress. Jay cursed inwardly, even if it made him proud to see them so defiant in the face of certain death. But behind them, Another movement caught Jay's eye. Even through the searing pain of his dislocated shoulder, Jay recognized the shape as a man. A man he knew. Jay's heart froze in his chest. Pardis, the black-skinned and black-furred Felinari rogue who had attacked their party as he and Lyra had entered the dungeon with Molly for the first time, seemed to peel himself from the shadows just long enough for Jay to recognize him. Then he darted away, as if he didn't want to be seen. Jay had risked all of their lives in showing mercy to Pardis and his wing-blood companion Minerva after they'd failed as Runolf's backup ambush. He'd even healed the owl woman of the arrow wound Lyra had given her. He'd foolishly hoped he was buying himself a couple of allies when he'd refused to kill the sorry pair. Now it appeared he'd been wrong to spare their lives. Pardis must have told King Wensher's knights they were on their way. He'd sent Reyna a message that he wanted to meet Jay in the night market. Now Jay knew why. The black-furred rogue reappeared, closer to Jay this time, his electric green eyes blazing with hatred. But the Catkin man wasn't looking at Jay. His ferocity was leveled directly at the back of Captain Candisham's helmeted head. Pardis threw a black sphere in a high, sweeping arc that went over the soldiers' heads and landed at their feet. None of the lust-crazed women seemed to notice, their attention locked on each other as the devastating effects of the panty-dropper perk forced them to see one another as enemies, competition for their heart's desire, Jay Morgan. Jay attempted to wrench his shoulder from Captain Candisham's grip as she lifted her sword against the blonde knight. She roared as she struck her first blow, dragging Jay behind her like a rag doll. "Get down!" Pardis hissed, motioning with his hands as he backed away. "Cover your eyes!" Jay couldn't move with the knight's death grip on his injured shoulder, but the rogue's warning was enough that he wasn't caught completely off guard when the black sphere erupted in a plume of midnight blue smoke. A chorus of alarmed shouts rose up from the battling knights. One of them screamed, presumably as Candisham's blade found its mark. Then the captain released Jay's arm as the smoke obliterated her vision, and she too began to scream. Jay's eyes burned as he stumbled backward, and the reddish-pink haze of his charm perk seemed to follow him out of the chaos of Pardis's smoke bomb, the spell broken. Burning smoke billowed around them, and Jay made a break for Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia, who had backed closer to the central archway leading away from the square, their eyes wide.
Jay!
Molly roared, gripping her hammer in an overhead position, ready to crush the skull of any who got close.
We're still waiting for the signal!
"Forget the signal!" Jay shouted as he emerged, eyes streaming from the smoke. "Run!" At the sound of his voice, the knights all turned and began stumbling toward them. Even the knight Captain Candisham had kicked into the wall managed to stand and lunge toward them. Chaos erupted as Jay, Pardis, Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia scattered, dodging left and right to avoid the clumsy, half-blind attacks of King Wensher's guards. They darted into the shadowed archways, running for the market, as Captain Candisham turned her rage on her underlings, and the knights began to hack at one another, still somewhat crazed from the effect of Jay's overpowered charisma buff. Jay felt a flood of relief like waves of cool water crashing over his damaged skin as he emerged from the tunnel and into the blissfully bustling market with Pardis and Dahlia at his side. But the relief dried up as he made a sickening realization. Molly and Lyra were not with them.
Chapter 2. An Eagle on Beggar's Row. Pulsing rage threatened to obliterate Molly's rational mind as she was forced to watch the knight digging her armored fingers into Jay's skin. She didn't even remember removing the Wild Call Maul from her inventory, but the moment it was in her hands, a tremor of satisfaction pulsed through her limbs. She knew just how it would feel to drive the hammer into Captain Candisham's helmet, crushing the metal, forcing it through the woman's skull and into her soft pink brain. But Jay had told her to wait, And she was trying. Her jaw ached from grinding her teeth. Even Ross and Rachel, her ghost weasel companions, had hidden away inside her cloak as if afraid of what she might do. Time moved strangely as she fought against her barbarian instincts in order to obey Jay's orders. He was their leader. She had to trust him. But the dungeon's magic throbbed through her body like a living thing with its own needs and desires, and it wanted to smash the bitch who was hurting her man. Dahlia had backed up against her the moment the knights had released them, putting herself slightly in front of Molly like she didn't trust the barbarian to stay put. Fair enough. Molly didn't trust herself. But at the moment, the Hairblood Shadow Worker just made her even madder than she already was, as did Lyra's staying hand on her bicep. Why didn't they see that she had to do this? She had to defend Jay. He was her life, her everything. If she lost him, Molly lost her entire world, past, present, and future. The need was so strong it made her bones ache. She only managed to keep hold of her control because it had been Jay that had asked her to wait. She would do anything for Jay, anything possible for her to do, including attempting the impossible, like controlling the building rage. Molly was so focused on keeping control of herself that she didn't notice as the situation changed. Suddenly, after arguing over who would get to have Jay first, the knights turned on each other, and another person entered the courtyard or square, or wherever they were, a man that seemed like a part of the shadows themselves. As chaos erupted, the smoke filled the square. The knights' screams of rage signaled that finally they might be able to fight. Despite Jay's revision to their plan, Molly planned to hit and run. She had no intention of leaving the knights unharmed after what they'd done to Jay. Still, she felt at the very least she should await Jay's signal. "Jay!" Molly roared, her eyes darting around the cloud of blue-black smoke that seemed to have come from nowhere, trying to find him in the confusion. "We're still waiting for the signal!" She gripped her hammer over her head, hoping one of the knights would step close enough for her to drive it into their skull.
"Forget the signal!"
Jay's voice came out of the smoke, though she could barely see him.
"Run!"
"Come on," Dahlia said, whirling around to face the middle of the 3 stone arches. "This is the closest. Let's go!" The Hairblood woman didn't hesitate after she'd stated her intention, bounding on her short, muscular legs towards the exit, with her black ears and puffy tail bouncing. "Molly?" Lyra urged, pulling her arm with her slender fingers. "We have to go. Jay said—" "I know what Jay said!" Molly snarled as she twisted the haft of her hammer in her hands, causing her knuckles to crack. "I'm coming. I just need to do something first." "Molly!" She wrenched her arm from the smaller woman's grasp and stomped towards the navy blue fog, with the wildcat maul whipping over her head like a rodeo lasso. From the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Jay and the shadow man running past her toward the exits. They didn't seem to notice her through the smoke. Molly glanced over her shoulder. Lyra waved her arm and tried to catch Molly's attention. Molly shook her head, stepping deeper into the smoke. Lyra pressed her lips together in resignation and drew her bow. Molly just needed to hit one of them, and she'd feel better. Preferably Captain Candisham, but she wasn't picky. One crushed skull seemed like a reasonable price to pay for threatening Jay's life, even if he did get away unscathed. Molly wanted to crush all of their skulls, but she wasn't a total barbarian. She was willing to compromise, a bit. The strange blue-black smoke burned her eyes, but she forced herself to keep them open as she stumbled into the center of the chaos, her gaze seeking Candisham through the pain. The captain of King Wensher's knights was hunched over one of the other soldiers. At first, Molly thought she was helping her comrade up, but as Candisham wrenched her arm backward, a blood-drenched sword came with it, clenched in a bare hand. The captain whirled, ready to take another of her henchwomen, apparently driven mad by her desire to have Jay for herself. At least that much Molly could understand. She loved Jay and would happily have kept him all to herself if things had been different, if she'd been brave enough to tell him about her feelings back in their old life. But she had been weak then, torn down by fear and years of abuse and neglect at the hands of her alcoholic mother and asshole stepfather. Things might have been different if she'd learned to be Molly the barbarian back home. But she hadn't. It had taken this dungeon to wake the fierceness inside her, to release the desires she'd kept locked up for so long. So, she accepted that she was Jay's first love, but would never be his only love. It was the price she paid for not standing up for herself back then. That was okay. Jay's happiness was more important to Molly than having him all to herself. She didn't mind sharing Jay with women that made him happy, as Lyra did, and maybe Dahlia would someday. But Molly would die a slow and painful death before she allowed a woman like Candisham to have her way with her man. Candisham's half-mad gaze fell on Molly, and her eyes widened. Molly grinned as she swung the maul and brought it crashing down on the knight's head. She pushed all her strength into her mauler's might skill, driving the head of the oversized hammer into the top of Candisham's helmet, like she was ringing a churchyard bell. The knight was obviously a higher level than Molly was, as the blow didn't flatten her like a cartoon anvil falling from the sky, which was kind of how Molly had envisioned it when she'd been fantasizing about her attack earlier. But the percussive shockwave that blasted from the hammer strike knocked the remaining two knights on their asses. The helmet flew from Candisham's head, striking the cleft-chinned woman in the face just before she fell. Candisham shook her head, dazedly, dark waves falling around her face. Molly saw a golden eagle pin on her shoulder, the clasp holding her red captain's cloak in place, break off and fall to the ground where it glittered like a piece of dungeon loot. Before Candisham could regain her senses, Molly hit her again, this time driving the hammer under her chin in an underhand strike that sent her flying backwards. Though, disappointedly, it didn't tear her head from her body like Molly hoped it might. Candisham didn't move when she fell, though, which was good enough for Molly. The red haze of her rage ebbed slightly, opening Molly's mind up to other sights, scents, and sounds. Her eyes burned from the blue-black smoke. She tasted blood on her tongue, as if she'd bitten herself at some point. The stench of the dead knight's emptied bowels permeated the air like a physical thing. Molly pushed it all away, her focus drawn inexplicably to something else. She could have taken a moment to gloat over the downfall of the deranged captain, perhaps not dead, but certainly unconscious. But her gaze was drawn to the glittering golden eagle that had fallen from Candisham's cloak. "Molly!" Lyra's panicked voice cut through the strange, dense fog of burning smoke, bringing her quickly back to her senses. "Where are you?" Molly crouched, scooping the eagle pin into her hand, wishing there was some scrap of daylight she could hold the bauble up to in order to examine it more closely. "Molly!" Lyra screamed again, jolting her out of her reverie. "We have to run! Now!" Molly started to pull the pin into her inventory. Then, for some reason she couldn't quite articulate, even in her own mind, she shoved it inside a pocket in her cloak instead. "Molly!" Lyra's cries were more desperate now, and Molly knew she probably feared the worst. "I'm coming, Lyra!" she shouted, slinging her hammer over her shoulder and running through the thickening plumes of blue-black smoke in the direction the foxkin archer's voice seemed to be coming from. "Hang on!" She burst from the cloud, her eyes bleary and burning from the smoke bomb. Lyra cried out in relief. "This way! Hurry!" Lyra rushed forward, her silver ears flattening into her long silver hair with worry, and she grabbed Molly's arm, pulling her toward the nearest archway, the one to their left. From the opposite side of the square, more knights, dressed almost identically to the ones who had accosted them, began to stream through the archway on the far right. The lead knight saw the smoke bomb and the fallen soldiers and shouted in alarm, but so far, none seemed to have noticed the arcane archer and the barbarian at the opposite end of the courtyard. "Come on," Lyra said. "Jay took the center tunnel, but you took too long. We'll have to meet him on the other side. We can't risk being seen by those—" "Let's go!" Molly growled, plowing ahead and pulling the fox girl behind her in a sudden reversal. "Lecture me about it when we're safe!" They ran through the archway and into a cool, dark tunnel that smelled of wet stone and stale urine. Molly's eyes danced with spots as they attempted to adjust to the low light and the lack of burning smoke, but she kept her blurry gaze on the archway ahead. Crowds of milling people moved back and forth across the opening at the end of the tunnel, flashing lights and bright swaths of silk breaking up what seemed to be a background of dull gray and brown buildings beyond. There was a thin membrane, like the rippling surface of a bubble, stretched across the arched door, blurring the sights and muffling the sounds of the moonlit market beyond. But Molly got the sense that they were in a kind of Byzantine bazaar. She wasn't exactly up on her medieval history, but she was pretty sure that this was going to be preferable to the haunted forest they'd just escaped. But as they approached the archway, Lyra groaned. "Oh no, I guess we have no choice though." "What?" Molly demanded. "What is it?" "You'll see," Lyra said ominously, as she pushed her hand through the membrane, shattering it like a burst balloon. The smell of the place hit Molly like a blow of her own hammer, the stale urine of the tunnel and bouquet of potpourri compared to the stench of the market. Even if it hadn't stunk, the cacophony of sounds would have done Molly in. Her head ached and her ears rang as the overwhelming assault on her senses continued. Lyra groaned again and tugged her through the doorway and into the chaos beyond. Behind them, the membrane popped back into place, sealing the tunnel once more. Molly backed toward it, wanting to run back into the quiet of the tunnel, but as she pressed her hand against the membrane, it wouldn't yield. "Can't go back that way," Lyra said, her tail puffed out behind her, as if every hair was on high alert. "There's a different portal for entering the F2 gate area, somewhere in the middle of all this. It's been a while since I've been here. I forgot the left tunnel came out here. Maybe it would have been better to risk the guards." "Too late for that, isn't it?" Molly hissed. She kept her hands on the haft of her hammer, her eyes darting around in alarm. "Where are we?" But Lyra's eyes had glazed over, as if she were searching for something in her HUD. Molly gazed out at the sea of brown and gray canvas tents, more like hovels, that packed the street in front of them. The more permanent-looking storefronts had metal gates on their doors and windows. Some even had vestibule-like cages out front to keep the creeping tents from getting too close to their doorways. Hand-painted signs that said things like half-price healing and refurbished reagents and second-hand spells cluttered the eaves above the doors. These had dingy windows behind the bars, which each appeared to be stacked so high with stock that it would have been impossible to see inside, even if the windows had been clean. Many of the stone buildings were boarded up, their bricks defaced by carved graffiti and painted words and symbols. Everywhere, human and Fenari people were huddled round bins of burning trash, sleeping in tents, glanced at Molly in alarm, as if few people used the portal they'd just come through. Many of them bore bandaged limbs, or were so thin they appeared to have some kind of wasting disease. Above the maze of crowded streets, a black velvet sky stretched as far as the eye could see, pierced with little blinking stars and the fading silver of a sickle moon, which seemed to watch them disinterestedly from above, far too far away, and far too perfect to be bothered with the suffering of the mortal world below. This was no Byzantine bazaar or medieval market. It was a slum, and it didn't escape Molly's notice that many of the nearest denizens of the street were taking notice of her and Lyra. They hadn't moved yet, eyeing Molly's hammer warily, but they had a hungry, desperate look on their faces that suggested they might be willing to risk their lives for the chance to search their inventories. Molly recalled the dungeon's warning about the night market. It was a non-combat zone, which apparently meant that dungeon monsters couldn't spawn inside the market boundaries or wander in from outside. But those rules did not extend to their fellow delvers. "Watch out for thieves, pickpockets, and cutthroats," the dungeon had said when they'd arrived. Molly supposed she must be looking at an entire army of them right now. She bared her teeth and tried to look menacing. For now it seemed to be working, but how long would they wait? "Lyra?" Molly said. "How do we get out of here?" "Just messaging Jay and the others now," Lyra whispered hurriedly. "He and Dahlia escaped, and Pottis is with them. You remember that Velinari rogue we met before you were integrated? I knew he was bad news. Him and that Wingblood woman. But Jay insists he's a friend. Anyway, Jay needs to find a healer for his shoulder, and Pardis is taking them to someone he knows. Good for nothing. Lyra! Molly warned through gritted teeth as one of the groups of beggars began moving closer to them. Where are we, and where are they? You can bitch about the cat guy later, when we're not dead. This is Beggar's Row, Lyra sighed. They're in the caravan courts, which is halfway across the night market. Unfortunately, it will take hours to get there, if not days, depending on how much trouble we run into. We'd best get moving. A ping from Molly's HUD signaled that she had received the messages Lyra and Jay were sending, but she didn't dare take her eyes from the encroaching destitutes. Hours, she hissed. But the other tunnels were only a few yards away from each other. They're portals, Moll. Lyra edged closer to her, her blue and gold eyes darting around the crowd. I'll explain how the floor is set up later, too. You know, when we're not dead. Molly bristled at the fox girl's acerbic tone as her own words were flung sarcastically back at her. What's your plan to avoid that fate, exactly? She grumbled. I might be strong, but even I can't take on 300 swarming leopards at one time. I'm only level 10, Lyra. The fox girl pulled an arrow from her inventory with a flaming tip. I'll distract them, she said. Get ready to smash and run. Take the alley to our right, the one next to sabers and sellswords. You see it? How do we know there aren't more of them in there? Molly's heart hammered in her chest as she checked out the ominously black alley Lyra was indicating. You'll just have to trust me, I guess, Lyra said, drawing her bow at her side. The arrow pointed at the ground a few yards in front of them. Get ready. Now, 3, 2... Molly growled and rolled her shoulders, bending her knees to lift herself for the charge. 1! Lyra shouted, her bowstring twanged. Go! Molly was off like a shot, her hammer swinging in front of her to clear the way as she ran. She could hear Lyra's footsteps behind her, whispering something under her breath. Was she still counting? Molly barely had time to form the question in her mind before the street behind them exploded, a heat wave pushing at their backs as they hurtled toward the alley. The few beggars that stood their ground before Molly's charge fell back in surprise as the tower of flames erupted at Molly and Lyra's backs. Molly grinned as she imagined what they must have looked like, barreling ahead with a wall of fire behind them. The air was filled with curses and screams and the crackling of burning fabric. She slung her hammer over her shoulder and with one hand slipped the other inside her cloak, checking to see if the eagle pin was still there, afraid suddenly that she might have dropped her prize in the excitement. But it was there, the metal surprisingly cool against her fingers, cool and reassuring. Just like the darkness that enveloped them as they passed the threshold of the alley. Molly felt the pop of another portal membrane against her skin. The stench and noise of Beggar's Row disappeared as quickly as if she'd thrust her head underwater, and the change startled Molly so much that she stopped in her tracks. Lyra smashed into her back a moment before the membrane resealed behind them with an uncanny slurping sound. Oof, she gasped. Molly, what are you... But the question died on her lips as they both stared in wonder at the sight before them. Molly couldn't believe her eyes. Lyra, inexplicably, began to laugh.
Chapter 3 Of Kings and Caravans. Jay gasped with relief when he received Lyra's message, even though his arm felt like it was dangling from his shoulder by a thread. They made it out alive, he said. But they're in Beggar's Row. Lyra's worried about that. Pardis let out a low, warning hiss. As they should be. They are not safe there. Why not? Jay's relief withered in his chest. No one is. The Felinari man's bright green eyes narrowed and his dark ears twitched. Behind him, his tail bristled like a bottle brush and he gave an involuntary shiver. But especially not those fresh from the second floor, presumably with loot to sell. The vagrants of Beggar's Row would tear a person limb from limb for a mere trinket. Molly's strong, Jay said uncertainly. With Lyra to guide them, they should be all right, shouldn't they? Lyra's been to the third floor before. She knows the danger. He hated that he wasn't there with them. They were stronger as a team. They needed one another in the dungeon. Together, they could handle just about anything. But Pardis's words filled him with dread. "Much has changed in the night market recently," Pardis said ominously, shaking his head. "There are some that might provide aid, though, for a fee." He paused, thinking. Then his green eyes flashed. "There is a merchant near the second-floor portal called Sabers and Sellswords. Tell them to find it and enter the alley beside. If they use Reyna Frostmane's name as a passcode, that should buy them some time." Jay relayed the information as quickly as possible, grateful that they at least had a way to communicate with one another. But as soon as he'd sent the message, another crippling jolt of pain shot through his body like lightning. Jay's knees wobbled. He collapsed against the stone wall next to the portal they'd just come through. Veins of green were twisting out of the puncture wounds in his skin, which Pardis said looked like poison. Jay had to agree, but when he checked his stats, there was nothing to indicate anything out of the ordinary.
Delver, J. Morgan. Class type, versatile. Class, Dark Horse. Tier 1, CEO, Chief Expedition Officer. Level, 12. XP, 1289. Next level, 7600. Health, 153/300. Stamina, 87/200. Mana, 77/140. Active bonus, 40% max XP, scale up. 20% max XP, affirmative action. 10% max XP, HR Nightmare. 10% max XP, CEO. Unassigned attribute points, 5. Charisma. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 5. Constitution, 16. Beetle Black Scarab Armor. Set bonus. Constitution +6. HP +50. Willpower, 2. Charisma, 10. Active skills. On-the-job training. Asset management. Pound it. Crush the competition. Golden Gazelle. Agile. GOAT. Passive abilities. Scale up 4. Affirmative action 3. Environmental resistance 1. Arctic. Dungeon Site 4. Stealth 4. Trailblazer 2. Perks. Panty Dropper. Bootstrapper. Vocational skills. Gathering. Horticulturist 2. Profession. Field Medic 2. Profession. Fletching 2. Crafting. Apothecary 2. Crafting. Survival 2. Crafting. Research and Development 4.
Jay frowned. He had gained some XP, despite the fact that they hadn't defeated any of the knights. But even though he hadn't leveled up, he seemed to have an additional 5 attribute points to spend. Even more unusual was the fact that those unassigned attribute points were tagged with the charisma label, as if he didn't really have a choice where to spend them. What the hell was the point of having unassigned points if the dungeon was just going to assign them for him anyway? Jay also noticed that, beside the active skills and perks drop-down menus in his HUD, 2 notifications pulsed with glowing light. He had silenced the flood of messages he'd received from the dungeon after engaging the Panty Dropper perk, and he could only assume these were the result of his attempts to use a charm-based perk without the necessary skills. Jay's entire body ached, and he wanted nothing more than to get somewhere safe so he could rest and heal himself. But it wouldn't pay to ignore the dungeon when it had something to say. The first thing he did was mentally select the unassigned attribute points, wincing as the dungeon's auto system engaged with a flurry of electronic trumpets.
Achievement unlocked. Silver-tongued Devil. Congratulations. You've learned to sweet-talk your way past monsters, manipulate your enemies, or possibly convince a treasure chest to open itself by flexing your rippling pectorals. Whatever you've done, your eyelash-batting ways have unlocked a new way to avoid dying in the dungeon. Charisma skills. The handsome coward's most reliable tool for seducing maidens, charming politicians, and convincing the burly bar brawler that it was the guy next to you that just called him a meat-headed moron. No judgment here. Not everyone is cut out for the dungeon life, but sometimes you're stuck in it anyway. Might as well make the most of it while you're here, right? And have you seen your face? You could cut glass with those cheekbones, not to mention that jawline. Looking like you can take a punch is more than half the battle, don't you think? Whether it's charming the socks off a fire-breathing dragon or persuading a skeleton to dance instead of duel, the benefits of charisma know no bounds. Dungeon monsters will learn to fear your words more than your weapons. Use this power wisely, or, to get free drinks. Being pretty is hard. Treat yourself. You deserve it. Note: charisma is the rarest, though widely regarded as the most useless, attribute. At least that's what the misled lovers, swindled gamblers, and out-negotiated merchants would have you to believe. But hey, it's not charisma's fault that a silver tongue can turn no into a yes, and maybe into a definitely not your problem anymore. If they think it's useless, well, maybe they're just not using it right, or they've fallen for it one too many times. That said, charisma naturally inhabits the realm of wheeling and dealing, and because of this, points spent on the charisma attribute work a little bit differently than others. Use them well, Delver, and you could be king. If not, you may end up looking the fool.
Jay felt his forehead wrinkle as he listened to this description, then went through his menus to read it a second time. He'd received 10 points in the charisma attribute during his integration, even though charisma was supposedly locked until level 10. Now it seemed like he was being mocked for the dungeon's own strange choices. At least, that's what it looked like on the surface. But rather than getting annoyed, Jay paid attention to the clues that were hidden within the mockery. It seemed to be one of the generic auto-dungeon responses, meaning most delvers who unlocked charisma probably received a similar spiel. Was it designed to tease delvers who would rather negotiate than fight? Or was it meant to dissuade people from investing heavily into a potentially overpowered attribute? His Tier 1 class assignment was called CEO. Jay opened that menu and reread the description he'd received at the time.
CEO. That's Chief Expedition Officer, of course. As an incomparable strategist and leader, you focus on resource allocation, risk management, and maximizing the party's overall effectiveness through strategic decision-making. You will receive a 10% bonus to all experience gained by your party without affecting your members' gains.
He'd received the asset management skill along with it, which allowed him to transfer the skills of his party members from one job to the other, the same way he could use on-the-job training to take their skills temporarily for himself. Jay could easily see how adding a charisma-based skill set to this class build could be advantageous, but the warning about wheeling and dealing with his points made him uneasy. What did that mean? He opened his attribute menu again and focused on the highlighted notifications next to active skills and perks.
Active skills. Charisma. At levels 10 through 20, charisma skills cost 3 attribute points each. Assigning a charisma attribute point to a charisma skill is an irrevocable action which unlocks some future options and locks others. Perks. Charisma. At levels 10 through 20, charisma perks cost 2 attribute points each. Assigning a charisma attribute point to a charisma perk is an irrevocable action which unlocks some future options and locks others.
Huh. It seemed a bit like when he was given a choice of skills when he leveled up his other attributes, except charisma skills and perks would be cheaper and therefore more plentiful, but possibly also riskier, depending on the options that were locked and unlocked as the points were spent. Tentatively, he opened the perks menu, which seemed to be smaller stakes than the skills. There were so many choices it made his head swim. He shook his head and was jolted by a sudden shock of pain. Rather than try to make sense of it, Jay simply closed the menu. He'd have to deal with this later when his body wasn't tying itself in knots. I've got some strange stuff going on in my head, he told the other two. But no active debuff from any kind of spell or poison. I'm feeling weaker by the second, though. And the pain. He attempted to gesture and winced.
That's not good,
Dahlia said, glancing nervously at Pardis. After a quick discussion, they determined that neither she nor Pardis had heard of any spells or attacks that could not be sensed by the dungeon, unless the poison was something organic which Captain Candisham had brought in from outside. If the poison wasn't something created by the dungeon, it wasn't something that could be healed by the dungeon either, which meant their expensive healing potions might not work. Worst of all, the poison seemed to be making his pain tolerance worse, which made his dislocated shoulder almost unbearable.
Are you all right?
Dahlia asked, looking worried. One ear stood straight upright and the other drooped forward, covering one eye. Combined with the terrifying rabbit skull headdress she was wearing, it made for an unexpectedly comic effect. Even through his pain, Jay wanted to laugh. He thought better of it. Yes, he winced, but it's getting worse. I think we should get to that healer Pardis mentioned sooner rather than later. Are you sure I can't take a healing potion, Pardis? The Catman pressed his ears flat and hissed. Do not waste it, he said. The shoulder must be set first, or you run the risk of healing the tissue in its dislocated position. And you need to see someone about the poison first. Fortunately, we are near to one who can help us, if you will follow me. Jay looked around at the bustling city they'd found themselves in once they'd popped through the tunnel portal. Pardis had told him this district was called the Caravan Courts, and he'd relayed that information to Lyra without thinking too much about it. But now that he was looking, he could see where the place got the name. The area seemed to be on the outskirts of a city center, with taller stone buildings clustered mostly to their left, a jagged, toothy gray silhouette against the nighttime sky. Rather than streets and buildings, Caravan Courts was more like a stable yard, with dirt paths and tufts of wilted, trampled grass growing wherever it could. There were a few tents that looked like permanent structures, but the rest of the buildings were painted wooden carriages with big wheels like an old-fashioned gypsy encampment from a storybook. It looked more like the kind of place a person went to see curio shows and have their palms read than to see a doctor, but Jay didn't have a better idea.
Let me help you,
Dahlia said, scooting herself over to his uninjured side and slipping under his arm.
I might be short, but I'm strong.
Jay would have liked to protest, but he was under no illusions that he could walk on his own. The poison seemed to be draining his strength faster than he could recover it, and the warmth and softness of Dahlia's arm as she wrapped it around his waist was a welcome comfort and distraction from the pain. Thank you, he said, grunting as he pushed himself away from the wall. Then he turned to Pardis, who was watching him with a look of wary concern. I hope I'm not going to cause a scene wandering around like this. Jay was still shirtless, and what he could see of the wounds was alarming.
This might be a non-combat floor, but this is still the dungeon,
Dahlia said, squeezing his side gently.
If anyone has a problem with it, I'll happily curse them for you.
This time Jay did laugh, but he regretted it immediately, ending with a groan. We should go, Pardis said. You were looking very pale. Jay nodded, leaning on the hair-blood woman more than he wanted to. But Dahlia was right. She didn't stagger at all under his weight, and her support was rock solid. It was fortunate that you were at the gate, friend, Jay said, turning to the Felinari man. He couldn't help the edge of suspicion in his tone. I don't think we would have made it without your help. Despite the fact that Pardis had helped them, it was difficult to shake the first flash of fear that they'd been betrayed by the rogue. Pardis didn't seem to mind, however. He answered the unasked question in Jay's statement willingly. I have been watching the gate every day since I gave your witch doctor friend the message through Sabine, my brother, that I would be waiting for you here. Sabine had to pass the message through a member of the Black Howl because Runolf was getting nosy in the village, so there were always delays. He did not hear from her again after she confirmed that she had passed on my note, so I did not know when to expect you. The Catkin man gave Jay a wry look. Fortunately for all of us, I am good at sneaking about. These soldiers were staking out the gates before me. I do not know who sent them. Jay leaned on Dahlia's shoulder, trying to lessen the jarring of each step. Every stumble sent electric shocks of pain through his body. He gritted his teeth against the pain, grateful for Dahlia's support and for the extra points he'd added to willpower and constitution, which were surely making the injury more bearable. If he hadn't had the advantage of those leveled attributes, he was certain he would have fainted from the pain. "Their leader," Jay said, gritting the words out through his teeth. "Captain Candisham. She claimed they were personal guards of King Wenshire himself, though I can't imagine what he wants with me. I doubt he cares enough for Runolf to fight his battles for him." Pardus scoffed. "If that were true, they would have been paladins, not basic fighters and foot soldiers. Wenshire always sends paladins to do his dirty work. They were mercenaries in knight's clothing, if you ask me. Not to say that they weren't hired on behalf of Wenshire, just that I doubt it's personal for him at this point. More likely, Runolf requested some backup, and that was as good as he got. They probably hoped dropping the king's name would rattle you into surrendering without a fight." They passed a bright red caravan painted with dark purple spirals and strung up with glowing yellow lanterns. A woman leaned in the doorway. Her face was half covered with a transparent veil, her dark eyes watching through heavy lashes. The gold-painted letters on the side of the caravan read, "Madame Fortuna, your future for 5 gold." Jay thought he saw her wink at him as they passed. Dahlia's fingers tightened on his side. Pardus saw the exchange and hissed under his breath. "There are many charlatans here in caravan courts," he said. "Do not trust your gold to anyone who has not been vetted by someone you trust. There are some delvers and dungeon dwellers who have the ability to see glimpses of the future, but true clairvoyance is exceedingly rare and often dangerous." Jay felt Dahlia stiffen at his side, but she said nothing. He knew that she was descended from a true seer, but Jay doubted she would want to draw attention to her real identity. Dahlia's mother's visions had cost her life at the hands of King Wenshire. As the daughter of a seer, there was a good chance that Dahlia was one of the few who possessed the rare clairvoyance skills Pardus spoke of. Jay hoped he would remember to ask her about it when they were alone. "Most fortune-telling skills are cruel jokes played by the dungeon," Pardus continued, not noticing Dahlia's reaction to his words. "They reveal partial truths to trick delvers into making fatal mistakes. I understand you were not born into the delving life, J. Morgan, so I hope you will forgive my explanations if this is something you already know. But if you receive any charisma-based skills or abilities that profess to reveal hidden truths, be very wary of their use." Jay grinned despite the growing pain in his shoulder and the agony that pulsed from his puncture wounds. "So, no dates with Madame Fortuna. That's too bad. She was kind of cute." Dahlia growled, sounding much more like a fox or wolfkin than a hareblood.
"I would not have tied myself so closely to your fate had I known you were such a fool."
Pardus narrowed his eyes at Jay. "Indeed, I did not think you so easily taken myself. The night market is a popular place for delvers with high charisma, where merchants and traders come not only to ply their wares, but to train to be better merchants and traders. You must assume no one in this place is as they seem, and any deals you are offered are likely to be half as good as they appear, if you're lucky." "I was joking," Jay muttered, wincing again as his shoulder throbbed. "But I'm glad to know you're both so quick to assume the worst of me. Tell me, Pardus, should I be excluding present company from your warning, or should I be wary that your help is going to cost me more than I'm prepared to pay?" Pardus's tail bristled. His bright green eyes flashed with frustration. "I owe you my life, J. Morgan. I have not forgotten that fact. My help costs nothing, and the healer I will be taking you to will also not accept a fee from you. I give you these warnings in good faith."
"I too owe you my life,"
Dahlia said, holding Jay firmly next to her plush curves.
"But I do not know you well yet. Forgive me, I didn't mean to offend."
In the distance, the sound of drums and tambourines rose on the clear night air, and scents of cooking food wafted through the encampment of caravans, sweet and spicy. Shouts of excitement and laughter could be heard from inside nearby carriages. Jay would have given anything he had to have Lyra and Molly by his side and to be curling up in a rented bed for the night. It was true, Pardis and Dahlia didn't know him well, and he couldn't blame them for that. But it did make him feel lonely to be without the rest of his party. "I hope it's not much farther," he grunted. "I'm afraid I'm not very good company when I'm in this much pain. I didn't mean to be snappy with either of you. I'm not offended. I'm just cranky because everything hurts." "Very understandable," Pardis said, nodding brusquely. "It will not be much longer, I promise." "Regarding the charisma skills, I appreciate the warning," Jay said, wincing as he and Dahlia followed the Catkin man down a path between two rows of caravans. "I don't know anything about the attribute yet, actually. The perk I used to distract those mercenaries is the only related spell I have, and I will happily never use that one again. Those women were so charmed, I think they would have ripped me into pieces just so they could each have a part of me to themselves."
I think there was one part in particular that they would have torn each other apart in order to secure,
Dahlia said, her voice low enough that Pardis likely didn't hear.
"Those hussies."
"To be fair," he said with a chuckle, "I was using dungeon magic."
"That might be part of it,"
Dahlia said, glancing shyly up at him through long, dark eyelashes.
"but it's not the whole story. Unless—"
She let the word linger and then glanced away, her cheeks burning almost as pink as her wild waves of hair. Jay wanted her to finish that sentence more than anything in that moment, even with the electric jolts of pain coursing through his limbs. "I haven't charmed Lyra or Molly, if that's what you're thinking," he said. Dahlia bit her lips, not meeting his gaze.
"And me?"
Heat filled Jay's cheeks at the hair-blood woman's unexpectedly pointed comment. The softness of her curves pressed against his side seemed more tantalizing than before. She'd kept her distance, physically and emotionally, since they'd met, and Jay had promised her that sharing his bed was not a requirement of being partied together, even if Lyra and Molly chose to do so. He'd just assumed she wasn't interested, and that was fine, though he would have been delusional if he couldn't admit he was attracted to her with those short-stack curves and adorable bunny eyes. But maybe he'd been wrong. That was a tantalizing enough thought to distract him, at least a little bit, from the pain in his shoulder. "This way," Pardis said, pulling aside a beaded curtain that separated the space between two painted caravans. "Come, through here. There is a shortcut." They ducked beneath the curtain, its beads tinkling softly as they swung closed behind them, and Jay couldn't help but feel like he was entering a new, enchanted realm. All around them, twinkling lights hung along passages between tents and carriages. Above them, bigger lights and lanterns were strung, casting a warm, golden glow onto the clearing below. A huge Ursari man sat next to a fire pit, wearing a belled cap and playing a comically tiny mandolin that disappeared in his paw-like hands. A few people clustered around him, some swaying to the music and others clapping and dancing along. Others in the clearing had small stands set up, selling potions and trinkets. A circle of caravans surrounded the area, each with their doors open and wooden steps down to allow passers-by to enter, though none had signs to describe what wonders might be found within.
"It's beautiful,"
Dahlia whispered, just loud enough for Jay to hear, as Pardis strode ahead, apparently not needing any signs to tell him where to go.
"All the time I was trapped in the haunted forest, I dreamed of the other worlds I might discover on the lower floors. But I never imagined anything like this. It reminds me of the market outside King Wenshire's castle. I was allowed to go there sometimes as a child, as long as I kept my tail hidden and my ears tucked inside a bonnet. In summer and autumn, traveling merchants would come and camp outside the city."
Jay's heart ached as he realized how much it must mean to Dahlia to see this magical place after being imprisoned for so long on the second floor. Even more so if it reminded her of the life she'd left behind in the castle, which, though it was certainly no picnic by the sounds of it, must have been much nicer than being stalked by the Sickle Moon clan necromancers in the haunted forest. "Come," Pardus said, gesturing for them over his shoulder. "The dark blue caravan there, with the gold stars." He crossed the clearing, weaving in and out of dancers and customers with the fluid grace of liquid shadow. Behind him, Jay and Dahlia stumbled in a straight line, with Dahlia muttering dark curses under her breath when people didn't get out of their way quickly enough. There must have been something ominous in her expression that Jay couldn't see, because more than one person's face flitted with terror before they leapt aside. Perhaps they could tell she was a wielder of dark magic, and that was enough to frighten them. But Jay half suspected that she was muttering real curses, and they had every reason to be afraid. Pardus climbed the steps to the dark blue caravan, opened the painted wooden door, and slipped inside. He held the door open from the shadows as Jay and Dahlia struggled to get up the stairs. Each step made Jay wince with pain, and they had to climb slowly. But eventually they made it inside. A warm, spice-scented air greeted them. Lanterns hung from hooks on the wall, casting orange shadows over the plushily upholstered sofas and chairs in the sitting room to their left. Beyond this, a beaded curtain was hung, through which Jay could see a bed piled high with blankets and cushions. To their right was a kitchen and dining area, also separated with a bead curtain. This one had been tied aside to reveal a cook stand with a bubbling cauldron in the center of the room, surrounded by sheaves of drying herbs and shelves full of ingredients, which reminded Jay strongly of Raina Frostmane, the witch doctor's tent.
"He's arrived, hasn't he?"
said a voice from the kitchen, though Jay couldn't see where it was coming from.
"About time. Seat him in the living room, Pardus, and bring him some tea."
Pardus closed the door behind Jay and Dahlia, then ushered them into the crowded but comfortable living room. Jay collapsed with relief onto a small, overstuffed love seat made of red velveteen fabric and piled high with cushions, each decorated with embroidery thread and tiny mirrored beads that reflected the lantern light. Dahlia sat beside him. The sofa was so soft and squishy that she immediately sank into the center, falling against his side once again.
"Sorry,"
she gasped, blushing deeply.
"Should I sit in one of the chairs instead? I don't want to crowd you or hurt you."
Jay leaned back against the cushions and sighed. He closed his eyes, trying to remember what it felt like not to have this burning poison in his veins. But the warmth of Dahlia's body next to his was a comfort, not an irritation. "No," he said, keeping his eyes closed. "You're fine there. It's nice, isn't it? Cozy." Dahlia shifted a few times before she was comfortable, and at one point Jay was pretty sure he felt the soft puff of her tail against his uninjured arm. He smiled to himself, but didn't say anything. Finally, she seemed to find a spot she was happy with, and she planted herself with a satisfied huff. But the couch cushion appeared to have other ideas, and she promptly sank into the middle again, her warm curves pressing against Jay's side.
"Oh, bother,"
she muttered.
"This isn't working. I'm sorry, Jay. It certainly is cozy."
Footsteps sounded behind them, but Jay couldn't bring himself to open his eyes or turn around. Now that he was sitting, and for the moment at least he was safe, it seemed his body wanted nothing more than to sink into a deep, healing sleep. Or maybe he was dying. The thought made Jay's eyes shoot open, and he found himself being stared at by a slender, black-furred Felinari woman with a huge pregnant belly wrapped in a patchwork apron. She had yellow eyes, unlike Pardus's green, along with huge ears and a pointed face that gave her a sphinx-like look. But she smiled warmly, handing Jay a cup of steaming liquid. Pardus passed one to Dahlia. Then the catkin pair reached behind them on a sideboard that was nearly hidden beneath a stack of ancient-looking texts, removing 2 more steaming mugs for themselves. They moved in the perfect synchronicity that could only be born of deep familiarity. The female cat had golden rings glinting in her large black ears, but she was otherwise unadorned. Jay lifted his tea politely, waiting for Pardis to make the introductions. The scent of the liquid was bittersweet, like something herbal with lots of honey stirred in. He wondered what it was. Pardis said nothing, frowning into his cup. His green eyes darted up once, but he looked at Dahlia, not Jay. He seemed to nod, Jay thought, but it was hard to tell when the room was spinning like it was.
So, you're the man who saved my Pardis's life.
The Catwoman purred.
I have been so very eager to meet you, Mr. Morgan. My name is Felicity. Pardis has explained that you may have been poisoned by a compound organic to the surface world. Is that right?
Jay tried to focus on her words, but his conscious mind seemed to be swaying like the dancers outside. He hovered between pain and unconsciousness, and found himself longing for the dark, enveloping caress of unconsciousness the closer it came. That's what he says, Jay answered with a groan. All I know is that everything hurts, and he wouldn't let me take a healing potion.
Drink your tea, Mr. Morgan,
the strange cat said with the crisp, no-nonsense authority of someone who is used to being obeyed.
It will help the pain, and then I will help this poison.
She turned to Dahlia and smiled.
Yours is just tea, dear. Thank you,
Dahlia said as she set her tea on a small, cluttered table next to the love seat.
I'll just wait for it to cool off first. Did Pardis tell you anything about me?
The catkin woman asked, her yellow eyes darting between Dahlia and Jay. Jay shook his head, or he thought he did. It was difficult to tell if his head was moving or the room was rocking around him. His hand shook as he brought it to his lips until Dahlia wrapped her hand around his and helped him bring it to his mouth.
It's okay, Jay,
she whispered.
It's an analgesic draft I'm familiar with. It's safe to drink.
Jay accepted her help and drank the bitter herbal liquid down. It was sweetened with something, but not enough to make it palatable. Then again, without the sweetener, it might have been truly horrible. The dungeon's automated voice pushed through his hazy mind to announce the effects of the tea, startling him from his stupor.
Buff activated. Happy place solution. This is a painkiller, not a health potion. If you're drinking it, that probably means you're in some serious shit, or you're about to be. Good luck with that. Temporarily dulls the recipient's sense of, well, pretty much everything. Nighty-night, little delver. Sleep tight. Don't let the dungeon mites bite.
Jay blinked away the pop-up screen that filled his HUD along with the dungeon's description, and was surprised to find that he'd already drunk all the tea. All that was left was a smattering of black leaves in the bottom of the cup. Dahlia took the cup from Jay. She gave a sharp intake of breath as she looked in the bottom.
May I?
Felicity asked, her voice sounding tight. Jay thought he might be imagining it, though, since he didn't really know the Felinari woman well enough to judge her normal tone. Dahlia passed her the cup. Jay's hazy eyes tried to focus on the side of her face, but his eyelids were drooping heavily. Then Felicity gasped. Jay attempted to force his eyes open again, but the blackness was claiming his vision. Is it as you predicted? Pardis's low voice rumbled through the darkness.
The king,
Felicity said. Dahlia put her hand on Jay's thigh.
I saw it too. Are you?
Jay didn't hear the rest of the question, or maybe she didn't finish it. He wanted to thank Dahlia for being there with him. Her presence was a comfort in this confusing time, but he couldn't make his mouth move anymore. At least there was no more pain. The others' voices rushed in and out like waves, ebbing and flowing against the sands of a beach.
Now! Before it wears off!
That was Felicity again, he thought.
Don't hurt him.
Dahlia, definitely Dahlia. He wanted to tell her that nothing hurt him anymore, but he felt like he was trying to speak from the bottom of a deep well, his words echoing in his mind and disappearing before they reached his mouth.
Might have to.
Felicity again. Then Pardis. Sorry. For the best. They were the last two words Jay heard before his body began to burn. Stuck in the bottom of the well, he screamed, but he couldn't seem to make a sound for all the pain.
Chapter 4. Black Howl Base. Lyra almost crashed into Molly's back as she came through the portal. The barbarian stopped so suddenly. It didn't take the fox girl long to figure out what had startled her friend. They'd come into a large, dark room surrounded by a second-floor balcony. Perhaps it was a library of some kind. It had that kind of feel. But Lyra couldn't see any books through all the black-garbed people. On the bottom floor, they clustered in groups of 3 or 4 like a sea of shadowed waves, rippling in the light cast by the central fireplace. On the upper level, they were lined up against the railing, pressed so tightly together they seemed to hardly have room to breathe. Every head, every pair of eyes, had turned towards Lyra and Molly as they'd come through the portal. None of them looked pleased to see the confused interlopers. Lyra took one look at the cluster of hostile faces, and she couldn't help herself. She started to laugh. Of course that sneaky Felinari would send them straight into a den of thieves. That's what this must be, of course. She'd been to Night Market enough times to know the rogue population had a healthy thieving guild hidden somewhere near Beggar's Row. She'd never been there, being an honorable delver, but she'd heard the rumors. And while it was Jay who had sent the directions via the chat, Lyra knew it must have been Pardis who had told him what to say. Despair welled in her chest, and she laughed, because if she didn't laugh, she might cry. She knew they shouldn't trust that sneaky catkin bastard.
Is something funny?
A cold, hard voice cut through Lyra's laughter. Molly tensed, her head of copper curls bouncing as she cast her gaze around the room, looking for the speaker. Lyra put a hand on her shoulder and stepped forward to meet the speaker. If they were going to die here, she wanted to see her killer, eye to eye. Only the twists of fate that bring us here, Lyra said. I was told there might be safe passage through these halls, but I see now I have been led into a trap. I know a thieves' den when I see one. As one, dozens of the black-garbed watchers drew swords, daggers, and bows, each pointed at Lyra and her barbarian companion. Molly clutched her massive hammer before her chest and snarled like she was ready to take as many of their assailants down with her as she could. Just say the word, Lyra. Molly growled over her shoulder, piercing Lyra with her sea-blue gaze. 2 little white faces with beady black button eyes popped up on either side of her mane of red hair, and the ghost weasels hissed at the strangers.
And why, pray tell, shouldn't you be safe here?
The mysterious voice continued.
With us.
Something about the voice felt familiar, at once comforting and alarming. Lyra felt the hairs of her tail and ears bristling as she tried to place it. Someone she knew, but from where? Everyone she'd ever met in the dungeon, including her past party members, was dead. The fact that you've got your weapons drawn on us is the first hint, she said, narrowing her eyes to peer at the crowd, seeking for a familiar face to attach to the name.
You come into our midst with your own weapons drawn.
The speaker reminded her gently. It was a man, she was fairly certain, and young if she had to guess. That made the familiarity even more baffling. She couldn't think of a single living person it might belong to, and only one unliving. But that was impossible. Lyra felt a shiver pass over her skin, like a wave of static that tugged at the fine hairs of her arms and legs. That would mean she was talking to a ghost. We were running for our lives, Lyra said, forcing herself to continue the unnerving conversation as her mind whirled to keep up. If we put our weapons away, will you do the same?
Would you believe me if I said yes?
Lyra ground her teeth together. No.
There is a price for safe passage through these halls,
the man said.
Can you name it?
She had pinpointed his location as somewhere to her left, behind a group of intense-looking men and women with scimitars in their hands, mercenaries of some kind, most likely, the kind of people who would party with thieves. Name it, Lyra spat. You're more interested in if I can pay it, I assume. From Molly's shoulders, the two white weasels chittered angrily, causing a few of the grim-faced rogues to laugh. This only made Lyra angrier. It was bad enough they were going to be killed by these ruffians. Did they really have to laugh at them, too? The indignity of it made her blood boil. She refused to be cowed, however.
Let me be more frank,
the speaker said, a hint of amusement in his voice.
The price is a name. Several will do, but we only require one.
Lyra swallowed, remembering her instructions from Jay. Reyna Frostmane, she said. I was told the name Reyna Frostmane would buy our safety.
Reyna Frostmane.
The man seemed to ponder her answer.
Is that name worthy of the price you ask?
More worthy than yours, I'm sure, Lyra said. Reyna is no thief, so what have you to do with her? More likely we've been sent to our deaths by one of yours. There is no honor among thieves, they say, and I must assume the saying goes for rogues as well.
And you, Lyra Goldeneye,
the man said, sounding as if he were smiling,
might like to watch your tongue.
Lyra gasped. How did he know her name? It must be someone she knew. She wasn't imagining it. But who? Molly rolled her shoulders and cracked her neck, putting herself between Lyra and the hidden speaker, not to mention the dozens of men and women blocking him from view. Enough! She growled. I'm going to start smashing until I find him!
There will be an arrow through your heart before you take your first swing,
the man said with a laugh. Oh, it'll take more than that to slow me down, Molly said. Come out and face me, you coward! Let's see what you're made of! Some of the black-garbed figures nearest to Molly were beginning to look nervous. There was some muttering amongst them before a woman said, What news of Reyna Frostmane? A prickle of relief climbed Lyra's spine as she sought this new speaker, finding a human woman with a bow drawn and pointed at the ground. It was strange to see a human in the ice dungeon, but not completely unheard of. Occasionally, people from elsewhere in Arcanesia came to test their mettle against the so-called Mad Dungeon of Winterhaven. As Lyra glanced around the room, she realized more than half of the faces appeared to be human, though, and that was unusual. You do know her, Lyra said, a statement more than a question. But she couldn't be too careful. There were plenty in Runolf's service who knew Reyna, but worked against her. She added, I would answer that question for a friend. There was more muttering amongst the watchers, and those on the ground floor began to move, like tidewaters pulling away from shore. All the hooded faces turned in the same direction, looking away from Lyra and Molly and toward a tall, slender figure that now stood apart from the rest. She couldn't tell if he was human or Fenari, with the hooded cloak covering his face, but Lyra was suddenly certain that this was the body that belonged to the familiar voice. As he stepped forward and she saw him move, the niggling sense of recognition flared into certainty.
We are friends,
the man said.
Some of our numbers have worked with you before, if you recall, at the request of our mutual acquaintance, Reyna Frostmane.
A chill washed over Lyra, like an avalanche of snow down her back as he moved toward her. The Black Howl, Molly said, though she didn't lower her maul, eyeing the man suspiciously. If that's true, why didn't you just say so? Yes, the Black Howl, Lyra thought. Of course. It made perfect sense. The Black Howl was an underground resistance movement, growing in response to King Wenshire's growing corruption. Reyna had arranged with the rebel group to help get them into the dungeon when Runolf and his guards were blocking the way. Pardis had communicated with Reyna via the Black Howl in order to get information to Jay. But what was he doing here? He was dead. Lyra shuddered, her imagination running wild. No, it couldn't be. It was impossible. All these years, and all Lyra had gone through because of him. She felt her limbs begin to shake, and her bow fell to her side. Molly, sensing the change, glanced worriedly at her, but Lyra couldn't find the words to voice her fears. Lyra? The man stepped closer still, dangerously close to Molly's range with the hammer, as if to demonstrate his trust in them. Lyra shook so hard she nearly dropped her bow. He pulled his hood back, revealing dark gray wolf ears, deep golden eyes, and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. He looked just like Lyra remembered. Perhaps a bit taller, a bit broader in the shoulder. He had only been 18 and not quite fully grown when she'd watched him die on the 5th floor, along with the rest of their party. Lyra's mouth went dry. Dax? He nodded, reaching a clawed hand for her. They had been friends once, but she recoiled, unable to see anything except the fact that he was the spitting image of his powerful father, the man who had made her life a living hell since his death. Dax was Runolf Frostmane's only son. You're dead, Lyra gasped, her words trembling. I watched you die.
Yes.
He let his hand drop back to his side limply.
I am supposed to be dead. We all are.
His words were bitter and tinged with sadness. 3 others emerged from the group and removed their hoods, all faces that Lyra recognized, all friends she had thought been dead for years. Everly? The Hairblood healer who had been the first to fall, dooming their party. Arno? She named the Usari barbarian who stood a full head taller than the others, who she'd always thought far too strong to die the way he had. Ren? The Wingblood Stormcaster who had encouraged Lyra to take a hybrid class gazed back at her with big, grief-stricken eyes. Tears burned Lyra's eyes as she tried, in vain, to understand what she was seeing. You're all dead. You're all dead! She shuddered violently. I watched you die! We're sorry, Lyra, Ren said, shifting her wings uncomfortably under the heavy black cloak she wore. We didn't intend for it to happen that way. We just didn't know you well enough yet to know if you could be trusted with our plan. Your plan? Your plan? Lyra's voice lifted in anger. They blamed me, you know, for coming back without you. They blamed me for your deaths. I blamed myself. I've had to live with this for years. And you're sorry? Yes, Ren said, and the rest of them nodded. It's not enough, but it's all we have. Other members of the Black Howl were watching the exchange with wary eyes, not trusting Lyra and Molly to freak out at this revelation. Molly just looked confused. She didn't know much about Lyra's past. Though Lyra had told Jay, she wished Jay were here now. He would know what to say. He would make this horrible revelation make sense somehow. She knew he would. Still, Molly did her best. She turned away from the others and pulled Lyra into a hug. It's not too late, Lyra, she hissed under her breath. Do you want me to hit them? I probably can't kill them all, but I can definitely make them hurt. Lyra shook her head against the barbarian's shoulders, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. Then she whirled on her former party. They wanted to exile me, she shouted. Sorry isn't good enough. Your father threatened to have me killed for God's sake. Dax's lips curled in a cold smile.
Well, I suppose we have that in common, then.
Lyra had more that she wanted to say, but she stumbled. What?
I am sorry for what you've gone through, Lyra.
Dax said, pinning her with the deep golden eyes.
But you have to understand. Runolf sent those raiders after us. He wanted me dead, and I needed to let him believe he'd succeeded. Chapter 5. The Leaves Speak. Jay came back to consciousness slowly, like he was swimming to the surface from an incredible depth. He could feel his body tingling as his brain struggled to reconnect it, but when he tried to move his limbs, everything felt leaden, impossibly heavy and dull. His lips refused to move, his eyes refused to open. Though he was aware of moving closer to wakefulness with every passing second, he felt as if he were watching himself from some place up above. Finally, like fingers slipping into a glove, his mind slipped back into his body and he could move again. His eyes snapped open, and he found himself staring at a painted wooden ceiling, navy blue with shimmering golden stars. At first, he couldn't make sense of what he was seeing, but slowly he remembered where he must be. His memory of coming with Pardis to this place, with Dahlia supporting his every step, was foggy. Most keenly, he could remember the exquisite pain that had threatened to consume him. The rest felt like the details of a vague, half-remembered dream. He was relieved to find that the pain had gone, at least. Jay tried to move his shoulder and found that it was bound in a sling. He was still bare-chested, but glancing down, he couldn't see the green-veined marks of the poison that had been spreading through his body. There was a weight on the bed next to him, tugging him into the center, and Jay's heart thrilled to think Dahlia had joined him, sleeping faithfully by his side. He turned to look at her, hoping to catch her still sleeping so he could get a good look at her face. The Hairblood woman was always so guarded, she seemed to turn her cheek every time he met her gaze, so that he was always looking at her profile. When his gaze settled on her this time, she didn't move. But what he saw there shocked him, sending him reeling almost over the edge of the bed. It wasn't Dahlia next to him at all. Felicity, with her gold-ringed sphinx-like ears propped against a red velvet pillow, looked queenly in her repose. She cupped her distended, pregnant belly in both hands, as if cradling her unborn kittens as she slept. She wore only a band of stretchy fabric across her breasts and a similar band across her waist, underclothes, if Jay wasn't mistaken. On the other side of the room, sitting on Felicity's side of the bed, Pardis glowered at him. The Catman looked tired, his green eyes drooping, and there was no hint of his past friendliness. "I didn't," Jay protested, glancing awkwardly between Pardis and Felicity. "I didn't know what—" "Relax," Pardis said, exhaustion dragging the word out slowly. "Whatever you're thinking, you're probably wrong." Jay was relieved to hear that there was no animosity in the rogue's voice either, only a bone-deep sort of fatigue. "What did happen?" he asked. "I hardly remember coming here. What was in that tea?" "A powerful painkiller," Pardis said. "I think Dahlia was worried we were trying to kill you when she smelled Felicity's potion brewing. I explained to her as best I could while you were fading. You don't remember?" Jay shook his head. He remembered talking to Dahlia, asking her to stay next to him on the couch. He remembered her telling him the tea was safe to drink. Jay realized he must have drifted off once or twice when he'd lain back with his eyes closed. "Your condition was far worse than I realized, but Felicity took one look at you and knew exactly what needed to be done. You're lucky. There aren't many in the dungeon who could have handled a poison like that. Felicity hadn't seen anything like it. She's tired now, but she'll know more when she wakes." Jay felt a twinge of guilt looking at the pregnant Catwoman. What did she have to do? "Felicity has an unusual healing skill set," Pardis said with a sigh. "I've never met anyone with something like it. Her class gives her a kind of superpowered immune system, and she has skills that allow her to take on other people's injuries and illnesses, either dungeon-made or natural, so that she can heal them in her own body. She was able to extract the poison from your body, which was agonizing for both of you, if the screams were any indication, even with the happy place solution. Now she must rest." The guilt became harsh and acidic as Jay listened to Pardus's words. "But she's pregnant," he said. "Why would she do that? What if the poison had injured her or her babies?" Pardus shook his head, putting a hand to his brow as if it physically pained him. "Believe me," he said, "I tried to tell her that, but she was insistent, and she always gets her way in the end. Don't worry, though. The same skills that allow her to sense others' illnesses and injuries allow her to monitor her own body in incredible depth. She's just tired, and the babies are happy as clams. She took every precaution. Apparently, healing you gave her some kind of buff. She was very excited about it before she almost passed out from exhaustion." Jay was glad to hear the dungeon had rewarded the Felinari woman for healing him. He assumed this was an act of Nova rather than the Auto dungeon, but he wasn't sure it made him feel much better about her putting herself at risk. Pardus looked exhausted too, and Jay wondered how long he'd been asleep in Felicity's bed. "You look tired too," he said, moving to the edge of the bed. "Why don't you lay down with her? I'll go check on Dahlia." Pardus nodded, apparently not having the energy to argue for the sake of politeness. "I think she's sleeping in the living room. She was very worried about you." Jay got off the bed and moved around the edge of the tight room, making room for Pardus by standing in the curtained doorway. "Thank you for everything," he said. "I hope Felicity will be all right. I would never have agreed to any of this if I'd been conscious, you know." "We know." Pardus gave a dry chuckle and rubbed his tired eyes. "That's why we didn't ask. Felicity could tell just by looking at you that the poison in your blood was going to be fatal. But she didn't heal you from the goodness of her heart, J. Morgan. She healed you because it was necessary that you survive for all of us." Jay stopped in the doorway, his brow wrinkled. "What do you mean?" Pardus sat on the edge of the bed, lowering himself to the mattress with a weary sigh. "Talk to Dahlia. She can explain better than I." Then he closed his eyes and rolled onto his side, wrapping himself around Felicity's still sleeping form, as if he wished to protect her even while they slept. Jay felt a pang in his chest, knowing how hard it must be for Pardus and Felicity to be expecting babies while forced to live in the dungeon. He didn't like that Felicity had potentially put herself in danger by healing him, but if Pardus was right and she had a good sense of what she was capable of, he hoped the danger had been minimal. He would have to do something for them before he and Dahlia and the others made their way to the Mad King's castle. Jay let the beaded curtain close behind him with a tinkling sound and stepped into the living room. He could see Dahlia working in the tiny kitchen, her long black ears bobbing as she bent over a cauldron of bubbling stew. She glanced up as he approached, smiling gently at him through the steam.
"You're awake,"
she said.
"I've been keeping the others apprised of your condition through the group chat. They're both very worried about you."
"I feel much better now," he said, other than the ache in my shoulder. "Are Lyra and Molly okay?" He hated not knowing what was going on with half his party, but so long as they were still answering the chat messages, he had to assume they were handling the separation well. Dahlia nodded.
"There was a bit of drama when they arrived at Pardus's safe place, but I'm afraid I don't understand what it was all about. They seem to be doing fine now, though. They're with the Black Howl faction, if that means anything to you. It doesn't to me."
"The Black Howl?" Jay raised his eyebrows. "I didn't know they had agents inside the dungeon as well. They've helped us before, so it's a relief to know they're with allies." If only he could get a hold of Reyna, Jay would feel much better. But it did make him more comfortable to know Lyra and Molly were with the rebel group. They seemed competent and so far had proven both trustworthy and effective in thwarting Runolf's plans, which was a major mark in their favor as far as Jay was concerned.
You can take a healing potion now,
the Hairblood woman prompted.
I helped Felicity set the joint, so it should be safe now. Would you like some stew?
Jay accepted the proffered bowl gratefully, his stomach growling loudly. Thank you, he said. I didn't realize how hungry I was. How long have I been asleep?
More than a day,
she said.
I'm not entirely sure. I slept as well, and it always seems to be night here, so I don't have any real sense of time passing other than getting hungry after a while.
Dahlia took a bowl for herself and motioned for him to take the meal in the living room. There were no other places to sit in the tiny caravan, so he assumed Pardis and Felicity must do the same when they ate. Jay sat on the red velvet couch, sinking appreciatively into its soft depths with a groan. I have been sleeping for that long, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. And yet I'm still tired.
You're probably just hungry.
Dahlia's ears twitched, and she wrinkled her nose at him adorably.
Eat, and take that healing potion for goodness sake.
Yes, ma'am. Jay knew better than to argue with a woman when she'd made him food. He set the bowl on the side table and opened his inventory to take out a healing potion. There were a lot more of them than he remembered having in his inventory, but he assumed the girls must have looted them on the second floor. They hadn't really had a chance to go over the last big boss fight. As the slender red bottle appeared in his hand, Jay was immediately inundated with notifications he'd missed since their unexpectedly dramatic entrance to the third floor. For now, he pushed them aside, wanting to deal with it when he was rested and fed and able to give the notifications his full attention. Jay rolled his shoulder to test its full range of motion, and besides the tenderness, was relieved to find it functional. He quaffed the potion, feeling a warm and tingling sensation as the magic flooded his body, then a concentrated heat on the area of his injured arm. It felt like having a heating pad pressed against his skin, soothing in an almost unbearable way. When the feeling faded, his arm felt as good as new. Much better, he said, marveling as he reached for his bowl of stew with the same arm, not feeling so much as a twinge of pain. I don't know if I'll ever get used to dungeon magic, no matter how long I spend here. Dahlia smiled shyly at him, as if suddenly realizing how close they were sitting to one another.
It's amazing, isn't it?
When she wasn't doing magic, Dahlia's eyes were a similar color to Lyra's golden eye. Her pupils enlarged unnaturally, blotting out her irises like a black eclipse when she was in the midst of her dark spells. Jay was intrigued to see them dilating now as he watched her, though he couldn't sense her doing any magic. Her cheeks pinked.
I heard you speaking with Pardis earlier,
she said, as if searching for something to talk about.
Did he tell you what Felicity found when she drained the poison from your body?
Jay shook his head, spooning the savory stew into his mouth. He was too hungry to talk suddenly, but Dahlia seemed more than willing to explain while he ate, so he simply listened.
As we suspected, it was not a dungeon magic-based debuff, but a true organic poison. Felicity had never seen anything like it before, and after she explained it to Pardis and me, neither of us had either. But it worries me. Apparently, the poison was designed to disrupt the flow of dungeon magic in a delver's body. Felicity said it was strong enough that even the most powerful delvers would be rendered as weak as kittens if the poison was left to fester in their system for long enough. I'm not certain, but I seem to recall something from when I was a child in the castle. King Wenshire had some secret weapon he planned to deploy against delvers who sought to challenge him after growing strong in Arcanesia's dungeons. Maybe he really did send those knights after you.
Jay swallowed a mouthful of soft root vegetables and salty herbed gravy. He frowned at Dahlia's words. Or someone else has gotten their hands on this secret weapon. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if Runolf wanted to use it to teach me a lesson for thwarting him back in Winterhaven. If word has gotten round that I'm higher level than he is now, he's probably feeling threatened. The quirks of the ice dungeon made it difficult for any delvers to level their classes beyond the most basic skills. Runolf and Reyna, each at level 10, were the highest level delvers Winterhaven had seen in years until Jay, Lyra, and Molly had pushed past those boundaries. Compared to the levels that delvers in other dungeons attained, the Fenari people were vastly outclassed. But there was something about the ice dungeon which churned out stronger than average delvers, so that a level 10 achieved in Nova's dungeon was not to be trifled with. The fact that Nova had taken a liking to Jay and his party was not only unusual, it was completely unheard of, and the advantages they'd gained thanks to her attention were as invaluable as they were dangerous. Jay thought of the mercenary knights and shuddered. He could only hope, when they did meet Nova, that she would be nothing like those monstrous women.
Can you send this witch doctor another message?
Dahlia asked, echoing Jay's earlier thought.
Maybe she has some information on this poison, and where Runolf obtained it?
Dahlia had never met Reyna, but Jay and the girls had filled her in on everything that had happened since Jay and Molly accidentally portaled into Arcane from Earth, so she knew how important the witch doctor was to their party. It's worth a shot, Jay said, setting his empty bowl aside. He opened his party menu and selected Reyna Frostmane from the list of members. Here, as well as the chat menu, the text of her profile was grayed out. When Jay opened the detailed list, which showed a detailed breakdown of her base stats and attributes, he was alarmed to see that her health points were at 0 of 150. Where the other girls each had a line beneath their name which read Status Normal, Reyna's read Processing. More alarming still was the fact that their group inventory, the party warehouse, was completely full of items Jay recognized from Reyna's tent in Winterhaven. That explained where the extra health potions had come from, at least in part. It looked as if she'd hurriedly stuffed as many of her possessions into the inventory as possible, right before something terrible had happened. Jay's stomach churned with anxiety, but he felt certain that if she were dead, he, as the party leader, would have received some kind of notification about it. He scanned the list of notifications he had received, his heart in his throat, but every single one of them was for some obscure achievement, like for getting poisoned by an unidentifiable substance, for which he received a buff called Guinea Pig that gave him 50% resistance to any poison he encountered for the first time. There was nothing about Reyna being dead. His party was still listed as 5 members strong. He still had the perks and passive ability bonuses he'd earned thanks to the number of women in his party. As far as every other indication was concerned, Reyna was still alive. Yet her health bar and the grayed-out text of her profile worried him. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Jay asked Dahlia, sharing his screen with her. "It looks like she should be dead, but she's still in the party. I know Runolf was looking for her. I hope nothing has happened."
Sorry,
she said.
I've never been partied with anyone before, so all of this is new to me. I think with 0 HP, her status should be dead, not processing.
Jay frowned again. He shot a quick message in the group chat. "Jay, hey, I know you guys are busy, but when you get a moment, can you check out Reyna's profile in the party menu? I'm worried about her." To his surprise, Molly messaged back right away. Molly.
Jay! So glad you're in the land of the living once more. Not so much busy as complicated. We're kind of stuck here until you're ready to meet at the Mad King's castle zone. We're closer to it than to you. So I think we've decided to just hang here until then, rather than try to cross the night market twice.
Jay, you think? Molly.
Yeah, there's been a lot of yelling, and nobody really wants to agree to anything. But I think that's where things lie right now. P.S. Lyra's kind of scary when she's mad, you know. She seems all sweet and innocent until she's all teeth and claws. Rawr! I kind of like it.
Jay, why is she mad? Lyra.
We have much to discuss. Not now, though. I've seen Reyna's profile, though. It's odd. The status line usually indicates physical or magical conditions like poisoned, charmed, or befuddled, with normal being the default. I have never seen one stuck in processing before. She can't be dead, though. When a party member dies, they are immediately removed from the party. If the party leader dies, the party is dissolved. At least, that's how I thought it worked. I'm beginning to learn there are loopholes in the system.
Jay, what do you mean? Lyra.
Sometimes the dead don't stay dead.
Jay. Okay, unless you want to elaborate on that, you're kind of creeping me out. Molly.
There's a bunch of black howl dudes here that used to be in one of Lyra's past parties. They faked their deaths. She's mega pissed about it. Nothing to worry about, though. I already offered to kill them for real, but Lyra told me not to. So, we've resorted to glaring balefully every time they try to talk to us. Not quite as effective, but it's gratifying in its own way. And I sent Ross and Rachel to poop on the big wolf guy's boots. They're getting so well trained.
Dahlia gave him a questioning look, following along in her own HUD. Jay shook his head. I've got no idea what they're talking about. Instinct twisted something in his guts. Jay, wait a minute. Big wolf guy? That wouldn't be... Lyra.
Dax Frostmane, Runolf's son. You know, the one I was basically accused of killing and threatened exile over? He's not dead.
Jay. Fuck, no wonder you're pissed. Lyra.
The only reason I didn't take Molly up on her generous offer to murder the lying, life-ruining bastard is that he hates his father even more than we do, and he seems to be the leader of the Black House Fenari faction. Anyway, we can talk about this later. I wish I could help more about Reyna, but we'll ask around.
Jay. Okay, take care of yourselves. We'll see you soon. Lyra.
Really glad you're okay, Jay. I miss you. I could really use a hug right about now.
Jay. Molly, you know what to do. Molly.
On it!
Jay. Just don't break her, okay? We don't all have your barbarian strength. I love you both. Lyra.
Love you too. See you soon.
Molly.
Love you more. I'll take care of our droopy-tailed fox girl. Don't you worry, Jay.
Lyra.
My tail is not drooping.
Chuckling, Jay closed the chat window to find Dahlia watching him with a bemused expression on her face. What is it? He asked. Is everything okay? The hairblood woman shrugged, pulling her black cloak around her shoulders as if she were cold.
Sometimes I watch the three of you.
She said shyly.
Or listen to you talking. And I'm honored to be able to be a part of it, whatever it is. It feels like its own kind of dungeon magic, doesn't it? The way friendships are formed as people delve together. I don't know if I'll ever get used to that after being alone for so long, but I'm grateful that I get to see it. It gives me hope. Kind of.
Jay took her hand. You are part of our party too, you know. You don't have to just watch from the sidelines, even if you're not interested in anything more serious than friendship.
I know,
she said.
At least, in theory, but it's not easy for me to be open with my feelings like Molly and Lyra are. I don't have much practice putting feelings into words, if that makes sense, since I've never had anyone to tell them to. My Doom Bunnies just know what I need without me having to say anything, and they're all I've had.
Jay squeezed her fingers. It makes perfect sense, he said. You should talk to Molly when you get a chance. She hasn't always been so open. She might be able to help you make sense of how you feel better than I can.
I'll try,
Dahlia promised. Jay quickly opened his party menu and clicked on Reyna's name, remembering what he'd intended to do in the first place. He sent her a message, a shot in the dark, hoping that there was still someone on the other side to answer. 3 little dots chased each other at the bottom of the message window, indicating someone on the other end was typing a reply. Hope welled in Jay's chest, but he stared at his screen for a long time, and none came. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait, he said, closing the screen. In the meantime, maybe we can have some more of that delicious stew. Dahlia covered her mouth to hide a proud smile.
I'm glad you liked it. I'd be happy to get you some more.
She took both their bowls back to the kitchen, returning with his filled and a cup of tea for herself. As she sat back down, Felicity emerged from the bedroom, yawning widely and stretching like an overgrown house cat.
Do I smell stew?
She purred, eyeing the cauldron.
I'm ravenous.
The Catwoman rubbed her pregnant belly and smacked her lips, making Jay and Dahlia laugh.
Sit,
Dahlia said.
I'll bring you some. Is Pardis still sleeping?
He looked exhausted when I left him in there, Jay said. We should probably let him rest until we're ready to go. I feel bad for stealing his bed while I was unconscious. Felicity waved Jay's concern away.
He carried you to that bed himself. Felinari are gifted sleepers. There's no reason he shouldn't have slept just fine in any number of places in my caravan. No reason except that he is stubborn. Dahlia, darling, would you bring me a cup of tea as well? And one for Mr. Morgan, too. There's something I'd like to see. I've been thinking of that as well,
Dahlia said, returning with a bowl of stew for Felicity. She placed a steaming mug of tea on the table next to her.
I saw it, too.
Jay had a vague memory of the Catwoman reading the leaves in his cup after he'd drunk the Happy Place Solution painkiller. Not the leaves again, he said, glancing warily between the women. Pardis warned us of the danger of fortune-telling skills. Felicity hissed with irritation. Then, as if suddenly remembering there was food to be eaten, she stuffed her mouth with a huge spoonful of stew, rolling her eyes in pleasure as she chewed. She waved her hands as if to hurry the process, but seemed to be enjoying herself immensely.
Pardis distrusts everything he cannot understand,
Felicity said, licking the gravy from her lips.
While it is true there are many charlatans in the night market, and just as many clairvoyants who do not know how to safely use their talents, there are some of us who know what we are doing. It irritated him to no end that Dahlia confirmed my vision, because it made it harder for him to play the wary skeptic. Gods above, girl, this stew is divine. I thought all you hairbloods were vegetarian.
Dahlia blushed and shrugged.
Well, I cheated a bit. It's a vegetable stew with an enchanted nutrient supplement I made from these strange mushrooms I found in the haunted forest. No, don't spit it out.
She laughed.
Let me explain. The enchantment transforms the mushrooms into whatever protein is most nutritionally balanced for the individual eating it. So while the stew is vegetarian for me, there are chunks of meat for you. What was yours like, Jay?
Besides delicious, he said, making her cheeks flare even pinker in the lantern light. Tasted like turkey to me. Not sure if you even have turkeys in Arcanesia. Big, ugly fowl with bald heads and colorful tails? Felicity purred, closing her eyes to savor the taste.
I am getting chunks of salt bass, I believe. Fresh, as if it was just caught, like I used to get as a little girl, traveling with my father to the seaside markets in the east. He was a dungeon merchant, you know, one of the best. His partner, Muhammad al-Shahar, is the one Pardis sent his messages to the witch doctor through. I believe he has something for you. Pardis planned to take you to see him once you are well enough to travel, if he ever wakes up. The lazy old Tom.
Felicity cast a loving, if somewhat exasperated, glance through the beaded curtain to where the lean, black-furred rogue was snoring loudly.
Quickly,
she said, lifting her teacup as if to toast Jay and Dahlia.
Drink your tea before he wakes, and we shall speak of prophecies.
Prophecies? Jay sniffed the tea suspiciously, but this time it smelled sweet and mellow, without the bitterness of the Happy Place solution he'd been forced to drink before. He sipped it, and after finding it quite good, drank the rest quickly. Felicity snatched the cup from him so fast she scratched his wrist with her sharp claws. Then, tutting, she wrapped her hands over the wound and muttered an incantation. Her hand glowed with soft pink light. When she removed it, the scratch was gone.
"Forgive me,"
she said, staring into the cup rather than at Jay.
"I was too hasty, but not without purpose, you see."
Dahlia leaned forward on the love seat so that she could see into the cup. She gasped. Jay looked too. The leaves made a jagged shape like a mountain range or the spikes of a deadly-looking crown, though an anomaly of smaller leaves interrupted the pattern, making a thin line that seemed to cross the image out. "The king?" he asked, pulling the memory up from the depths of the ocean, remembering what Felicity had said the last time she'd looked into his cup.
Yes."
A purr rumbled the Felinari woman's chest, and she smiled at him with sharp white teeth. The big golden rings in her ears clinked together as she set the cup down on the table between them.
"But not only that."
Dahlia, whose blushing cheeks had gone quite pale, glanced from Felicity to Jay and back again. The Catwoman nodded, encouraging her to speak her own interpretation aloud. Dahlia licked her lips and whispered, her voice shaking.
"The king killer."
Jay met the hairblood woman's golden-eyed gaze with surprise, remembering another prophecy that had foretold the fall of a king. "Does it refer to her?" he asked, not wanting to say the name they were both thinking. Xenovara. Nova, the mind that controlled the dungeon. Dahlia bit her lip, gazing up at him through long black lashes.
"Or does it refer to you?" Chapter 6. Glints of Gold. Molly didn't have all the details on what had happened with Lyra's past parties, but she knew enough to know that the Fox Girl was traumatized by all the deaths she'd seen. Dax's group had actually been the fourth time Lyra's entire party had been wiped out, the last one before she'd decided to simply delve the ice dungeon alone. Total party kills in the ice dungeon weren't that uncommon, as far as Molly understood it. The ice dungeon was widely accepted as one of the toughest and most random dungeons in Arcanesia. Unfortunately for Lyra, her luck in avoiding the fate of her team had been unusual enough to draw attention to her, which was stupid to Molly's mind. As an arcane archer, a stealth class with high agility, of course Lyra wasn't going to be front and center in any attack on her party. If she was doing her job, as she had proved she was quite adept at doing, she was supposed to be as far away from the action as she could get, dealing damage from the shadows. The fact that Lyra had survived should have been a sign of her competence. Molly figured it was the group leaders that should have borne the responsibility for the deaths of their parties. Jay would never make a mistake like that, she was certain. A surge of warmth for her best friend and the leader of their little party flooded through her, bringing with it a renowned sense of protectiveness for Lyra. Dax, the wolfkin man who claimed to be the leader of the Black Howl, wasn't half the man that Jay was. Molly wasn't sure if it was better or worse that Dax hadn't actually led his party to their doom. Maybe the fact that he faked their deaths was a sign of his being a clever planner. But that he'd left Lyra behind, without any warning of what was to come, and allowed her to relive a nightmare that had plagued her since she'd first set foot in the dungeon was cold and ruthless, in a way that didn't make him all that different from his father, to Molly's eyes. Molly fingered the small golden eagle pin in her pocket. She didn't want to take it out and draw attention to it, but she couldn't stop thinking about it either, as if her mind was drawn toward it, like matter being sucked into a black hole. Part of her wanted to put it in her inventory so she could read the dungeon's description of the object, certain that it was more than it seemed to be. And yet, she resisted the urge, a nagging feeling that she perhaps didn't want the pin described in its entirety. Until she used it or inventoried it, the pin was in a kind of limbo. That felt safer, somehow. Though Molly couldn't tell if it meant safer for her or for the pin. It felt important somehow, especially until she had a chance to show it to Jay. She hoped she and Lyra could get out of this place and meet up with the others at the Mad King's castle sooner rather than later. The non-combat floor was kind of limbo too. The dungeon, but not the dungeon. There were no monsters to slay. She hadn't gotten any notifications, even after fighting those knights back at the staircase. It was like the dungeon's influence was muted here. Like they and everyone in this room full of black-robed people were just waiting for something to happen. It made Molly want to smash something. Her narrow-eyed gaze slid to the slender wolfkin man who'd upset Lyra. Dax, after a cold reception, had left the women alone. Once he'd broken the news to Lyra about who he really was, Lyra had made it pretty clear she didn't want to have anything to do with him, and Molly didn't blame her, but she didn't think the stasis could last for long. Eventually, one of them would have to make a move. Maybe Dax wanted to give Lyra time to adjust to this new reality, but Molly liked to think it was because he was afraid she'd smash his face with her hammer if he made Lyra shed another tear. To be fair, she'd threatened to do exactly that, regardless of the consequences. Molly had made no secret of the fact that she was willing to die defending the Fox Girl. Even the Usari barbarian, Arno, had seemed to think better of pressing the issue once Molly had put herself between Lyra and her former leader. The Bearkin man was big, and he might be mean, but there was a core of ferocity running through Molly's veins that he'd never be able to compete with. She clawed her way back to reality after being tested and hardened in the crucible of the portal sleep, something no Fenari warrior could claim. Molly had sought her limits and found none. As long as Jay was alive, she would fight for him. And that included fighting for the people Jay chose to delve with. She wondered if Dax and the other members of the Black Howl could sense her determination, if that was why they'd kept away. She rather hoped that this was the case. It made her proud to know she served Jay so well. Something smacked the back of Molly's head, making Ross and Rachel burst out of their hiding place on the pocket at her waist, chittering angrily. She turned to see Lyra holding a palmful of small stones she must have pulled from her inventory. She smiled tiredly at the barbarian. "Stop glowering at them," Lyra said. "You've made your point." "I'd like to make it again," Molly said, smacking her maul against her palm in a threatening manner. "With this." "It won't do us any good." Lyra shook her head. "As much as I dislike Dax and the others for what they did to me, we have to accept that we're on the same team. The Black Howl are working toward the same goal we are." "My only goal is to protect our party," Molly said firmly, "and to support Jay. I don't need them to do that." Lyra sighed and rubbed the top of her head, flattening the silver ears into her hair as she did so. "And what if the only way to protect us and to support Jay is to bring down King Wenshire's corrupt government? He hasn't said as much yet, but I have a feeling that that's the way this is going. That hairblood woman Dahlia, she's connected to it all somehow. I don't trust black magic wielders as far as I can throw them, but even I can see the connection between those two. It's like a thread that binds them, forces them to look in the same direction." "I like Dahlia," Molly said with a frown. Then she grinned, poking the fox girl with her boot. "Then again, I could probably throw her clear into next week if I had to." Lyra laughed, but the sound rang hollow. Dark cloaked figures milled around the room, which must have been a library at some point, with the walls covered in dusty shelves, and looked up at the sound. Molly felt dozens of hidden eyes on them, watching, waiting for something. She moved her body to block Lyra from view again. "I don't even know if I can blame them for what they did," Lyra said. "That's the worst part. I'm angry, but am I justified? What they said is true enough. They didn't really know me when I lost them on the 5th floor. I'd only just joined their party a few weeks before the assassins attacked, and everyone knows Volpinari are untrustworthy. If I was in their place, would I have done differently? If I knew Runolf was going to kill me and my friends, wouldn't I try to find a way to save them, even if it meant hurting someone I barely knew?" Molly shook her head. "Not like that. You wouldn't. Neither would Jay. The moment they took you into their party, they had an obligation to you, Lyra. They failed." Lyra shot to her feet and rushed towards Molly, wrapping her arms around the barbarian's waist. Lyra pressed her face into Molly's shoulder. Tears spilled from her eyes, hot and sticky on Molly's bare skin. The barbarian set her hammer down and encased the fox girl in a fierce embrace. "Thank you," Lyra whispered, her lips tickling where they touched Molly's skin. "Thank you for not being like them. I'm sorry I'm so suspicious all the time. I've done it to Dahlia and Pardis too. It's become kind of a defense mechanism after being treated that way myself for so many years. I'm going to try to do better. Dahlia especially needs to feel welcome with us. She's part of our party now, like you said. We have an obligation to each other." Molly squeezed her tightly. The little ghost weasels poked their heads curiously over Molly's shoulder, their noses twitching as they sniffed Lyra. Then they scampered down Molly's torso, spiraling around her body like she was a trunk of a tree, and skittered into the milling crowd of Black Howl rebels. "Where do you think they're off to?" Lyra asked, sniffing back her tears. "Better not to know," Molly said. Plausible deniability and all that. This time, when Lyra laughed, the sound was more heartfelt and genuine. She leaned her head on Molly's shoulder and gazed at the group of black-garbed men and women talking in the shadows of the room. Dax, Everly, and Wren were together near the fireplace, looking miserable. Molly put on a savage look, just in case one of them looked up. But without Arno there, the group didn't seem to have the nerve. Molly wondered where the big Usari had gotten off to. Lyra sighed. "I'm hurt, but I'll get over it. We need to cooperate with them. We need the Black Howl more than I need whatever I need. I can't hang on to this anger forever. The real enemies are Runolf and King Wenshire. We should go talk to them, Molly. Find out what it is we need to do to help the cause." Molly felt her muscles tense at Lyra's words. The Foxkin archer was saying what she felt needed to be said, but there was something holding her back. Molly knew she didn't really believe the words coming out of her mouth. Intellectually, perhaps, but not emotionally. She wasn't ready to forgive and forget. It made Molly irrationally angry that Lyra should have to push those feelings away to appease Runolf's son, just because he was the leader of the rebellion against King Wenshire. "We can cooperate with them if we need to," Molly said, her words almost a growl as she whispered them into Lyra's ears. "But what they did to you was wrong. And if that half-assed apology was not enough for what you went through, if you want to forgive them for your own peace of mind, that's all right. But I'm not going to. I'll carry the burden of your rage as long as I need to, until they make it right." Lyra squeezed her back, hard enough to force the air from Molly's lungs. "If you do that," she said, "I can do anything. Whatever it takes to get us out of here and back to Jay and Dahlia, even if it means playing nice with Dax." The barbarian grinned down at the small, lithe archer with a new appreciation. "You're stronger than you look," she said, "and stronger than they know." "Thank you, Molly." A shout of alarm from someone upstairs drew Molly and Lyra's gazes. They caught two flashes of white running along the base of the railing, weaving between the posts like a greyhound chasing a hare. Something glinted in Rachel's mouth. At least, she thought the weasel in the lead was Rachel. She was usually the fastest. What had they gotten into now? The alarmed shout turned into one of disgust.
"Is that... shit! What the hell?"
Molly snorted. "The ghostly poopers strike again. If I'd known they were going to take such a liking to that prank, I might have taught them something a bit more sophisticated. I wonder who the victim was this time." Arno, the Usari barbarian from Dax's crew, came glowering over the railing, looking directly at Molly and Lyra, with a look of irritation on his big, scowling face. "I guess that answers that question," Lyra said. "Perfect timing to extend our olive branch." "We're not extending one," Molly grumbled. "We're accepting theirs, for now, even though it's pitiful, wilted, and possibly diseased. Let's go, though. I want to get there before Arno does." "Why?" Molly grinned at her friend. "Just because I think it will annoy him." Arno was shouldering his way through the gathered people on the upper floor, moving like a black-robed iceberg down the stairs, and knocking smaller black-clad bodies out of his way. Lyra took Molly's arm in hers and strode across the room where Dax, Everly, and Ren were huddled near the fireplace.
Lyra,
Dax said as they approached, drawing himself up to his full height.
have you decided to let bygones be bygones? That is a great relief. There is much work to be done.
For now, Lyra said, keeping her voice calm, though Molly noticed that her tail was puffed up twice its usual size. The fox girl continued. But as for the work that needs doing, I'm afraid you'll have to do that on your own. Molly and I need to be going. Our party leader is waiting for us. Dax's thick gray eyebrows rose to his hairline as he regarded Lyra with surprise.
Your party leader?
He said.
I thought you'd come here to join our cause. Are the others of your group even still alive?
Lyra tensed at the implication that she'd lost another group of delvers. She shook her head brusquely. We came here as a last resort, she said. We were forced to take the Beggar's Row portal from the gateway to the second floor after being attacked by a group of knights claiming to be King Wenshire's personal guard. Fortunately, we have a friend in the area who's able to tell us about the escape route via the alley next to sabers and sellswords. We had no idea it was a base for the Black Howl when we came through.
A friend?
Dax shook his head.
Who is this friend of yours?
Lyra smiled thinly. I'm sure he'll tell you if he wants you to know. Dax wrinkled his brow.
You spoke the name of Reyna Frostmane. My stepmother had been working closely with our organization. How could you not know we were here?
Molly twisted her hands on the haft of her hammer, cracking her knuckles in warning at his tone. Lyra put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed, letting Molly know that everything was under control. Molly didn't stand down, but she didn't hit Dax either. She was sure she deserved props for that. The same way Reyna didn't know you were here, I'd imagine. The bitterness in Lyra's voice was so caustic, Molly was surprised that Dax didn't flinch. Secrets, lies, subterfuge. Dax looked wary, as if he hadn't expected the quick rebuttal. Perhaps he didn't truly believe that Lyra and Molly knew Reyna, or that Reyna would have told them if she'd known Runolf's son were working for the Black Howl. Perhaps he'd meant to trick Lyra into admitting she was bluffing, but it turned out he didn't know Reyna as well as he wanted them to believe. Lyra grinned viciously. You always were a true rogue, Dax. But never mind that. As you said, let bygones be bygones. There are bigger problems in the world than what lies between you and me. Everly and Ren glanced at each other nervously. The Hairblood healer had droopy white ears that flowed over her shoulders like long hair, though her actual hair was kept in a short pixie cut. The Wingblood had spiked black feathers rather than hair, which studded backwards from above her ears, giving her head an angular look. They both turned to Dax as if waiting for his cue on how to take Lyra's comment, which was obviously meant to be insulting. You're lucky we're on the same side, wolf boy, Molly snarled, bringing the point home. Or you and I would be having words about the way you've treated my friend here, but we're here to play nice, so don't fuck it up. Dax's golden eyes hardened. He faced Molly with his shoulders pulled back and his chest puffed out, as if he were trying very hard to make himself seem bigger than he was. He was taller than Molly by at least half a head, but she wasn't intimidated. She just smiled at him and rubbed the haft of her hammer, as if she longed to use it.
And what of the way your little friends have treated my boots?
Dax said. His lips curved in a kind of half-smile, half-snarl.
Do you have anything to say about that? And mine.
Arno, with his tuft of white hair, round white ears, and broad burly shoulders, pushed his way through the crowd, a black cloak fluttering behind him. Ross and Rachel scurried and weaved their way across the room ahead of him. There was definitely something gold glittering in Rachel's mouth. Arno crashed angrily toward their group. The evidence of a fresh smear of rodent droppings was still fresh on the toe of his left boot.
What's the big idea?
His gaze fixed on the fox girl as if she were to blame for the ghost weasel's bad behavior. Ross and Rachel scrambled up Molly's legs and inside her cloak, where they continued to chitter angrily. She pulled the cloak around them, cutting the weasels off from the view of the others, wondering what they'd stolen. The glint of gold drew her mind back to the eagle pin. Again. She itched to put her hand in her pocket, but managed to restrain herself. Molly stepped into the Usari's path as he approached, looking furious. She put herself between Lyra and the big man so suddenly that he was forced to stumble sideways or walk right into her. The Usari barbarian frowned in confusion. "Big idea?" Molly said, turning the full force of her vicious smile from Arno to Dax. "Not sure you'd recognize one if it smacked you upside the head. Or crapped on your shoe, as the case may be. But these creatures are free agents. If you're implying I had something to do with their behavior, you're as delusional as you are despicable. Personally speaking, of course. We have nothing but admiration for the Black Howl. Isn't that right, Lyra?" Lyra's black-clawed hand tightened on Molly's shoulder. "Please, Molly, let me handle this. The sooner we can get back to Jay, the better. Our party needs us." Lyra cast Dax such a cutting look that Molly would have felt sorry for him if she wasn't so busy laughing internally. The Wolfkin man winced, pulling his lips into a thin line.
"Fine, I deserved that. But your barbarian friend is right. We are on the same side, and bickering about old grievances isn't going to help us in our cause."
"Our cause?" Lyra said, turning to face the Lupinari rogue. "Why don't you tell us about that, Dax? If we are working for the same cause, I'd be interested to learn, for starters, why Reyna didn't know you were the leader of the Black Howl." Dax clenched his teeth, his jaw pulsing.
"I'm only the leader of the Fanari faction,"
he said.
"and I work exclusively from this base, which houses leaders from many factions across Arcanesia. I have not had much contact with those working on the surface, and I have only recently taken on a leadership role.
He trailed off, looking discomforted with the fox girl's intense blue and gold gaze.
"The truth is, Lyra, I was frightened."
He kept his voice low so they couldn't be overheard by the other rebels.
"The other leaders of the Black Howl do not see my father as a threat. They think the Fanari are weak people with a weak, if strange, dungeon. I worried that if word got out about who I really was, the rumor might make it back to Runolf and—"
"And he'd send his assassins for you again?" Lyra finished for him, a single eyebrow arched in disbelief. "You thought Reyna would tell him?" Dax frowned.
"She loved him once. I didn't know—"
Lyra growled, loud enough to make Everly and Ren step back. "What? If you could trust her? She's risked her life to stand up to Runolf countless times since your supposed death. Literally anyone in contact with the village could have told you that. Which leads me to believe you didn't even ask. Or if you did ask, you chose not to believe. You chose not to trust her the same way you chose not to trust me. And you dare call yourself a leader of the cause? You are nothing but a frightened whelp, running from his father with his tail between his legs."
"If I am afraid, it is with good reason, Lyra,"
he hissed, his deep gold eyes flashing angrily.
"You do not know what my father is capable of."
Molly felt Lyra's entire body stiffen like she was ready to attack. "I don't know? I don't know?" The fox girl laughed maniacally. "I've spent the past 5 years with your father hunting me every step because you were too cowardly to confront him when you learned of his plans to have you killed. If you had done that, instead of playing dead like some gods-be-damned possum, the people of Winterhaven could have banded together and stood behind you. We could have stripped him of his title and sent him back to King Windshire with his tail between his legs. Instead, you let me take the blame. You enabled him when you could have torn him down." Dax's face had gone white. He looked stricken enough that Molly suspected she could have knocked him down by blowing him a kiss. Not that she would do that. Ew. But his friends were starting to look angry. "Welp," Molly said, muttering under her breath to the fox girl. "We've blown right past playing nice and have gone straight into open warfare. A little warning would be nice next time, but I'm ready to brawl if you are. Arno growled, a deep rumbling sound like distant thunder. Intimidating, maybe, but not what his boss was hoping for. Some of the other rebels turned to watch the confrontation, just in time for Lyra to deliver her knockout blow. You may have convinced these people that you are a leader, Dax, she said, icicles practically dripping from each word. But I know the truth. You have never been anything but a selfish, weak-willed little boy who is tired of living in your father's shadow. Do you even believe in the rebel cause? Or is all of this about your rebellion against your big, bad daddy? The huge bearkin barbarian lunged for Lyra with his bare hands, just as Molly lifted her hammer. The air whooshed from his chest as he took the full brunt of a blow right in the solar plexus. Back up, buddy, she snarled. You don't want to fight me nearly as much as I want to fight you.
Arno, don't.
Dax warned, putting up a hand to stop the man from lunging again. His voice was quiet, almost tremulous.
She has every right to be angry with me. And she's not wrong, as much as it pains me to say it. I have often asked myself the same questions.
We did what we had to do,
Arno growled.
And we did not know that we could trust her. She is a fox. You know what they're like.
And I am a rogue,
Dax answered, a pained smile on his lips.
Much to my father's disappointment. Our reputations are not that much different, Lyra. You for your race, and me for my class. The difference is, my actions have not belied my reputation, have they? Maybe I did lead my party to a coward's way out.
That's not true, Dax, Everly said, sweeping her long white ears over her shoulder and coming to stand at his side. She's being cruel. Dax shook his head and frowned.
No, she is being honest.
His shoulders drooped.
My only excuse is that I was young and afraid. Today I like to think I would choose differently, but I cannot change the past, and that means I must pay the price for my past actions.
Ren ruffled her feathers, staying a bit removed from the others. She turned her gaze on Lyra, her big silver eyes uncertain. Does that mean you won't be joining us, Lyra? She asked. I was so happy to see you when you came through the portal. I had hoped we might be friends. Though Lyra had maintained her outward calm, Molly could feel her trembling with emotion. She stepped forward, answering the question for the fox girl. It's not my place to decide who Lyra friends with, she said. But now is not the time. We have to meet the rest of our party. Where are you going? Ren asked, tilting her head in a bird-like fashion. Perhaps we can help?
We are not helping them after they've insulted the boss like that,
snarled Arno.
Those slippery little weasels are one thing, but this is too much.
Lyra snorted and shook her head. Ha! You've grown sensitive since we last met. Didn't you used to have a sense of humor?
Arno!
Dax issued the warning with a sharp, bark-like sound, and the Usari barbarian stepped back to his leader's left flank, with the floppy-eared healer on his right. Molly tossed her hammer onto her shoulder and gave Dax a hard look. We're going to the Mad King's castle, she said. If you can spare a guide, we can pay. The Mad King's castle! Ren's eyes grew even wider. Are you mad? Molly finished with a grin. Only one way to find out. I take it your offer doesn't extend to the combat zone? Ren shook her head quickly. That's a level 20 to 25 area. No one goes there. It would be suicide. That did sound a little tough, but they'd managed Captain Mooney Lightfoot and his soldiers, which weren't that much lower in level. As a group, it would be no problem. We do love a good challenge. Molly clapped the fox girl on the shoulder. Don't we, Lyra? Dax blew a breath out through his cheeks and shook his head.
Sorry, Lyra. That's outside our territory. Maybe there's a delver from another dungeon who wouldn't mind showing you the way? I'll go.
A voice said from behind them. Molly and Lyra turned to see a man almost as big as Arno watching them from the shadows. He wore a patch over his left eye and had a scar that ran from his left temple to his right jaw. Dax and his crew eyed the newcomer warily.
Alphonse,
The wolf man said.
didn't see you there.
Didn't want you to.
Alphonse said, flashing crooked teeth.
There's no point in it.
You'll take us to the Mad King's castle? Molly asked.
If there's coin in it for me, I'll take you just about anywhere.
Lyra gave Dax, Everly, Wren, and Arno a final disappointed look, then stepped toward the shady-looking newcomer. Let's go, then. I'm tired of this place.
You and me both, little lady.
Alphonse said, a gold tooth glinting in the low light.
Bit stuffy, ain't it?
Molly shrugged. As she turned around, her hand went to the golden pin in her pocket. She felt something else there, next to the eagle, and remembered that Rachel had pilfered something from someone. Lead on, stranger. But if you try anything funny, I'll have to kill you.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Alphonse said, tugging his cloak collar up around his shoulders.
Really, I wouldn't. But first, you're probably going to want to get some gear. On the house, of course. Can't let it be said the Black Owl don't treat our allies as we should. Follow me, then.
Dax and the others fell into a huddle as Molly and Lyra followed the strange man, glancing furtively after them as if they were worried about something. And who are you? Molly narrowed her eyes at the back of the man's head. If you don't mind my asking. The man grinned over his shoulder at her.
Apologies, little lady. How rude of me. Alphonse Howler's the name.
The other black-robed rebels moved out of his path like water repelled by oil, whispering as he passed.
This is my place, my people, my rebellion, I suppose you could say.
Molly and Lyra exchanged a look. Alphonse continued to the back of the room where a shadowed corridor twisted off into the darkness. His rebellion, Molly whispered, nudging Lyra with her elbow. Not Dax's. What do you know? They followed him into the darkness.
Chapter 7. A Black Market Find. After Pardis's warning about clairvoyance skills, Jay wasn't primed to take the tea leaf reading too seriously. Once Pardis woke from his nap, Felicity didn't want to talk about what she'd seen anymore, either because she was worried about upsetting Pardis or just because she didn't want to fight about it. Jay wasn't sure. Either way, Jay didn't think it mattered all that much. He was well aware of how tricky the dungeon could be with its descriptions, sometimes seeming to goad a delver into making bad decisions. Jay had literally been double-dog dared to eat something Nova had given every indication was poisonous, and it was the fact that she made it sound like such a bad idea that it made him take the dare. He was beginning to get a feel for the kind of tricks she liked to play, and fortunately, that time he'd been right. But this time, he would have to trust Felicity and Dahlia to be reading the signs of their clairvoyance skills correctly, and he didn't know them well enough to know if that was a safe bet or not. The safest thing to do for now seemed to be to ignore the treasonous implications of the king-killer divination. Not that Jay didn't want to kill King Wensher. After all he'd learned of the bastard, treason was the least of what he deserved. But at that moment, it seemed like a distant problem compared to surviving the dungeon and finding Nova. Dahlia bumped her knees against his. He glanced up to find her biting her lip, leaning close. Jay felt his heart skip a beat when her soft yellow eyes met his. Pardis and Felicity were bickering about something in the kitchen, not paying any attention to them.
We need to talk.
She whispered urgently.
Alone.
Jay nodded. He knew she was thinking about the corporeal artifacts the two of them had been tasked with finding, but the tone of her voice made his mind wander to other things. I know, he said. It's probably time for us to go. Felicity came into the living room area just as the words left his lips.
Go?
She gasped.
So soon? Are you feeling well enough?
You healed him, didn't you? Pardis said with a grumble. And he took the potion for his arm. You can't hold every interesting person you meet hostage, Felicity. The Felinari woman sat across from Jay and Dahlia, rubbing her belly thoughtfully.
I know,
She said.
but there are many things I wished to speak with him about, like his unusual class.
Her big cat-like eyes slid from Pardis to Jay.
I felt glimpses of it as I healed you, you know. It is very unique, so much potential. Very powerful indeed.
Actually, that's one of the reasons we need to go, Jay said, taking the segue Felicity had unexpectedly offered. We need to find a merchant with access to the black market. There was an item for sale that I think will help me unlock some of the secrets of my class, a book. Reyna had found an item called the Dark Horse Spellbook, and a note from the dungeon had strongly suggested this was something he needed to fully develop his unique class. Unfortunately, the book cost 5,000 gold, but in a twist of fate that could hardly be coincidental, Jay received exactly that amount for completing the quest that defeated Captain Mooney Lightfoot and his necromantic soldiers, freeing Dahlia from her prison on the alternate second floor. He didn't tell the Catwoman any of this, however, knowing that Nova rarely spoke to other Delvers the way she did to Jay and his party members. Felicity waved his words away.
Oh, Pardis can take you to do that. Then you can come back and we can talk some more. I don't get to leave the caravan that often anymore. It has been so nice to have someone open-minded to chat with.
She cast her lover a narrow-eyed gaze, waiting to see if he would take the bait. Wisely, Pardis remained silent. He leaned against the wall next to the door with his arms crossed, waiting for their decision. I would love to, Felicity, Jay said, finding he meant every word. But we can't. We have to meet Lyra and Molly at the Mad King's castle zone. At this, Pardis was startled from his calm posture. Almost jumping in the air, he pushed himself away from the wall so fast. You can't go in there, he said. No one delves that area, not even the higher-level delvers who've been arriving from other dungeons recently. I didn't know it was as bad as that, Jay said grimly. But we don't have much choice. There's something we need in there. Felicity's tail weaved back and forth as she tapped a clawed finger on her chin.
It is not true that no one goes to the Mad King's castle. There was a Wind Reaver woman, no? From a distance she looked like a Felinari woman, but not quite. I have heard rumors that she is actually a human delver from one of the eastern provinces, who has been transformed by the dungeon. She was much renowned for her speed and agility, a very fierce warrior.
Who we have never seen or heard from again, growled Pardis. It is a dangerous place. Do not go there, Jane Morgan. That is my advice.
She did not return, no.
Felicity said with a glint of mischief in her eyes.
But that could be because she found the other staircase, could it not?
No one has, Pardis exclaimed.
Oh, come, Pardis.
The Catwoman purred.
We do not know that. We only know that none has returned. Perhaps the gate inside the Mad King's castle unlocks a different area of the dungeon. Or perhaps those who find it are forbidden to speak of it. Maybe it leads to the land of riches, and no one wishes to speak of it, even if they could, so they can keep all the treasures for themselves. We don't know.
Pardis only shook his head. Jay could see that his tail was puffed up, where it hung beneath his cloak with only the tip visible. The dungeon's description of this floor did say that there was a gate in the combat zone, Jay said hopefully. Felicity's theory isn't that far-fetched. We accidentally ended up on an alternate second floor. Felicity's eyes lit up with excitement.
See? Where I was trapped for the gods know how long.
Dahlia said, her ears drooping.
I hope we don't get stuck somewhere awful.
Then don't go, Pardis insisted. The gate to the fourth floor is right in the middle of the night market, perfectly simple to get through. Once you're restocked and resupplied, we can go find your friends, and you can be on your way. Whatever you need from that castle is better left where it lies, if you ask me. Felicity laughed, her golden earrings tinkling against one another as her shoulders shook.
They didn't, Pardis dear.
Pardis scowled. I do appreciate the warning, Pardis, Jay said, standing from the love seat and pulling Dahlia up next to him. But our quest inside the Mad King's castle is not optional. What's so bad about it, do you know? Supposedly, it's an exact replica of Castle Wensher in the capital city, he said, narrowing his eyes at Felicity as if to dare her to laugh again. But twisted and dangerous. There are a few who have made it inside and managed to come out again unscathed, but they did not make it far. The creatures inside are, well, it sounds silly to say it, but they're supposed to be a bit like children's toys gone rotten. Go ahead, laugh. I know you want to. But I've seen the faces of those who have come out, and I can't bring myself to do it. I don't think it's a laughing matter. Jay hadn't laughed. He was well aware of how dark and twisted the dungeon could be.
More nightmares,
Dahlia whispered.
Wonderful. I don't suppose we could come across a field of flowers and fluffy white clouds one of these days.
Jay snorted. With our luck, the flowers would be carnivorous and the clouds would rain acid.
Don't give the dungeon any ideas by saying things like that out loud.
Dahlia's eyes blazed as they darted overhead, like she expected to find something crouched in the corners of the caravan listening to their conversation. To be honest, Jay didn't think that was likely. Nova didn't seem to need spies in order to listen in on them, which made Dahlia's warning all the more prescient. He forced a smile. At least we've had lots of practice with nightmares, right?
I guess the upside is we won't have to worry about those mercenary nights,
Dahlia said, her ears perking up a little at the thought. Felicity sat forward suddenly, her eyes wide.
Yes, you must avoid them at all costs. We did not speak yet of what I found when healing you, Mr. Morgan. It is very bad. Gods, I'm so foolish. I almost forgot.
Pardis told me, Jay said, not wanting her to feel bad. She was pregnant, after all. He knew that did some funny things to women's memories. Some kind of organic poison that affected the dungeon magic, right?
I have never seen anything like it.
Felicity let out a low hiss, her playful demeanor forgotten.
It was something created outside the dungeon, but which specifically targets the body's ability to use dungeon magic. Whoever knew such a thing was possible. The reason you were so badly weakened is that you had no access to your dungeon-enhanced strength, willpower, or constitution. You had to deal with both the painful effects of the poison and the dislocated shoulder with no magical help.
No wonder it sucked, Jay muttered. Felicity's eyes went wide.
The pain alone would have killed a lesser man. I cannot believe you remained conscious for so long. It did not suck. It was torture. I felt it too, remember?
She spat the words angrily, and the hairs on the tips of her dark ears stood on end.
Whoever those knights are, they are extremely dangerous. But I am getting distracted again. That's not what I meant. I almost forgot. I have something to give you before you go.
Jay, Dahlia, and Pardis all watched the Catwoman as she pushed herself up off the chair and hurried back to the kitchen, her hands under her enormous belly for additional support. Is it something I can get for you? Jay offered. You really should be sitting after all this. Pardis shook his head. Thank you for trying, but she'll never listen. Stubborn woman.
I heard that, Pardis.
Felicity said with a yowl.
And you're lucky I'm as stubborn as I am, or I would have given up on you a long time ago.
This time, Pardis's lips curled in a smile, and his green eyes flashed with amusement, though he was quick to recover. When Felicity returned from the kitchen carrying a handful of tiny bottles in her patchwork apron, he was scowling again. Jay got the feeling that both of them loved their bickering as much as other couples liked to kiss and cuddle. What's this? He asked the Catwoman as she approached.
One of the features of my class is that once I heal a particular illness or a specific type of wound, I often also learn how to craft a remedy for it. Healing potions, salves, antibiotics, and that kind of thing. After I healed you, I received something different. I've never used one before, so I can't be sure, but I think this is the kind of shielding spell. It's not an antidote to the poison exactly, but I think it might give you some protection against a similar attack. Very potent stuff, though. I put it in a bunch of small bottles for you so you don't have to worry about the dosing.
She paused uncertainly, then added, almost apologetically,
The dungeon's description is strange.
Jay scrambled to catch the bottles as she emptied her apron into his hands, pulling them into his inventory before they could hit the floor. He kept one in his fingers, a tiny bottle of orange liquid with a pearlescent sheen to it. It looked a bit like a citrus shampoo he used to have, but the description of the item did sound like a shield, sort of. Inspecting the item seemed to trigger a delayed fit of rage from the dungeon after Jay's close call with the poison. Nova's angry voice echoed in his mind, surprising him after her long silence.
Cheater, cheater, orange squash eater? Not on my watch, bitches! Sugar, spite, and pumpkin spice. That's what this little dungeon is made of. Nova, don't play around with wannabe girl bosses trying to game the system. Next time one of those dishonest dick guzzlers tries to fuck around with my man, she's gonna find out just how spicy the system can be. Ever had a jack-o'-lantern stuffed up your cream hole? Spicy's not even going to begin to describe it. In the meantime, baby needs protection. Don't worry, darling. Mama's got you. You have received Pumpkin Spice Ward of Spite, times 20. A unique draft created by Delver Felicity Longfang. Drinking the Ward of Spite potion gives the Delver temporary protection from organic poisons designed to interfere with dungeon magic. And because this is a Ward of Spite, it's only right that it includes a debuff counterattack, causing enemy attacks to be deflected at 2 times the original damage. Why? Because I can! You can make top-secret weapons of dungeon interference all you like, but they only remain secret as long as they remain outside my dungeon. That's right. All your secret are belong to us.
Wow, that's something, Jay said, reading the description. He wondered if he should be more worried about the fact that Nova was starting to talk about herself in the third person, or that she'd temporarily adopted the persona of a subculturally confused internet shitposter. Shaking his head, he turned back to the Felinari healer, lifted the bottle of Pumpkin Spice Ward of Spite, and smiled. Thank you, Felicity. She shrugged sheepishly.
I didn't put any pumpkin in it, so I don't know what's with the description. I don't even know what a pumpkin is. Do you?
Jay wondered if that was all that had been strange about the version of the description she had received. He knew most Delvers didn't get personalized item descriptions and rant sessions like he did. A big orange vegetable from my homeworld, Jay explained. Felicity gave a mock shudder at the word vegetable. Jay laughed. I like them, no worries.
We have them in Arcanesia, too,
Dahlia said.
Farther south, they grow fields of them around King Wenshire, or they did.
She blushed and she stopped talking. Felicity and Pardis gave her a curious look. There weren't many Fenari people who ever saw the capital city or Castle Wenshire. Neither of them knew that Dahlia had actually been born in the castle.
Anyway,
Felicity said, rolling her shoulders.
I hope it tastes all right. I didn't test it.
I'm sure it's fine, Jay said. Really, thank you so much. You have to let me pay you for all the help you've given us. You don't have to pay us, Pardis said immediately. I owe you my life, remember? And you saved mine, Jay said. A life debt is not something you ever stop owing, my friend, Pardis said. So long as I am alive, I will have you to thank for it. Me too, Jay said. So let's call it even. Pardis nodded, thinking he'd won the argument about payment, and opened the door. Felicity came to give each of them a hug, even Pardis, who she gave an extra kiss to.
Be safe.
I will, he said.
You always say that.
She whispered.
And yet you always seem to be getting yourself in trouble.
He fought off a smile. Now that I don't have to go to the surface anymore, it's much easier to keep that promise. While they were distracted, Jay removed a bag from his inventory containing a few hundred gold coins and tucked it onto the table next to the door. Dahlia watched him with wide eyes. When he caught her staring, he winked, making her blush. Then he slid through the door after their guide, followed by the hair-blood woman. Jay glanced back at the blue and gold carriage before they were out of sight. Felicity waved to them through the beaded curtains of the kitchen window, a dark silhouette against the warm light of her caravan. Jay felt a pang of longing as he slipped into the perpetual night to someday have a safe haven to call home for Lyra and Molly. Maybe Dahlia and Nova, too, if they were interested. Assuming he was reading Dahlia's looks correctly, and that they could actually find the dungeon in her physical form. Jay hoped their visit to the Mad King's castle would be worth the danger and the effort. He had a treasure map that indicated there were 2 more corporeal artifacts hidden inside the 3rd-floor combat zone, and he and Dahlia believed those artifacts were the key to discovering Nova's location. There was a chance that they were Nova, or parts of her that had been dismembered and strewn about the dungeon by King Wencher like so much trash. It was an outlandish theory, but one Jay had been entertaining since he'd heard Dahlia's story about her birth, her mother's prophecy, and execution. The king's ill-fortuned wife, whom Dahlia's mother had foretold would bring the downfall of Wencher and his kingdom, had been a woman named Xenovara. After the prophecy, the king's wife suddenly and mysteriously died of consumption around the same time that servants reported hearing a woman's screams from deep below the castle and seeing evidence of a female body drawn and quartered and left to rot in the dungeons. Dahlia's mother had been put to death for daring to foresee King Wencher's downfall. Now the dungeon, who called herself Nova, was asking them to find body parts called corporeal artifacts. It seemed a bit too much to be coincidence, but neither Jay nor Dahlia were certain how the obvious connection would be woven into the world they knew. But they did know that King Wencher's fall was long overdue, and they were willing to do anything they could to help it come about. Jay and Dahlia followed Pardis through a winding maze of cobblestone roads and dirty alleyways as the Felinari rogue guided them out of caravan courts toward the main city. In the distance, Jay could make out the shape of shadowed turrets and spires against the midnight sky. Dahlia was walking very close to him, her arm brushing against his side. Her magenta hair appeared almost crimson in the darkness, and her pupils had swelled to fill her whites as she scanned the area. She must have been using one of her dark magic abilities, but Jay didn't know everything she could do yet, so he wasn't sure what she was up to. "Is this like the capital city around Castle Wencher?" Jay asked, wondering how much of the night market floor had been copied from Arcanesia.
A bit,
she said, lifting a hand to brush one of her ears out of her face. Her little nose twitched as if to heighten the rabbit-like effect of her hair-blood nature. Jay was almost sad that she didn't have whiskers to complete the look.
I mean, the layout is basically the same from what I've seen, but the capital isn't so neatly organized as this, with all the caravans in one area and the beggars in another, and the market just so. The castle up there, though, it looks so much like the real thing that it's giving me the shivers.
She shuddered as she said it, as if she couldn't hold it back any longer. "Don't worry." Jay wrapped his arm around her waist. "Nova wouldn't have asked us to go there if she didn't think we could handle it. She wants to be rescued, and that can't happen if we're dead."
Unless...
Dahlia leaned against him, her curves hugging his body with pillowy softness. She lowered her voice like she was worried the dungeon might overhear them.
Unless she'll just wait for the next batch of delvers to pick up where we've left off. How do we know that there aren't others here who've been asked to do the same thing?
I think she has done this before, Jay said, and Dahlia stiffened in his arms. He paused, tugging her against the wall of a stone building with a tattered purple awning until they were out of the stream of travelers. He took her by the shoulders and looked down into her dark, frightened eyes. No, listen, Dahlia, it's not a bad thing. People have thought this dungeon mad because it doesn't work like the others, and I think at least part of that is due to Nova testing out her abilities. I think she's only just beginning to understand her powers.
But how is it possible?
Dahlia whispered, her voice tremulous. I don't know. Jay almost laughed at the absurdity of his thoughts, but they were beginning to gel together into something tangible after all this time, and he wanted to say it out loud to someone before he lost his nerve. Dahlia seemed like she might be the one who would understand. In my world, none of this is possible, so here I can't help myself. Everything seems possible because all of it is impossible. Does that make sense?
Not even a little bit,
Dahlia said, shaking her head. Her lip quirked slightly.
But tell me anyway.
Somehow her consciousness, Xenovara's consciousness, has become one with whatever artificial intelligence runs this place. We do have artificial intelligence in my world, at least in a very infantile stage, and I have a vague idea of how a dungeon mind might be programmed, I suppose. This dungeon seems to have two sides, the automated mind that does everything by the books, and Nova, who seems to run on pure emotion. Do you know what I mean? Dahlia nodded this time.
For a very long time, I only ever heard the auto dungeon. It has this strange neutral tone, almost like a sleepwalker saying outrageous things. But when Nova speaks, she feels real.
Yes, Jay squeezed her shoulders. For a moment, he forgot all about following Pardis, his mind rushing to say everything he'd been storing up and mulling over subconsciously for weeks. Every time Nova has control of the dungeon, she does something odd. I don't think we're the first Delver she's messed with, but I do think we are the ones she's been waiting for, Dahlia. Your connection to her couldn't be more clear, since it was your mother who prophesied her defeat of the king. But you said something when we first talked that made me wonder if I am connected to her too, Molly and me. You called the queen a stranger from another world. In Winterhaven, they believe it's been hundreds of years since someone has come through the portal like Molly and I did. But is it possible that Wenshire's bride also arrived here through a portal? Dahlia hadn't answered yet when Pardis appeared at their shoulder. There you are, he hissed. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I looked around and you'd vanished. I thought one of those blasted mercenaries had snuck up and picked you off while my back was turned. Sorry, Jay said.
We're coming now,
Dahlia added, signaling that for the moment she had nothing more to say on the subject. But the way her eyes lingered on Jay's face, he knew she was still thinking about what he'd said. Good. Stay close, Pardis said. The market I want to take you to is just ahead, but there are more of those knights with the red cloaks around here. We need to move as stealthily as possible. Take these. He pulled a pair of cloaks out of his inventory, similar to his own, and passed them to Jay and Dahlia. These are enchanted with a spell that scrambles other Delvers' ability to scan you for your class and level and other details. Jay took the cloak and wrapped it around his shoulders, listening to the dungeon's description with a smirk.
Dark web cloak. Are you paranoid, or are they really out to get you? Either way, you'll be safe from prying eyes with this scan-repellent cloak. And that's not all you'll repel. Everyone from cute girls to basement-dwelling trolls will simply forget you exist. Yes, even those extra pungent trolls that would rather pull all of their mental energy into trying to dox internet strangers than discovering the unique joys of personal hygiene. In fact, they might be wearing a cloak like this right now, hiding right under your nose. You wouldn't even be able to smell it. Even though wearing a cloak like this pretty much makes personal hygiene optional, don't make a habit of it. Just because you delve dungeons for a living doesn't mean you have to reek like one.
Dahlia wrinkled her nose and pushed the cloak back into Pardis's hands.
I have a Similar item. Thank you, though.
Suit yourself, Pardis said. Now pull up your hoods and don't step on any toes. These mercs will make any excuse to start a fight if I know their type. Not wanting to repeat the scene at the second-floor gate, Jay and Dahlia did as the catkin suggested. As Dahlia pulled up the hood of her cloak, she became swathed in shadows until even Jay couldn't tell she was there unless he really forced himself to look. He was standing right next to her, and she kept flitting out of his vision like the shadow of something transparent flickering on the wall behind her. Dahlia pulled a staff from her inventory, topped with bits of sinew and bone, and twisted up to look like a spider's web that completed the ominous look.
In case we have to fight,
She whispered when she saw Jay staring at it.
I know how it looks. And yes, it is that scary.
Jay raised his eyebrows appreciatively. Nice. I always wanted an evil sidekick,
I'm not evil.
she said with a scowl.
I'm just...
Scary, he supplied for her, smiling innocently. I get it. Dahlia huffed, but didn't argue with him. He supposed she liked being thought of as scary after spending years on the run from Mooney and his necromantic weirdos, but maybe she didn't want him to see her that way. The hair-blood woman had seemed to be making an effort to show him her softer side since they'd partied together. He nudged her with his elbow and whispered, I actually think you're very cute in a terrifying sort of way. Even with her shielding cloak, he could see her blush at his comment. It made him want to kiss her. But she'd made it pretty clear before she joined that she wasn't interested in starting anything intimate with him, and he'd promised her that was fine. So if she changed her mind, she'd have to make the first move. That didn't mean he couldn't tease her a little bit, though, and he felt a little thrill at seeing the pink flush of her cheek before she turned her face away and the cloak made her disappear into the shadows. Pardis raised his eyebrows as if to ask if they were ready, and Jay gave a brusque nod. He would have liked to borrow Molly's ghost ability using on-the-job training, just as a backup in case the dark web cloak was hackable, as the name sort of implied. Online security was dicey at best, and while Jay admittedly didn't know that much about the dark web, he assumed the same was true there. But borrowing Molly's ability would remove it from her skill tree until they rested and reset, and without knowing where she was or what kind of situation she might get herself into, he didn't want to risk it. They hadn't had an update from Molly and Lyra since they'd agreed to meet at the Mad King's castle. As far as Jay knew, they were safe with a very interesting guide from the Black Howl, but things could change quickly in the dungeon, and he refused to put Molly in danger for a just-in-case measure of self-protection. Besides, he wasn't sure what Dahlia could do with that staff, but the Shadow Worker was level 15 compared to his level 12 and had some pretty dark and scary tricks up her sleeve if her fights against the Revenant and Mooney on the last floor had been any indication. Pardis waved them both forward, pausing at the edge of the alley where they could look into the market square from the safety of the shadows. Like Pardis had warned them, the area was swarming with men and women that looked unsettlingly similar to Captain Candisham and her cronies, dressed as knights in shiny metal armor, some with thick red captain's cloaks to set them apart from their underlings. Why were there so many of them, Jay wondered. Then he saw the shimmer of a portal at the center of the square, the gateway to the 4th floor. He could hardly believe it would be that easy and that hard to get out of the night market. Escape was right there. All they'd have to do was fight their way through dozens of bloodthirsty mercenaries to get there. Dahlia sighed.
No easy road for us, I guess,
she said, echoing his thoughts. Good thing we didn't want to take that gate anyway, Jay grinned. Pardis looked at them both like they were crazy. Sure, the deadly castle of insanity is a better bet by far. Hey, look, Jay elbowed the rogue in the ribs. We found his funny bone. Where have you been hiding that all this time, Pardis? It must be very small.
They say sarcasm is the lowest form of humor.
Dahlia said.
Maybe it's still evolving.
Pardis rolled his bright green eyes, looking like he'd like to kill them both. "Listen," he said with a flash of bright white teeth against his dark skin. "The merchant Mahmoud al-Shahar works out of that dull gray warehouse-looking building on the far side of the square." Jay nodded, recognizing the name. "Reyna warned me about him," he said. "He's a businessman first and an ally second, and will have no qualms about doing business with our enemies." "A fair assessment," Pardis said with a shrug, "but he is the only one I know who has black market connections, so he will have to do." "Lead the way," Jay said. "We'll follow as closely as we can." His heart was in his throat as they stepped right into the thick of the mercenary knights milling around the gateway to level 4. Pardis seemed confident in the cloak's ability to help them blend in, and Jay supposed he had enough experience with them to be sure of himself, being a rogue. But it made Jay's skin crawl to weave in and out of the soldiers, imagining every one of them with poisoned gauntlets like Candishams ready to strip other Delvers of their powers before torturing them to death. As they moved through the crowd, Dahlia reached up to take his hand, perhaps sensing his nervousness. Jay, tense but grateful, squeezed her fingers in his, feeling instantly more at ease. But before long, they were through the worst of it, and soon they were climbing the steps to the abandoned-looking warehouse. Above the door, a faded sign painted directly on the stones in hand-scrawled letters read, "Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders." Jay snorted. "Looks like the age of wonders is past." "It can pay not to draw too much attention to oneself in the night market," Pardis said.
Maybe he should have gone with a more low-key sort of name in that case.
Dahlia suggested.
The Common Goods or something like that.
"Old Mahmoud always did like to put on a bit of a show," Pardis said with a resigned sigh, "even when it wasn't in his best interest. I suppose this is his idea of a compromise. Shall we?" Jay pushed the door open, and they stepped into a big open warehouse filled with rows and rows of shelves up and down the middle and along every side. Jay had done a tour of the Museum of Natural History once, and it had contained storage rooms on the lower levels that reminded him a lot of this building. Yellow overhead lanterns glowed dimly from the ceiling, and dust motes danced in their pale beams of light. The place felt empty and unused, as if Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders had been packed up, stored away, and forgotten. Pardis closed the door softly behind them before whispering into the shadows, "Mahmoud, are you here?" The Catman prodded around the corner of one of the shelves. Jay and Dahlia followed. Here they could see the front half of the warehouse, which was set up more like a standard store with a front desk, a till, and a few long glass cases for displaying higher-value items. The glass was dirty and smudged, but Jay caught a few glimpses of shiny daggers and other interesting toys that he might want to have a look at if he had any money left once he bought the book Reyna had found for him. But the center case was hard to see, a shadow moving back and forth across the glass and obscuring the items inside. Jay's eyes traveled up from the shadow to the object hanging from the ceiling. At the same time, Dahlia gasped, and Pardis let out a string of hissing curses. A fat, brown-skinned man in striped pants and a dingy cream-colored tunic hung from the rafters with a rope around his neck. The man's face was swollen and florid, his eyes closed, his purple tongue lolling past bloated lips. In the silence of the warehouse, the rope creaked against the wooden rafter, and the body spun in a slow circle. "I suppose that's our man?" Jay asked. "That's Mahmoud," Pardis sighed. "Come on, help me cut him down. He was a stingy old bastard sometimes, but he didn't deserve this." Jay agreed, though he felt a guilty pang that his mind slipped quickly to dashed hopes for finding the Dark Horse spellbook. The death of the merchant felt like an ill omen for the rest of Nova's quests. But he pushed those thoughts aside and climbed onto the counter, steadying the man's swaying feet with his hands, as Pardis leapt into the rafters to cut the body down.
Chapter 8. Alphonse Howler. The black-cloaked man, who didn't look terribly much different from any of the other black-cloaked figures in the rebel base, at once gave Lyra the impression that he was far, far more than he let on. For one thing, people got out of his way. Even Arno, whose bulky size was enough to intimidate most delvers, had needed to push his way through the crowd from the upper level. Alphonse moved as if there were no crowds, and Lyra and Molly had only to follow in his wake like feeder fish swimming behind a shark. The funniest part was that he didn't even act like he noticed the rebels' quick deference. Dax had commanded some respect among the rebels, but he'd behaved like he felt like it was his due. When Lyra and Molly hadn't fallen in line with his expectations, he'd come across as bruised and sulky. His friends had even been protective of him when Lyra had lost her cool, as if she were in danger to his overinflated ego. She couldn't believe she'd ever admired a guy like that. What a weakling compared to Jay, whose understated confidence and willingness to let each of the girls play to their own strengths supported them and helped everyone grow as a team. Lyra sighed. She missed him more than she allowed herself to feel. After years of being alone in the dungeon, she was amazed and a little appalled at how quickly she'd grown dependent on him. Yet there was no question that she was more powerful now than when she'd joined him. Her dependence was emotional rather than physical. She'd finally found someone she could open up to, someone she could lean on. And to have his presence pulled away so suddenly left her feeling off balance. Fortunately, she had Molly with her. The barbarian had stepped up to fill Jay's role without question, sensing Lyra's emotional needs and delivering with gusto. She'd even joked that she'd put so many points into strength so that she could give better hugs. Lyra doubted very much that that was the real reason, having seen firsthand how Molly liked smashing baddies with her hammer. But it was undeniably a surprise benefit to have a high-strength hugger at one's side after being handed a shock like the one Dax had given her. It was so difficult to believe how quickly she'd moved from shock to relief to outrage after finding that Runolf's son and his party had been alive and well all this time. She stood by everything she said to him about being selfish, weak-willed, and cowardly. In comparison, Alphonse Howler was a veritable prince among men. He'd taken them to 3 different clothiers and weapon masters in his employ, insisting they upgrade their armor and artillery at no charge. Lyra and Molly had both been happy with their current armor sets, but they'd picked up pieces of enchanted accessories and jewelry to boost some of their stats. Molly taking a necklace and armbands that increased her constitution by 50% combined, and Lyra choosing a diadem that increased the accuracy of her ranged attacks. Those upgrades alone were worth thousands of gold, or would have had to be earned through loot drops on higher-level enemies, but the weapons were even better. The first master, who specialized in bludgeoning weapons, had given Molly a pair of smaller hammers that she could use more easily in confined spaces. The second, whose expertise lay in ranged weapons, had equipped Lyra with a small but powerful crossbow, an item Lyra had always longed for but never been able to afford. She'd also received an enchantment on her longbow that increased her firing speed 2-fold. Despite Alphonse Howler's unnerving appearance, the contrast between him and Dax made it impossible not to like the strange one-eyed man with the crooked teeth and scarred face. He looked a bit like a villain, but so far he'd behaved like a gentleman. Even Molly's pets seemed to like him, jumping from the barbarian's shoulders and onto the black-cloaked man's hunched back, tittering playfully.
Unusual pets you got there,
Alphonse had said when they'd first introduced themselves, a pair of winking black eyes and twitching whiskers shoved curiously in his face.
Never seen their like before, and I've been around.
Molly smiled proudly as the creatures leaped back onto her shoulders. We ended up being sent to an alternate second floor, she said, by way of explanation. If they don't exist anywhere else, that might be why.
An alternate floor, you say?
Alphonse turned to peer at them over his shoulder, lifting the eyebrow that wasn't covered by the black patch.
Never heard of such a thing, but it don't surprise me none either. Spent long enough in these dungeons and you learn there ain't nothing predictable about any of them, especially this one.
You've been to other dungeons, then? Lyra asked, her curiosity piqued. I mean, I noticed that you're not Venari, so obviously you must have. It's just strange. I've never seen so many outsiders in the ice dungeon as I've seen in the last couple of hours. They were winding their way through a series of tight, dark passages, lit with small oil sconces every few feet. Alphonse had explained that the best way to get from Beggar's Row to the night market was underground, and while he planned to take them to the Mad King's castle if that's where they wished to go, he thought they should make one more stop along the way, a trinket seller who made a secret living as the black market dealer for the Black Howl. Lyra had about 1,000,000 questions spiraling in her mind, and she was struggling over which to ask first. The one about the outsiders in the ice dungeon seemed as good a place to start as any, and didn't seem quite so rude as, "Who are you really, and what are you doing here?" which was her first impulse to ask.
An astute question,
Alphonse said, grinning at her. His gold tooth glinted in the flickering light.
One your friend back there has never bothered to ask, though he's named himself leader of the Fanari faction of my organization.
Named himself? Lyra nearly shrieked with indignation. I thought it was odd that Reyna had never mentioned him. She's involved with the Black Howl in Winterhaven. Do you know her? Reyna Frostmane?
I do indeed.
Alphonse's smile faded.
Though I ain't heard from her in some time. When you used her name to gain passage in my humble halls, I'd hoped you might have news of her whereabouts.
I'll tell you what we know, Lyra said. But first, will you please tell me why you've allowed Dax Frostname to name himself a leader of the Black Howl? Alphonse ducked inside another tunnel. The way was blocked by a bubble-like film of a portal like the one they'd entered before entering in the Black Howl base, which the stooped-backed man stepped through without question. Lyra and Molly followed him, finding themselves on the other side in another dark tunnel. This one was made of stone rather than black dirt, and dripping with water. The one-eyed man looked up, pointing at the water.
We're under the fountain outside Beggar's Row now. You know the one?
The sleeping dragon? Lyra asked, feeling a little nervous. It was a big fountain depicting a huge worm nestled amongst the crashing waves. The fact that there was water dripping from beneath it did not give her confidence in the tunnel's structural integrity.
The sleeping dragon.
Alphonse grinned again.
Yes. Don't be frightened. It is enchanted to never dry up and never overflow. A friend of mine worked the enchantment, so I know it is sound.
Molly reached up to swipe at a stone with her finger, holding it out for Alphonse to see. It's wet,
Condensation only,
he said.
But it makes many people nervous, which is why there ain't many who use these passages other than me. To answer your question, I view Dax and his cohorts as something of a sleeping dragon.
Oh, I'm sure he'd love that, Lyra grumbled.
Indeed.
Alphonse replied.
And that's all the point, ain't it? He views himself as an important figure, and so long as he believes others see him that way too, the dragon sleeps. When the enchantment breaks, however...
He becomes a great fire-breathing pain in the ass? Lyra finished for him. And you poked the dragon, Molly said, waggling her eyebrows at Lyra as her weasels attempted similar expressions from her shoulders. Ever since the barbarian had bonded magically to her pets, they'd been taking on her personality, and she theirs. Lyra forced herself to look away from the ridiculous animals, focusing on Alphonse. So what? You're just biding time until he causes some big problem? She asked. That's a bit stupid, isn't it? Alphonse cackled and clapped his hands.
You don't mince words, do you, girl? Well, little lady, it's a fair question, so I'll tell you. Letting a sleeping dragon lay isn't half so dumb as poking one, as the redhead says.
I didn't intend to, Lyra said with a scowl. I was trying to play nice, but I couldn't stand looking at that smug face for a second longer, pretending to be something he's not. I've met a real leader since I was partied with Dax, and now he just looks so shabby in comparison. It's laughable. I suppose it's a good thing I yelled instead of laughing. Guys like him don't like to be laughed at.
Well, lucky for you, I ain't as stupid as I look.
Alphonse winked, and then cackled again.
That's why I stepped in when I did. You had him over a barrel, you did. Haven't heard a tongue lash in that shop since my old mama was alive and kicking my ass all over the Western Mountains. But you're right. It's a good thing you didn't laugh. It might have put him over the edge, and I am not yet ready to wake that particular dragon.
Lyra put a hand on the man's shoulder, stopping him in the midst of a particular wet and dripping section of the tunnel. She felt a cold finger of water smack the back of her neck and run beneath her cloak, but she needed an answer. "Is that why you are keeping him around?" she asked. "Why you allow him to take titles he hasn't earned, so you can use him later on?" Alphonse's one eye focused on her face, and he smiled, though with less joviality than before.
That boy believes himself to be a powerful man, and why shouldn't he? His pappy is a powerful man, and by all accounts, which I have verified, yes I have, Runolf Frostmane did try to kill him. His own son, don't that beat all? There must have been a reason. One would hope that reason was more than that the son was dabbling with a rebel cause and causing his old pappy an embarrassment. For now, I aim to pretend that's true.
Molly crossed her muscular arms over her chest and leaned against the damp stone wall, frowning at the old man in the darkness. But why? If he's not powerful, why pretend?
2 reasons.
The leader of the Black Howl held up 2 grimy fingers with black rims around each nail.
First is that while the boy don't have the leadership skills he imagines, he does have an ability to make people want to follow him, which is a useful skill to me if I can harness it. Second is that I have a suspicion his old pappy tried to have him killed, not because he was too powerful, but because he knows a powerful secret. Something that might be integral to bringing King Wensher to his knees here. I have heard rumors, though I hesitate to call them such, but they were told to me by the witch doctor Raina Frostmane herself, who is as truthful as the winter night is long, that Runolf Frostmane has killed those close to him before, for no reason as far as can be seen by the outside eye.
"His wives," Lyra said. "Raina has told me something like that as well. Runolf, Raina, and his other 2 wives, one of them Dax's mother, were delving on the 10th floor when disaster struck their party. Runolf was their caster, Raina the healer, the other 2 were melee fighters, a tank and a damage dealer. I'm not sure what their classes were. Something happened. One of Runolf's spells misfired and his other 2 wives were killed." Molly snorted. "Bad luck really follows this guy around, doesn't it?"
Exactly.
Alphonse said, grinning again.
Exactly. Why were they killed and Raina was not, eh?
"Because they'd grown suspicious of Runolf." Lyra shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. Her ears flattened into her silver hair as another cold stream of water rained down on her head. Her tail puffed up, as if to make her distaste for Runolf visible to the others. "Raina was suspicious too, but she'd kept it to herself, and she'd never really been friends with his other wives, so he never suspected her of being onto his crooked ways." "Maybe he still thought she was an ally," Molly offered. "Though anyone who spent any time with Raina would know she'd never stand for that. But that crooked old wolf has his head so far up his ass, I'm amazed he can't see anything beyond his own arsehole." Lyra wished she could laugh, but all she could muster was a shrug. She felt Alphonse's sharp eye on her, but didn't want to meet his gaze. "After the accident, Runolf made a big show of being so upset that he marched to Wenshire Castle for an audience with the king. Raina said something happened there that confirmed her worst fears, but whatever that was, I don't know. Only that she left Runolf when they got back to Winterhaven. The only reason she survived that open defiance was that she was stronger than him, and she refused to go back into the dungeon." Molly rubbed her forehead thoughtfully. "So, Mama Wolf told Baby Wolf something she shouldn't have, and Runolf killed his own son to keep his corruption a secret?"
Your guess is as good as mine, ain't it?
Alphonse made a helpless gesture.
I'd really hoped you knew something of Raina's whereabouts so I could get some straight answers on all of this.
"She helped us get into the dungeon," Lyra said, turning to face him. Runolf had an entrance guarded by Usari soldiers bigger than Arno, meaner too. She's the one who told us about the Black Howl. They're the ones who took care of the guards while we snuck inside, but we lost contact with her over the last few days. The old man sighed.
Well, I'm glad to hear my folk are doing some good in the world,
he said. Then he wiped a drop of cold water off his forehead.
What if we walk and talk? My cloak's wetter than a gutter wench at a soldier's ball.
Molly guffawed so loudly that she startled the weasels. 2 white shapes leaped off her shoulders and darted down the tunnel into the darkness like they thought a flying devil was after them. Alphonse laughed at the sight, leading them along the tunnel with a shuffling gait that Lyra was beginning to suspect was more show than old age. As they walked, the one-eyed man explained how he'd come to be the leader of the Black Howl, and how it had changed since he started it decades ago. All around Arcanesia, King Wenshire was doing the same sorts of things he'd been doing to Winterhaven, favoring some people over others, causing problems within the dungeon markets, and using trade confusion to amass more wealth and power for himself. The problems had started decades ago, but King Wenshire had spent much time delving the dungeons of his kingdom, often under the protection of fleets of his personal paladin guards. The vast amounts of dungeon magic flowing through his veins, thanks to his advanced class and high-level status, made him almost immortal. He'd been king for far too long, as far as Alphonse and his rebels were concerned, and it was high time for a change. But King Wenshire's corruption had been growing rapidly worse since the death of Queen Xenovara. Some said it was as if he were being consumed by guilty conscience, though few were brave enough to implicate him in the Queen's death, and the result was a growing paranoia and lust for power that drove him to greater acts of exploitation, dishonesty, and diseased moral standards. Alphonse Howler had started small, the first group of Black Howl rebels being his own personal friends, but the cause had caught on like a wildfire, with factions opening in every major dungeon community. They were fighting back in every way they could think of, each group operating under their own leadership, independent of Alphonse's original goals. He'd become a kind of figurehead for the cause, which was named for him and an unusual skill he had. Alphonse Howler's Black Howl was a sonic attack that did psychic damage to its opponents via a stream of verbal abuse drawn directly from the opponent's own subconscious fears.
Not much good against the usual dungeon dwellers and summoned monsters, I fear,
the one-eyed man admitted with a lopsided grin.
But I've often found myself in trouble at the hands of dungeon officials, market guards, and other delvers. The mark of a misspent youth, I suppose. Oh, I ain't gonna apologize for it now.
The other dungeons in Arcanesia must be very different from this one, Lyra said, grimacing at the sound of bitterness in her voice. If you've got officials and guards and that sort of thing, it all sounds very orderly and not at all mad. Alphonse winked at her.
Why do you think we decided to make your dungeon our headquarters?
Is that why there are so many humans here? Molly asked. I mean, it doesn't seem all that strange to me, but Lyra's been quite put out about it. I don't think we're that ugly to look at.
Speak for yourself, lass.
Alphonse gave another of his wild cackles. Of course you're not ugly, Lyra said, fixing her gaze firmly on Molly so that she wouldn't embarrass herself by seeming to lie to the old man. But it's strange. I'd rarely seen a human until you and Jay arrived in Winterhaven. Then we come here and all of the sudden, the 3rd floor is full of your kind.
I'm afraid that's my fault.
Alphonse scratched under his eye patch with a dirty finger, then pointed toward a big corridor, this one with lights and sounds coming from the end of it.
We're going this way.
Molly whistled for her pets, which came darting from the shadows of another tunnel like 2 white bats out of hell, only to perch directly on top of her head. Lyra covered her mouth with her hand to hide her smile, thinking the rodents looked a bit like ship's captains at the helm of a great Molly-shaped ship. How are all the humans your fault? She asked.
I've been bringing them here, of course,
he replied, guiding them through first one and then another portal in quick succession. Then he stopped and pointed at a third as if to illustrate a point he hadn't made yet.
Found myself a level 50 portal sorcerer in the Marshlands dungeon in the south of the kingdom. Right fiery lass, with some very experimental skills. This here's her handiwork. Makes getting about the night market much easier, especially for those of us who'd prefer not to be seen.
I've used the portals from the second floor gate before, Lyra said. But I had no idea any of these others existed. Alphonse nodded.
They didn't, not until quite recently, and we try to keep their existence a secret much as we can, though it's harder to hide the other ones.
Lyra stopped, wrinkling her forehead. Other ones?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, girl.
The old man winked at her with his one good eye.
This sorcerer of mine has unlocked a way to create portals between dungeons, too. That's how we've been bringing folk here. Since your ice dungeon is such a wild and lawless place, it seemed the perfect base for us to mount our forces.
How many dungeons are there? Molly scratched her chin with the head of her hammer, looking at the portal with renewed interest. I might not have stepped through the first couple if I'd known I might end up halfway across the kingdom in a different dungeon.
No danger of that, once you know what to look for,
Alphonse said.
These ones that have this iridescent film over them are only going to transport you locally, though you still want to be careful stepping through an unknown portal. There are dangerous places in the night market, of which Beggar's Row is only one, you see?
And the others? Lyra asked.
Like black holes.
Alphonse shook his head.
Cold, dark, and forbidding. You'd never walk through one by accident, that's for sure. Unless maybe you were blind. They go both ways, too, unlike the local portals, so if you ever did accidentally step through, you could just come back. We've got portals to 6 other dungeons open now, each labeled pretty clearly. There are 12 known dungeons in Arcanesia. Our sorcerer is working her way through the accessible ones as quickly as she can in an attempt to open more.
Molly shook her head in awe. 12 dungeons? Each as big as this one? And bigger, Lyra said. Our dungeon is largely unexplored compared to some of the oldest ones in the kingdom. That's why it's always best to be cautious around human delvers, unless you have a reliable scanning ability. They can be very high level, like this sorcerer. Level 50 is inconceivable in the ice dungeon. They continued to follow Alphonse through the tunnel after the last portal, until they could hear muffled noises coming from up ahead. A faint light could be seen at the end of the tunnel, the barest flickering of shadows that wasn't there before.
The underground market,
Alphonse said, flashing his golden tooth as he grinned.
Better than the above-ground market, if you ask me. More black marketeers down here, and folks with high-level merchant skills who can manipulate the world dungeon market. Can be a bit colorful, but you're safe with me.
I had no idea there was an underground market either, Lyra said. I've only been to the central night market area, near the 3rd floor gate. Alphonse nodded.
That gate's all but unusable these days, my girl. Too many undesirables lurking about.
Undesirables? Molly lifted an eyebrow. Like the knights we encountered on our way in? It was like they were waiting for us, like they'd been tipped off. The old man nodded thoughtfully.
Likely as not they were. Unfortunately, the portals have made your dungeon a bit more porous than it once was, for people and for information. And we may not be the only ones who've discovered how to use portal magic the way my sorceress does. I've always suspected there are others waiting to be discovered, or kept hidden by those who've already discovered them, those who want to keep King Wench's greedy, manipulative fingers out of the pie, if you know what I mean. But it's just as likely King Wench has got his own private dungeons that he keeps the rest of us from reaching.
These portals sound like a blessing and a curse, Lyra said, a chill creeping up her spine. How do you control them?
We don't. It would take more men than we can spare, unfortunately. Once a portal is open, it can't be closed. While your ice dungeon seems able to keep monsters from coming through, we've had some other objectionable folks muscle their way in. Simpering toadies of King Wencha and his puppets are only one kind of problem. Your night market has always been a dangerous place, but it's worse now than ever.
We noticed, Lyra said, thinking of the blades that had greeted them upon entering the 3rd floor.
You won't have to worry much about it if you're truly heading to the Mad King's Castle combat zone,
Alphonse said.
There hasn't been much interest in that place, even from the higher-level delvers. Most outsiders like to make light of the old mad dungeon reputation this old girl has.
He patted the wall of the tunnel as if it represented the dungeon as a whole.
But that place in particular tends to give folks the creeps. Bit like my black house spell, I figure. Gets under the skin.
Oh, is that all? Molly said, feigning nonchalance as she lifted her hammer to her shoulder. We only had an entire floor of that in the haunted forest. Guess that was the practice run? Lyra could see the glint of fear in her eyes, though, and she knew there was probably a similar look in her own. She really, really missed Jay and his calm guidance. He would know what to say to make them feel better.
Well, I won't try to talk you out of it, little ladies.
Alphonse rubbed the scar that cut through his pockmarked cheek as if it were itching.
But I will try to make sure you've got everything you need to meet the challenges ahead.
At the end of the corridor, the dancing lights and shadows seemed to grow brighter and more frantic as they grew closer, and the muffled sounds became louder. After the dark and silence of the tunnel, Lyra felt a sudden impulse to back away. Alphonse continued his slow shuffle down the hallway. Molly followed with the ghost weasels on her shoulders. Lyra held back a moment before continuing. The underground space was large with a cavernous ceiling overhead that made sounds of laughing, shouting, and bartering seem louder than they would have in the open-air market above. Magical and mundane lights were strung up like glowing spiderwebs overhead, some swinging like they'd been jostled. The effect was dizzying on the ground, especially with all the noise. Molly's sea-blue eyes were wide with excitement as she took in all the different vendors. Lyra noted with amusement that the crowd avoided the barbarian with the big hammer. Being human, Molly could have been anywhere from her level 10 to somewhere in the 50s, and those without a scanning ability wouldn't be able to tell. It was less amusing to realize that Lyra, being Fenari, the denizens of the underground market, seemed to assume she was weaker. They weren't afraid to jostle her shoulders, step on her toes, or hiss insults in her face if she accidentally bumped into one of them. Molly noticed this and came to walk next to her, scowling at everyone who got too close. Alphonse Howler was given a wide berth, too. Lyra couldn't tell if that was because he was well known amongst those who lived in the night market, or because he was using some kind of intimidation spell to get them out of his way.
This way,
Alphonse said, leading them toward a tiny, dark stall tucked into the corner, away from the hubbub. Behind the stall sat a tiny, wizened woman. At least, Lyra thought it was a woman, wrapped in a mound of shawls that dwarfed her shrunken frame. Fonzie! Ha ha ha! The pile of fabric cackled as two shiny black eyes locked onto their guide. What have you brought me today? Friend or food? The beady eyes darted to Molly and Lyra so quickly and hungrily that Lyra wasn't certain if she was joking with her food comment.
Friends!
Alphonse said, sternly wagging a finger at the old woman.
And don't you give them any trouble either, Zora. These ones are important to the cause, if I'm not mistaken.
The old woman leaned forward, pushing her wrinkled face through a hole in the bundled fabric like a turtle. She frowned and harumphed. Wouldn't be the first time, would it, Alphonse? Still, if you say they are friends, I shall be friendly. What do you want? Alphonse stepped aside, his shoulders stooping more than they had before, and ushered Lyra and Molly forward.
Zora Embervale, this is Lyra Goldeneye and Molly O'Brien.
They each made a small nod as he introduced them.
They are brave in the Mad King's castle and need anything you have that might increase their chances of survival.
Lyra eyed him curiously, wondering if he was acting older than he was for Zara's benefit or for some hypothetical watcher in the crowd. She glanced over her shoulder at the milling people, about half Fenari and half human, all decidedly more dangerous looking than the typical night market visitors she was used to, but she didn't see anyone who seemed to be watching them. The Mad King's castle! Zara's voice cracked, and she withdrew into the pile of rags once more. What should I have for them, Alphonse, you fool? A pair of brains that aren't addled? That place is suicide, even to those much higher level than these. The beady eyes flashed in the shadow of her shawls, and Lyra could tell the old woman was using some kind of scanning skill. It made her skin crawl, and she stepped back. Molly didn't seem bothered by the woman, though. She leaned forward, inspecting a row of trinkets the old woman had displayed at the front of her stall.
They won't be alone,
Alphonse said.
And the party leader has a quest specifying they need to enter the castle. I've never heard of such a thing before, have you? I think they have a chance, but I don't want them going in unarmed. Come on, you old coot, what have you got?
Crooked teeth flashed in a sneer as Zara Embervale turned her gaze on Alphonse again, but the expression faltered as the old woman was distracted by something. Her eyes glinted as she stared at Molly, and all of a sudden, a gnarled fist shot out of the rags, snatching the barbarian's waist. Molly shouted in alarm, stumbling backward. In a flash, her massive hammer was in the air, poised to smash the old woman's head in. Alphonse's arm darted in front of Molly, stopping her from striking. Lyra winced, thinking the man was about to have his hand broken, but despite his decrepit appearance, Alphonse's howler was stronger than he looked.
What the devil do you think you're doing, Zora?
He hissed, even as Molly strained against him.
I'll tell you, they are friends. You want this one to pound you into oblivion?
I'd like to see her try, muttered the old woman, but she pulled her hand back. If they are your friends, perhaps the barbarian wouldn't object to showing us what she's got hidden in that pocket there. Molly wrenched her hammer away from Alphonse with a growl. Ross and Rachel tittered at the man angrily, but didn't attack him. Molly's left hand went to her cloak. What do you mean? The gold, girl! The gold! Zara's beady black eyes widened in excitement. Show us the gold! Lyra felt her chest tighten as Molly's grip twisted on the hammer. She looked like she was considering hitting the old woman after all. Damn the consequences. What was she protecting? Just show them, Molly, for goodness sake, Lyra said. It's not like we have any secrets. What have you got? The fox girl doesn't know, Zara said, her eyes widening. Isn't that interesting? Is there treachery afoot? Molly hesitated, but the confused and frightened look in her eyes as she glanced back at Lyra told her that whatever it was, she hadn't realized it was such a big deal. Molly's muscular shoulders tensed, then relaxed as she seemed to come to a decision. I want them back, she insisted, reaching into the cloak. I got them fair and square. Then she withdrew her hand to reveal two small golden pins. One, an eagle, Lyra recognized as the adornment Captain Candisham had on her cloak. The other was similar in make and material, but seemed to depict a snake or a dragon. Who gave these to you? Zara demanded, picking each of the pins up, her eyes flashing as she scanned them with her HUD. Tell us truthfully, and I won't have Alphonse kill you on the spot.
For God's sake, woman!
Alphonse said, slamming a hand onto the table.
What are you talking about? These are friends, I'll tell you. Are you growing deaf in your old age?
No one gave them to me, Molly said. I took them. The eagle from a knight I fought who attacked my friends. The other... Her gaze darted nervously to Alphonse. The man's single eye watched her carefully, though he didn't seem too alarmed. Just tell them, Lyra urged. My pets brought to me, Molly said, glancing at the little white weasels on her shoulders, as if they would speak to verify her words. I haven't even looked at it until now. I assumed they'd snatched it from Arno just to annoy him. It was around the time he got mad about them shitting on his boot. The old woman snorted, but Lyra couldn't tell if it was from amusement or disbelief. Then the argument with Dax got heated, Molly continued, staring at Alphonse accusingly. And you whisked us out of there. I forgot about it. If it belongs to someone else, you can have that one back. But if it's Arno's, I'm keeping it. That guy's a prick. Zara's turtle-like neck extended as she inspected the pins. You have no idea what these are, do you? Molly looked a bit flustered. The night bitch was wearing the eagle pin to hold her cloak on. Zara grinned, revealing even fewer teeth than Alphonse. I might have something for your friends after all, Fonzie, she said. But I've got bad news for you. Alphonse scowled.
Well, get on with it.
2 golden shapes materialized in Zara's wizened hands, like she pulled them from her inventory. 2 pins, different from Molly's, shone in the low light, a rat and a spider. Molly's hand stretched out just as Zara snatched them back. "Only one," she said. "And that's all you'll get from me, but I'll give you free choice of the 2. She opened her hands again, and Molly glanced over her shoulder at Lyra, her eyes questioning. Lyra could only shrug. "Whatever you think is best," she said. Then she turned to the old woman. "What are they? You seem to think they're more than jewelry, but when I scan them, I get nothing." "Indeed," Zara said, smiling her toothless smile. "I've been holding these 2 for a long time, waiting for a sign that they were ready to pass on to their next owners. They do not give up their secrets easily." After some deliberation, Molly chose the rat. "Jay hates spiders," she said by way of explaining her selection. Lyra shrugged. "I guess that's as good a reason as any." "She chose well," Zara said. "Could be a coincidence, could be the pins have found who they intend to travel with. Only time will tell." "How are these pins supposed to help us in the Mad King's castle?" Lyra asked. Zara's eyes darkened and she withdrew into her shawls. "I don't know that they will," she said. "Only that they could. It will be up to you to figure out how to use them." "And what are they?" Molly asked, "if they aren't just pins." "I will not say." Alphonse gave the old woman a strange look, then he frowned.
Come on then, little ladies. I don't know what's gotten into this one. I thought she'd be more helpful. If there's anything else you need, perhaps we'll find another merchant. My gold's as good elsewhere as it is here."
Zara cackled as they backed away from her shadowed trinket table, Lyra feeling more uneasy by the second. "Not so hasty, Fonzie," she said, the bundle of fabric shaking with her startling laughter. "You haven't gotten my warning yet, and that I give for free."
"Oh, yes."
Alphonse scratched behind his eye patch and cast Lyra a long-suffering look.
"My bad news. Couldn't do without that."
The black eyes flashed in the shadows, and she extended her hand, the one with the golden spider still clutched in it. Alphonse reached out and opened his hand, allowing the old woman to drop the spider pin into his palm. "This belongs to you now," she said. "Whether it does any good or not will be up to you." Lyra noticed the one-eyed man's expression flicker as he gazed down at the pin. Then he slipped his hand into his pocket and deposited the golden spider into its depths. Not, Lyra noticed, his inventory.
"Ain't the strangest gift I've gotten, I suppose,"
he said.
"but thank you."
"That wasn't a gift, Fonzie," the old woman said, her voice low. Her dark eyes lingered on his pocket knowingly. "But this piece of advice might be. You'd best hurry back to your base as soon as you see these 2 to where they're going, my friend." Alphonse sighed.
"And why is that, you old hag?"
"Because," Zara Embervale grinned, "you've got a traitor in your midst."
Chapter 9. No such thing as a loyal customer. As soon as Jay touched the body of the merchant, he knew something was wrong. His stomach lurched as his fingers sank into the soft flesh, as if it were rotted to the point of liquefaction. Partis seemed to have the same realization, staring down from the rafters with a look of horror on his face. "What's wrong with him?" he hissed. "What did they do to him?" A scraping sound came from somewhere deeper in the warehouse, and Jay froze, his hands still stuck in the too soft corpse. Suddenly, Dahlia squealed, tugging on Jay's pant leg.
"Don't touch it!"
she exclaimed, clouds of dark magic whirling around her feet.
"It smells like a spell."
Jay let go of the hanging body, glancing at his hands and expecting them to be covered in the ooze of decomposition. He was surprised to find them clean. Staring up at the body, though, the bloated face of Al-Shahar had begun to melt. At the same time, it was thinning, going transparent.
It's a body double spell of some kind.
Dahlia insisted.
Like the one I used to trick the Revenant. They fall apart when something touches them.
There was another clatter from the back room, and Pardis leapt down from the rafters, charging into the shadows beyond. A shout of surprise, then the sound of a scuffle echoed through the warehouse before the Felinari man returned, dragging a short, pot-bellied man by his long black beard.
Ah!
The man protested, digging his heels into the floor.
What is the meaning of this? I have done nothing wrong!
But as Pardis tugged on his beard, his protests weakened, and the merchant stumbled after him with his hands up.
Please let me go. I will do whatever you ask, I swear. I will agree to your demands this time. Just please don't kill me.
Quiet, Mahmoud, hissed the rogue. Have you gone mad? Keep your bloody voice down. Don't you recognize me? Al-Shahar's face was mottled with old bruises, his eyes wild with fear.
Of course I do. You're the one who... You're...
Master Bardos? He suddenly gave up the fight, collapsing into the Catman's arms and pounding him on the back like an old friend. Pardis released his beard and attempted to steady the rotund little man as Al-Shahar suddenly became distracted by the puffs of dust coming off his clothing.
Oh, Master Bardos, I didn't recognize you for a second there.
He shook out his robes with a look of consternation on his round, discolored face.
Thought you might be one of those blasted mercenaries. Awful brutes, the lot of them. Always lurking about, never buying anything, scaring off my valued customers. Can't trust a mercenary who doesn't appreciate a fine deal, you know.
Jay suspected by the look of the man that the merchants had done far more than lurk, but Al-Shahar's pride seemed to prohibit him from telling the whole truth. "Those mercenaries outside?" he asked. "The ones staking out the gate down to the 4th floor?"
"The very ones."
Al-Shahar shook himself and spat disdainfully onto the dusty warehouse floor as if to curse them.
"They've been breathing down my neck for days, hounding me about my customers. I tell them I'm just a humble merchant. The best merchant in the night market, of course, but humble nonetheless."
Dahlia looked in alarm at the wet spot on the floor, a cloud of shadowy doom bunnies still circling her like the tattered black dress of a banshee. She seemed on edge, as if sensing something about the merchant that Jay could not. "What do they want to do with you?" Pardis asked. "Come into anything of value lately?" Al-Shahar laughed, a high-pitched giggle that didn't seem to suit his rounded shape at all. His dark eyes shone like buttons in the darkness.
"I always have items of value, dear Bardos. I am the best black marketeer on this floor, and you know it. But it was not my merchandise they were after. It was secrets about my customers. Imagine that, as if I'd compromise the trust of my esteemed clientele."
He paused, his bright eyes sliding from Pardis to take in Jay and Dahlia, as if noticing them for the first time. He smiled broadly, a row of perfectly straight white teeth flashing. He bowed with a flourish.
"Many of whom enjoy the finest deals right here at Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders, where quality meets affordability."
Then, turning back to Pardis, Al-Shahar continued his tale.
"Not that I could tell them anything even if I wanted to. Old Mahmoud guarantees discretion, I say. But all those mercenaries, they didn't care, pushing me up against the wall like I'm some common street vendor. I told them, unhand me, you're wrinkling my finest cloak. On sale now for half price in aisle 3.
"It sounds like quite an ordeal," Jay said, suppressing a smile at the merchant's indefatigable sales pitch. Al-Shahar sighed dramatically.
"I've never been so stressed in my life. So I'll tell you, stress or not, I've never missed a day of business. You'll still find the best deals here, mercenaries or no. But between you and me, sir, you wouldn't believe how hard it is to explain to a barbarian with an axe the importance of repeat customers and loyalty programs."
Dahlia moved to stand closer to Jay, placing herself a little behind his shoulder, as if she wanted to use him as a shield. The Hairblood woman was actually 3 levels higher than Jay was, so he could only assume this was to keep the shopkeeper off his guard.
How does faking your own death help you stay in business?
She asked.
I know you used a body double spell to create that hanged man, and you cursed the ground when you spat upon it. If any one of us steps into the radius of that spell, we'd be sucked into the floorboards.
Pardis and Jay took a step back, eyeing the merchant warily. I found him packing a bag in the back room, Pardis said, crossing his arms over his chest. Looked a lot like the best merchant in the night market was planning to run away. Al-Shahar let out another high-pitched giggle. Sweat broke out on his forehead. No, why would I be doing that, Master Pardus? Terribly bad for business, running away. Dahlia's terrifying staff began to glow, and her arms shot out, a black rope launching from the end of the staff and wrapping around Al-Shahar like a python. He squealed in terror.
Tell us the truth,
she hissed, her voice suddenly low and frightening.
Or I'll crush you. Do you think I don't recognize black magic when I see it, you fool? You might use your charms and curses on regular customers, but it won't work on us. No more lies.
Pardis's bright green eyes widened as he watched the hair-blood shadow worker's expression darken. She's scary, he said. I like it. I suspect you and I have some enemies in common, Jay said, approaching the bound merchant carefully. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure Dahlia had him secure. She nodded, and he turned back to the merchant. Maybe if I knew why they were after you, I could figure out why they're after me. I don't know, Al-Shahar insisted. I haven't done anything wrong. The rope around his torso tightened until his eyes bulged. Dahlia's voice echoed strangely, as if coming from a deep void.
The truth, Mahmud Al-Shahar, or death.
The merchant kicked his legs feebly as the hair-blood woman lifted him from the ground with her spell. He wheezed, Fine, all right! Dahlia let him drop, loosening the black bonds enough that he could breathe. Al-Shahar glowered at her as he rubbed his neck. You aren't much better than those mercenaries, he pouted. No respect for a man's finery. Tell us what happened, Mahmud, Pardis said. I promise you these two are better than the mercenaries. They will not kill you without good cause. You do not do yourself any favors by playing an innocent. Don't forget, even if they do not know you, I do. Al-Shahar wriggled, his striped pants binding around his legs. I thought we were friends, Master Pardus. If we weren't friends, I would not have given you such a warning, Pardis said. His long black tail twitched beneath his cloak. But even I am losing patience with you now. The portly little man puffed out his cheeks and sighed. I can see there would be no reasoning with any of you. The man shook his head. I should have expected as much after the goings on of the last few weeks. Oh, but it's a dangerous world for an honest merchant, let me tell you, especially the best merchant in the night market as I am myself. Get to the point, Mahmud, Pardis growled. The merchant looked annoyed. Despite the fact that he was magically bound and had recently been beaten, Jay could tell he had a story to tell, and wished to tell it his own way. He could imagine the merchant put a lot of effort into his persona and the tales he told about his wares. Thinking the process might go a little quicker if he was able to spin his yarn the way he wished to, Jay put out a hand to Pardis. Let him speak. Pardis shrugged, crossing his arms in irritation. Suit yourself. I'm not sure I have the stomach to listen to it. Thank you, most esteemed sir, Al-Shahar said, twisting in Dahlia's magical robes to deliver his pitch in Jay's direction. You see, it all started when I was minding my own business, as I always do, honestly, humbly, and most importantly. Pardis snorted and rolled his eyes. With Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders, offering the finest wares you'll find this side of the dungeon gates, Al-Shahar said, raising his voice and refusing to look at the rogue. You can be certain that my business is very important. Of course, Jay said. Please go on. I happened to overhear a few mercenaries talking about a set of golden animal charms, real mysterious stuff, each one pulled from different dungeons.
what their boss was interested in. Now, when I hear of such opportunities, I don't just sit around dusting shelves. Oh no, not Mahmoud. I put my vast network of contacts to work, which, by the way, is how I can always offer the most exclusive items to my cherished customers. Dahlia cast Jay a disbelieving look. Through clenched teeth, she growled,
Is this guy for real?
Jay only motioned for the merchant to continue. If the mercenary's boss was King Wencher, this could be important information for them.
Turns out I managed to track down 4 of these charms. An eagle, a snake, a spider, and a rat. Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders is nothing if not resourceful, and I'll tell you, these charms were pure gold in more ways than one. I even reached out to a good friend from the Merchants Guild who trades in the underground. She's got ears everywhere in the night market, and her eyes are sharp despite her advanced age. I asked her to keep a lookout for the rest of the charms. I figured I could sell the set to the mercenaries, at a fair markup, of course. One must stay competitive after all, and when you're the best, well, prices follow accordingly.
Naturally, Jay said, lifting an eyebrow. I take it from your bruises that things didn't go according to plan?
I let it be known in a most subtle manner that a set of golden animal charms could be found at Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders for a very fair and respectable price, the merchant went on. But when those mercenaries showed up, oh, did they play dirty? They didn't come to buy, no, they came to take. Can you believe that? Trying to take something from me, the most reputable merchant in the black market.
Absolutely criminal, Jay said, beginning to understand what happened to Al-Shahar, but no closer to understanding its connection to him, except that he had a faint memory of Captain Candisham wearing a golden eagle pin on her cloak. Al-Shahar, in his element, with an actively listening audience, continued.
Well, they roughed me up good, demanding the charms, but of course I'm not just some fool who rolls over. I managed to send 2 charms, the spider and the rat, to Zara for safekeeping via the Merchants Guild inventory transfer system. But they forced me to hand over the other 2, the eagle and the snake, along with the secret I had learned about the charms.
A secret? Jay prompted.
Yes, very strange indeed,
Al-Shahar said, his wide eyes narrowing suddenly.
The charms do not have any information attached to them in the dungeon interface, except to say, once you have added them to your inventory, they are useless because you have added them to your inventory. A very cruel trick of this dungeon, if you ask me. Madness, most assuredly. But I thought it might save me a beating to share that information.
Jay frowned, wondering what the point of these charms could be and why King Wencher would want them.
No, these scoundrels, they don't understand the finer art of negotiation,
Al-Shahar exclaimed, outrage written on his pudgy, bruised features.
Every few days they come back, asking about more charms, knocking things over, and can you believe this? They even scratched one of my prized display cases. You have no idea the craftsmanship that went into those cases. I'd almost forgive the beatings if they just leave my shop intact. I've refused to give them anything more, and I won't sell on Zara, not for all the gold in the black market. Though she is so old she has 1 foot in the grave already. Even a black market dabbling merchant has to have some standards, yes?
That's very honorable of you, Jay said.
Yes,
Al-Shahar confirmed. Then he glanced nervously at Dahlia, who was watching him with her eyes narrowed suspiciously. He whispered,
Also, the Merchants Guild has a very stiff fines for the selling out of one's fellows. I'll tell you, it is not easy being the best merchant in the night market when people come in thinking they can just beat you into giving up goods and secrets. It's the price of success, I suppose. But of course we at Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders persevere despite the odds. I mean, who else could offer such rare trinkets and survive such customer relations?
Jay looked around at the warehouse, its shelves still stuffed with goods. And you were really going to run away, leaving all this behind?
Yes, sir. This is how highly I value my life, and most of all, my integrity as a businessman.
Pardis shook his head.
All of this is junk he keeps for customers who don't know any better.
Trinkets, tchotchkes, fakes. The real goods are stashed safely in his inventory. My guess is he was hoping the mercenaries would waste time searching the warehouse before going after him. Where are you relocating to, Mahmoud? The fifth floor market? I know you're not thinking of going home. I've told you what you wanted to know, but this I cannot tell you. It is a secret I shall take with me to the very grave. The merchant pressed his lips tightly together, puffing out his cheeks as if staying quiet was an effort. It doesn't matter, Jay said, waving at the hair-blood woman. Let him go. As interesting as all of this is, it has nothing to do with us. And if Al-Shahar is leaving his shop, we have no business here. Perhaps we'll look for the Zara woman and ask her about the book. He turned away from the merchant, but watched him from the corner of his eye, hoping Al-Shahar's boasting about being the best merchant in town might convince him to do one last trade before he ran.
What? Zara? Zara? You'd go to that hag instead of me? Oh, you wound me, sir, truly. Here I am, the proud proprietor of this emporium of wonders, purveyor of the finest trinkets and treasures in the night market, and you're running off to an old woman who hides amongst the rats in the sewers, selling half-burnt candles and cracked teacups. Have you seen her stock? It's old junk, not even vintage old. It's just old.
Jay suppressed a smile. What chance do I have if you were abandoning your business? It's too bad, too. My good friend Pardis speaks very highly of your services.
Please don't drag me into this, Pardis groaned. I already regret bringing you here. That book you want is probably available at any black market here. Abandoning my business? Abandoning? Good sirs, and most terrifying madam, I've survived everything from dungeon collapses to cursed treasure chests trying to eat my customers. These mercenaries are nothing more than a minor inconvenience. I'm not abandoning my shop. I'm simply strategically relocating for my own safety, and might I add, to ensure that I continue providing the night market with its most sought-after treasures. You see, if I'm not here, then where will my loyal customers go? Certainly not Zara Embervale. Have you tried to haggle with her? She'll rub you blind and call it a favor.
I don't know, Jay said, feigning ambivalence. You probably haven't even heard of the book I'm looking for. The Black Horse spellbook is rare and not much good to anyone other than me. Dahlia had released the merchant from her shadowy black snare, and he stumbled forward now, his dark eyes gleaming with excitement.
That is where you would be wrong, my friend,
he said, flashing his perfectly straight white teeth.
Oh, yes, I know the one. In fact, I purchased it for my own collection not so long ago, after I noticed it receiving some interest from an anonymous buyer on the black market. I still have it, of course. A very exclusive item.
Jay groaned inwardly. Raina must have made inquiries, and Al-Shahar picked up on it. No doubt he was going to attempt to extort extra gold out of Jay the way he'd planned to do to the mercenaries. Jay opened his skills menu and perused the charisma options he'd felt so overwhelmed by before. He wondered if there was something in here that would help with bartering. While he wasn't above beating the man, if that's what it took to get his book off the market, Jay would rather not make an enemy of the merchant if he didn't need to. I heard you were the guy who knows how to get his hands on the good stuff, Jay said, buying himself time as he flipped through the menu. I'm glad to hear I wasn't misled. In his charisma skills menu, Jay could see a number of categories: charm, persuasion, command, and insight. Thinking persuasion would be the most likely to contain bartering skills, he opened that menu, hoping the merchant wouldn't notice him accessing his HUD. Under persuasion, there was a skill called Too Good to Be True, which looked promising.
Too good to be true. Active skill. 3 points, charisma. This spell makes any offer sound irresistible, whether it's a trade, deal, or agreement, boosting the chances of the target accepting the deal outright, making it hard for them to refuse the caster's terms. When successfully cast, the target feels an overwhelming urge to agree, as if the deal is simply too good to pass up, even if the logic behind it is shaky.
Oh, no. Al-Shahar was shaking his head emphatically. You have not been misled. Not at all. I am the man with the goods. In fact, you are in luck, good sir. My copy of the Dark Horse spellbook, fresh off the black market, is in pristine condition, as rare as they come. Most fortunate that you should have come to me first, and not that Zara woman, yes? Perfect, Jay said. So what's it going to cost me? He braced himself for the upsell. If Al-Shahar had bought the copy Reyna had seen, it cost 5,000 gold, which was steep enough that Jay could barely justify the cost, even if it was the instruction manual he needed to unlock the secrets of his class. The merchant would probably ask for an extra couple of thousand on top of that, which he wasn't going to be able to afford. Well, Al-Shahar said, rubbing his hands together as if warming himself before a fire, given its rarity and the risks involved in securing such a treasure, don't even get me started on the bribes, favors, and near-death experiences I had to endure. 10,000 gold is more than fair. Consider it a bargain, truly. 10,000? Jay nearly choked. You're telling me you risked your life for that book and now want to double the price? I thought you said you were the best merchant in the night market, not the greediest. As far as I know, I'm the only one in the dungeon who can even use the thing. Al-Shahar grinned. Then you, more than anyone, can understand its value. His grin fell away when Dahlia hit him with another shadow rope spell, this time wrapping around his throat and lifting him from the floor.
Want me to kill him?
She asked.
I'll do the job properly, unlike those lazy mercs.
Al-Shahar's eyes widened and his face grew purple. You can't, he gasped. I'll send it out of my inventory before I die, and you'll never find it again. Fuck this, Jay muttered, selecting the too good to be true skill from his menu. Let him go, Dahlia. I'll haggle with him if that's what he wants. A notification popped up as Dahlia dropped the kicking merchant back to the warehouse floor from a little higher than was probably necessary. The fat little man let out a woof of air as he landed on his back, struggling like an upended turtle for a moment before managing to get back to his feet.
Are you sure you wish to purchase Too Good to Be True for 3 charisma points? This action is irreversible and may affect your ability to purchase skills from other skill families. Yes or no?
Jay sighed. There were probably other skills he could use his 5 charisma points on, but he couldn't think of any better use than getting himself that skill book. He'd just have to deal with whatever limitations occurred. It probably wouldn't be the end of the world. Besides, persuasion and bartering had to be compatible skills for his CEO subclass, right? He selected yes and quickly activated the skill. Don't you think you're being a bit unfair? Jay suggested. He could feel the dungeon magic infusing his words. Double the price is a bit steep. I do want the book, but I don't want it that badly. Double the price? Al-Shahar gasped, trying to catch his breath, but otherwise not acknowledging the fact that he'd just been dropped on the floor like a sack of potatoes. Most esteemed sir, you wound me. I merely charge what the market dictates. It's not just about the book. It's about the expertise, the contacts, the magic of Al-Shahar's Emporium. You're not just buying a book. You're buying my blood, sweat, and tears. Jay had to give the man credit. He was a tough little bugger, and he seemed to be resisting the persuasion spell. But there was a glimmer of uncertainty in Al-Shahar's shiny black eyes that hadn't been there before. Jay decided to give it a bit more time to work its magic. I was told you would give me a good deal, he said. 10,000 doesn't sound like a deal to me. What did you pay for it? Well, let's not quibble over details. I may have acquired it for around 5,000 gold, but I had to outbid some unsavory characters, mind you. You didn't have to outbid anyone, Jay said. I'm the only one who wants it. You paid 5,000 gold for it, and now you're gouging me twice that? I had heard Al-Shahar was a reasonable man, but I can see I was wrong. It's a clever move, I'll grant you that. But you overestimate how much the book means to me. I wouldn't even have paid 5,000 gold for it. I'm afraid you've wasted your money, Al-Shahar. Now you're stuck with a book no one wants. No one? The merchant was beginning to look nervous. But surely you still want it, Mr. J, sir, even if you do not wish to pay my very fair price of 10,000 gold. Perhaps I will take pity on you, though. 7,500 is more than reasonable. Still, really, after what I've gone through to keep it safe for you. Keep it safe for me, Jay scoffed. It wouldn't surprise me if that book is the reason you've had such a run of bad luck at the Emporium of Wonders, Al-Shahar. Perhaps it is cursed. Perhaps I'll leave it with you to teach you a lesson. Unless you'd like to sell it for, say, 2,500 gold? A pained look crossed the merchant's face, and Jay could tell he was beginning to believe the book might actually be the reason for his recent disasters. You are a cruel bargainer, sir. One might even say a thief. At 2,500 gold, I cannot even cover my expenses. That is the risk you take as a merchant, is it not? Jay shrugged. You win some, you lose some. But here, let me sweeten the deal. You give me the book, and I'll make sure those mercenaries stop trying to rearrange your display shelves for you. Hey, now! Those mercenaries are no joke! You try keeping a shop open with muscle-bound maniacs trying to break your knees every time you blink. Exactly, Jay said. Give me the book, lift the curse. You don't need to buy yourself more trouble. Tell you what, not only will I take that horrible cursed book off your hands, saving you from future harassment by the mercenaries, but I will personally recommend your Emporium of Wonders to anyone who asks for the best merchant in the night market. What do you say? Think of the future business. To give it away for free. Tears welled in the merchant's eyes. His lip trembled, but Jay could tell his words were having an effect. He looked forlorn, like a man living a nightmare who does not know how to wake. Good sir, you are killing me. My shop, my business. He wrung his hands dramatically, his shoulders shaking with the physical effort of attempting to fight against Jay's spell. Finally, he slumped, as if breaking under the weight. But you're not wrong. Trouble seems to find me, doesn't it? It must be the book. I never would have bought it if I'd known it was cursed. And you are the only one who wants the damnable thing. Fine, take the blasted book. But remember this, sir. Al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders doesn't just give things away for free. This is a rare exception, and you owe me big, understand? Jay was surprised to receive a notification as the merchant finally agreed to his terms.
Achievement unlocked. Demonic discounts. You have defeated Mahmud Al-Shahar's Master Haggling Challenge. In fact, you drove such a hard bargain, this vendor will need a hemorrhoid pillow and intensive psychotherapy to overcome the physical and emotional trauma. XP 1000. New perk acquired. Silver Handshake. Once a day, you have the ability to seal an unbreakable deal with a charismatic handshake. This spell binds the target to honor the deal with no loopholes or room for trickery. The target feels a compulsion to uphold their end of the bargain, no matter what. Use with caution and watch out for unexpected side effects.
He pushed the notifications aside, pleased that he'd gotten both a skill and a perk for spending the 3 charisma points. That meant he could use the last 2 points to buy another perk if he wanted, or save up for his next skill once he'd had some time to study them. You won't regret it, Mahmud Al-Shahar, Jay said with a grin. I'll be the most loyal of customers. I'll make sure your name gets around, don't you worry. There's no such thing as a loyal customer, it seems. The merchant pulled a black book from his inventory and shoved it at Jay, his mood instantly souring. He spat on the ground between them, leaving a hissing black hole on the warehouse floor. "If you're done robbing me blind, kindly get out of my store, and don't come back." Jay shoved the book into his inventory and motioned to Pardis and Dahlia. The Felinari man was looking at him with obvious shock. "He's the highest-level merchant in the night market, you know, and you just got a priceless item for free and got kicked out of his shop. I am beginning to be a little bit afraid of you, J. Morgan." Dahlia lifted her staff threateningly at the round little man, who scurried behind the counter where he continued to glower at them from under heavy black brows.
"Let's get out of here,"
she said.
"He's been trying to curse us with black magic the entire time he was bargaining. Whatever Jay did somehow blocked his spells, but I can still smell it."
Pardis pulled the hood of his cloak up, motioning for Jay and Dahlia to do the same, leading them toward the door. The moment they were shielded against magical scanning, Mahmoud al-Shahar seemed to forget he was upset, calling after them, "Don't you forget, al-Shahar's Emporium of Wonders is the only place for the finest treasures in the night market. Come back again, soon!" "That was weird," Jay said as they stepped into the teeming street. "But I got what I came for." Pardis pointed to the castle on the horizon at the end of a long, black, cobbled path. The twisted shadow was like a scar on the surface of the perpetual night sky. "If you're going in there," he said, "it's going to get a whole lot weirder." Chapter 10. Madness at the Top of the Hill. Pardis led the way up the black path, with Jay and Dahlia close behind him. The path was strangely empty after all the bustle and noise of the market below, and for a moment Jay let the silence envelop him. The air was so cool and fresh as they left the city that Jay could almost believe they were outside the dungeon, on their way to visit the real castle. At least, he might have been able to believe it if the looming ramparts on the top of the hill didn't look like some nightmare structure from a horror game. Dahlia walked close to him, still carrying the twisted staff she'd used on al-Shahar. Her long black ears stood tall and alert, jutting from the nest of magenta hair like antennae, one turned slightly to the side and one facing forward, as if she didn't want to miss sounds coming from any direction. She hadn't said so, but Jay could feel how frightened she was of entering another combat zone. And Jay could understand. On one hand, she had more experience in the dungeon than any of them, having been trapped on the alternate second floor for countless years. On the other hand, she was used to one environment, and this was going to be something completely different. Not only that, but the Mad King's castle was apparently a replica of the castle she'd grown up in as a child before King Wencher murdered her mother. She was sure to have complex feelings about the place at the best of times, and knowing the dungeon, it would not hesitate to play on her memories or her fears in order to get a reaction. Nova might be on their side, but she was only the conscious mind of the dungeon. There was always the dark subconscious mind in the background, the auto-dungeon using each delver's connection to the dungeon's magic to make each encounter as frightening as it could be. He wasn't exactly sure how dungeons worked, but Jay wouldn't have been surprised to learn that the thing was feeding on their emotions somehow. But the relationship seemed to be symbiotic, as they received the most experience for the encounters that challenged them the most, mentally and emotionally, as well as physically. Jay's HUD pinged loudly in his head, startling him in the silence. A notification from the group chat had just come through. Lyra.
"Jay, we're here. Is everything all right? We took a portal from somewhere under the night market and popped out right in front of the gates. This place is something."
Molly.
"It's fucked, Jay. That's what she's saying. This place is completely fucked. But we got some new weapons and stuff. Can't wait to try them out. Bust some heads or tentacles or whatever's hiding in there. Will you be here soon?"
Jay. On our way up right now. We're going to need to set up camp pretty soon once we get inside the combat zone, though. I need to sort some stuff out before we start busting heads. Molly.
Sounds good to me. When you're done, you can bust your head in my...
Lyra.
Oh no, she doesn't. It's my turn. I'm calling it now.
Molly.
Jay, your psycho fox girlfriend is biting me.
Jay shook his head, chuckling. He was pretty sure they enjoyed fighting over him almost as much as they enjoyed being with him. He glanced over at Dahlia, who had pulled away slightly, letting the cool night air between them once more. She was blushing and staring at the ground, looking like she wished she was anywhere else. Jay, I miss you both too, but keep that kind of talk out of the group chat, please. Dahlia probably doesn't want to read it, and if Raina's still in here, she probably doesn't want to either. See you soon. He closed the chat, turning to Dahlia. Sorry about that.
It's fine.
Her voice was so quiet, Jay had to strain to hear her.
I'm the one who's intruding on the whole party dynamic.
You're absolutely not intruding, he said. Those two take things way too far. They get so caught up in competing for attention that they forget there are other people than me who have to put up with it.
Please don't worry about it.
Dahlia said.
I understand. I really do.
Her cheeks turned an even brighter shade of pink. She pulled the hood of her cloak up, making it difficult for Jay to focus on her. He wondered what she'd meant about understanding, just that she was okay with their dynamic, or that she understood how Molly and Lyra felt about him. She'd said something like that before, asking if he'd charmed her, but that had been a joke, hadn't it?
I'm going to walk with Pardis for a bit,
she said.
He seems lonely up there.
Jay watched her go, though it took all of his concentration to keep an eye on her as the cloak did its best to pull his attention away. He sighed, wishing he knew what was in her head. He didn't want to bring it up in case he was wrong. It would seem too much like he was putting pressure on her, which he really didn't want to do. But she was so shy, he wasn't convinced she'd ever speak to him about her feelings if she had any. But the conversation had made him think of Raina again, and he opened the chat menu again, looking for the message he'd sent earlier. Jay, Raina, are you okay? Please let us know. We're worried. He hadn't gotten a response notification that he'd noticed, but when he opened the window, he could see that Raina had written back. Jay's heart leapt to see her name, still grayed out, but obviously active. Raina.
Jay, I'm here.
He responded immediately. Jay, where are you? Are you hurt? Your profile looks all weird in the interface. Raina.
Don't know. It's dark and cold. Can't feel my body.
Jay, that doesn't sound good. How can we help you? Raina.
Stuck. Frightened.
Raina.
Ask the dungeon. Ask Nova.
Jay sent a couple other follow-up questions, but she didn't respond again. His chest felt tight, with relief and frustration competing to overwhelm him. Raina was still alive, but something bad had happened. He hoped Nova would have the answers for him. He couldn't contact the dungeon directly, other than talking to himself like a madman and hoping that she was listening. But he had to believe that if anyone had answers to what was going on, it was Nova. Jay's boots scuffed the black cobblestones as he trudged up the winding road. Each step echoed in the crisp, still air, but his thoughts whirled like a distant, muttered argument filling the silence of the night. The stars glittered overhead like distant watchers, indifferent to the events unfolding below. Somewhere behind those stars was Nova watching. He lifted a hand to wave at them, just in case, then glanced back once more at the sprawling night market beneath the hill. Lanterns glowed in the streets, casting warm halos of light over the bustling crowds, their movements quick and secretive under the magical illumination that bathed the city in a permanent twilight. At the center of it all, the portal shimmered, iridescent and swirling with dungeon magic. Its glow pulsed softly, guarded by the mercenary knights whose armor gleamed even at this distance. A few red cloaks rippled in the night breeze, marking the higher-ranking knights like ominous sentinels, reminding him of Captain Candisham and her cold, cruel smile. No going back. Not now. Jay turned his eyes forward, his gaze drawn up the hill toward the looming silhouette of the Mad King's castle. It rose against the starlit sky like a jagged crown of stone, blacker than the night around it. The towering spires seemed to claw at the heavens, twisting and crooked, as if the structure itself had become a living, breathing thing. If it was alive, breaking through the invisible barrier to insentience to sapience had done something to it, broken its fledgling mind. Everything about the castle was wrong, each angle jutting oddly, each window gaping. Walls that might have been grand were cracked and crumbling like rotted teeth. No light spilled from its windows, only dark, gaping voids that hinted at secrets and dangers lurking within. But as they got closer, Jay could see incongruous splashes of bright color on the dark stone, ruptures of purple and garish red, like someone had taken buckets of paint and tossed it at the castle in an attempt to hide its bleakness. For some reason, this was more unsettling to Jay than if it had looked like some Victorian Gothic haunt. They'd dealt with ghosts and wraiths and skeletons before. The old-school horror vibe of the last floor was almost kitsch compared to the Mad King's castle, which, in its attempt at levity and brightness, somehow appeared more insane. As Jay stared up at the building, a flash of movement in one of the upper windows drew his attention, and for a second he thought he saw a white, mask-like face staring down at them, like a life-size china doll. But as soon as he tried to focus on it, it faded into the darkness, as if the Watcher had seen him and stepped back into the shadows. "Did you see that?" Jay called up to Pardis and Dahlia, pointing in the direction of the Watcher. "In the window beneath the second turret there." "I've been making a point of not looking," Pardis said. "I don't care to see anything that Forsaken Place wants to show me."
I saw nothing.
Dahlia pulled her cloak down, her ears swiveling toward the castle, as if that would help her to see.
What was it, Jay?
"A face," he said, "like a doll's face almost, smooth and white. It was staring down at us, but when I looked at it, it stepped back into the shadows."
What was it you said, Pardis?
The hair-blood woman turned to their companion.
About children's toys gone rotten? I was thinking of wooden blocks and trains and rubber balls when you told us that, and didn't see why it was so bad. Suddenly I have a sense of how disturbing this place might be.
She shuddered. The castle loomed over the landscape like a predator, waiting patiently for its next prey. A wave of unease crept over Jay, a chill that had nothing to do with the cool breeze outside the city. The path ahead stretched before them, winding up toward the castle gates like a noose waiting to coil about their necks. "Lyra and Molly are already up there," he said, a tense feeling in his stomach. "We should hurry. Somehow it feels like it's getting darker, doesn't it?" Even from where they stood, the castle seemed to hum with its own unsettling presence. To Jay, it felt a bit like the sound of his own whirling thoughts, that background noise of his own mind arguing with itself, only there were more voices. So many voices that the sound was just an oppressive din squeezing against his head. Jay wondered if the real castle wencher had this kind of psychic energy about it, like the stones of the walls had somehow absorbed the madness of its occupants. He wasn't sure he wanted to find out. When they reached the top of the hill, they found Molly and Lyra leaning against the stone wall with their heads together, whispering about something. Their guide, whoever it had been, was nowhere to be seen, and Pardis, glancing up at the twisted black metal gates, stopped before he stepped within the shadow of the looming walls. "I hope you won't think me rude or ungrateful if I leave you here," Pardis said, his ears laying flat against his head. I know you're going in there whether I like it or not, and there's nothing I can say at this point to stop you. So I don't like to linger. Thank you for everything, Pardis, Jay said sincerely. We appreciate everything you've done for us. Get back to Felicity and don't worry about us. Dahlia stepped up, rose on her tiptoes, and kissed the Felinari man on the cheek.
You've both been very kind, and I won't forget it, Pardis. You know you're the first people I've met in the dungeon other than Jay and his friends who didn't try to kill me. I wish you the very best.
That's not much of a standard to set. Pardis looked at her with surprise. But I will pass on your well wishes to Felicity. She enjoyed your visit very much, and you'll be welcome to come by the next time you're in the area. Neither of us have any plans to go back to the surface anymore, not while Runal Frostmane is still alive. Dahlia's ears drooped at the tips, and she blushed awkwardly, then ran toward Molly and Lyra with her black cloak flapping behind her. Pardis glanced back at Jay, who was hiding his laughter behind his hand. The whole friend thing is a bit new to her, Jay said. She's much more comfortable with threatening to kill people, I think. As old Mahmoud will be telling his customers for months to come, I'm sure, Pardis said, shaking his head. Well, Jay, I'll go back, as you say, but I'm afraid you won't be able to convince me not to worry. Please try to take care of yourself, and not because of some silly vision or prophecy or whatever it is Felicity insists she saw in your teacup, but because you're a good man, and there are far too few of them in Arcanesia these days. It would be a shame to lose one. The Felinari rogue reached out a dark-skinned hand, and Jay took it. Instead of shaking it, though, he pulled Pardis in for a hug, slapping him on the back. You're a good man too, Pardis. I've been very fortunate to know you. I won't ask you to stay any longer. Take care. There were tears in Pardis's bright green eyes as he turned away from Jay, pulling the hood of his cloak back up over his black ears. Jay watched him go, marveling at the way the enchanted cloak seemed to melt into the cobblestone road and disappear. It was amazing how a turn of kindness and pity on Jay's part when he'd first met Pardis and the owl woman Minerva had literally saved his life later down the road. He knew it was foolish to expect every encounter to be so poetically just, but for the moment, he relished the hope it kindled in his chest. The dungeon could make people do horrible things to each other, just like the desire for wealth and power could do to people on the surface, people like King Wenshur and Runolf. But there were still good people, far more than the world often allowed itself to believe. For every person driven by greed or power, there were countless others who chose kindness over cruelty, even when no one was watching. People who, despite their flaws and fears, still managed to do right when it mattered most. It would be so easy to see the corruption of people like Runolf or the mercenary knights or greedy black market merchants and decide that hope was futile, that he might as well join in, get his, watch the world burn. But Jay couldn't bring himself to believe it, no matter how many assholes he met. Because there were always people like Pardis and Felicity to balance the scales. The world wasn't shaped solely by the worst of its inhabitants, but by the quiet, unseen efforts of those who believed in something better. Jay didn't know if there was a point in everything he'd gone through to arrive here in this world at this moment. He didn't know if he had been chosen for this time and place for some reason he couldn't yet see. But he had a feeling that if there was a point, if Nova had chosen him specifically for this task, it wasn't about defeating monsters or conquering evil. It was about giving the good a chance to thrive, to keep the balance tipped toward hope. Even in the darkest places, people had the potential for decency, for compassion, for redemption. That was worth fighting for. And maybe, Jay realized, it wasn't foolish to believe in that, even when the world seemed determined to prove otherwise. Jay glanced up at the twisted castle again, no longer feeling daunted by its crookedness, its wrongness, its evilness, and he grinned, because standing in front of its gates were a red-headed barbarian, a silver-haired fox girl, and a black-robed rabbit girl waving at him and jumping around like maniacs. The king might be mad, the castle itself might be insane, but Jay had 3 beautiful companions and a half-crazed dungeon on his side. He couldn't help but feel like the odds were stacked in his favor. Chapter 11. Together Again. Before Jay had made it halfway toward the gate, Molly had slammed into him, lifting him in a crushing bear hug. He would have laughed if he had any air left in his lungs to do it with. "Molly," he wheezed, "barbarian strength killing me."
Oh, sorry.
She dropped him on the ground, her cheeks almost as red as her hair.
I'm so glad to see you again. I got carried away.
Her ghost weasel companions ran down her torso and then spiraled their way up Jay's body to perch on his shoulders, where they pressed their whiskered noses into his ears and made him squirm. "Ah!" Jay shouted. "Personal space, please."
Ross, Rachel, stop that.
The barbarian shouted, sending the little creatures squeaking and leaping away, where they ran up the path, chasing each other in dizzying circles in their excitement. Molly grinned.
Sorry, they were excited too.
Lyra jumped out from behind Molly, wrapping her arms and legs around Jay as she smothered him in kisses.
Mwah! I hope I'm exempt from your need for personal space, Jay, because I don't think I can stand being away from you for 1 second more.
Her tail wagged back and forth like a happy dog as he reached up to pat her between the ears. "I missed you both, too." Jay held the squirming fox girl in his arms, capturing her lips with his and returning her quick pecks with a deep, sensual kiss of his own. Lyra moaned, squeezing her thighs around his waist. Molly pouted.
Hey, no fair! What about me?
Still holding on to Lyra with one arm, Jay pulled the barbarian against him, kissing her as deeply as she wanted. Both women seemed to melt into his arms. Jay suddenly thought reconnoitering the combat zone could wait until after they'd set up the temporary safe zone and spent a little time enjoying each other's company. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Dahlia standing in front of the gate, her hands clasped in front of her black cloak, her ears drooping. Jay let Lyra down to the ground, gave each of his girls another hug and a kiss, and said, "Well, tell us what you've been doing. Where's your guide from the Black Owl? You won't believe what Dahlia and I have been up to." Flashes of jealousy darted across the lovers' faces as they immediately turned their attention to the Hairblood woman. Molly recovered her composure quickly, but the fox girl's claws dug into Jay's back.
What have you been doing?
Lyra asked, her tail bristling.
Jay, don't say it like that.
Dahlia said, blushing deep pink.
You make it sound like... Whatever you did, it must have been good.
Molly said with a wink and a grin.
You brought Jay back to us in one piece, right? Settle down, you ferocious little vixen. I thought you knew how to share. It was nothing like that, I swear.
Dahlia protested, clutching her staff to her chest. Then, glancing up at the staff, she suddenly sobered.
Hey, wait a second. Don't you try to bully me. I could curse you into a puddle of sludge without putting a dent in my mana pool, you know.
Dark energy crackled around Dahlia like an ominous storm cloud. Her eyes had gone black and menacing, making the hairs on Jay's arms stand on end. Lyra stiffened, then cleared her throat, attempting to speak with softer tones. She seemed to remember that the Hairblood shadow worker was almost 5 levels higher than her, and probably wasn't bluffing.
I'm sure it was nothing untoward,
she said, yipping a nervous laugh.
Besides, Jay is our party leader, and whatever he chooses to do is fine by me, of course.
Molly cackled.
Good one, Dahlia. She's definitely scared. Next time she tries to bite me, maybe you can send those little doom bunnies after her. That'd teach her for being a jealous little twit.
The terrifying mask of Dahlia's face had frozen in place, until the corner of her lip trembled, and suddenly she could contain her amusement no longer. Her nose wrinkled and twitched, and she let out an adorable snorting laugh. Jay laughed too, and her face turned as pink as her hair when she saw him watching her. I was just teasing, Jay said, not trying to start a war. Dahlia's right, it was nothing like that. But we did have some interesting adventures. They took turns catching one another up on what had happened while they were separated, and Jay asked lots of questions about some of the things the girls had hinted at in the group chat while they made their way inside the gates of the Mad King's castle. As they approached the gates, a massive iron portcullis began to rise with a low, grinding groan as if sensing their arrival. No one pulled the chains, no visible mechanism triggered it, just the eerie, automatic motion of the rusted gate opening of its own accord. Jay held out his hand for the girls to wait as the ancient metal creaked and strained. The sound reverberated through the still air, unsettling in its unnatural timing.
Should we go in?
Molly asked, lifting her wild call maul to her shoulder.
I'll go first.
All right, Jay said, scanning the area beyond the portcullis. But slowly, I'm right behind you. Beyond the threshold lay the dimly lit courtyard, shrouded in shadows and mist that clung to the ground like tendrils. The gateway itself felt like a mouth yawning open, waiting to swallow them whole. Inside the courtyard, Jake could see more garish paint, like spray-painted graffiti, covering the lower part of the inner walls.
This place is fucking weird,
Molly muttered.
I feel like a toothless hobo is going to jump out at me and ask for spare change.
Jay snorted, but he knew what she meant. As they got closer, the place had an air of an abandoned theme park more than an actual castle, one that had been overtaken by vagrants or squatters or bored teenagers looking for a place to party. The moment they crossed the threshold, the portcullis dropped behind them with a deafening clang, the sound sharp and final. The abruptness of it made Jay flinch, and he pulled his etched bolo sword from his inventory, his gaze darting nervously as the gate sealed shut, trapping them inside the castle grounds. The noise echoed through the stone walls, bouncing off the twisted architecture and fading into a heavy silence. For a long moment, none of them spoke. The weight of the closing gate hung over them, as though the castle itself had decided to lock them in, cutting off any hope of retreat. Whatever lay ahead, there was no turning back. But nothing jumped out at them, and they continued to catch up as they inspected the area. While they chatted, Jay kept his senses alert. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any monsters just inside the walls. The news about Dax Frostmane, Alphonse Howler, and a potential traitor in the Black Howl didn't interest Jane nearly as much as Lyra and Molly's encounter with Zara Embervale and Molly's procurement of the 3 golden animal charms. But the information the girls had gleaned about how the Black Howl was growing and the efforts being made to bring the heart of the rebellion inside the ice dungeon was definitely useful. And he had no doubt that the inner workings of the rebel group would become relevant if they ended up taking their fight outside the dungeon, so he stored all that information away for later. Molly and Lyra were wrapped with horror as they listened to Dahlia explain how sick Jay had gotten from the poison and transfixed by the idea that Jay might have been prophesied to be a king killer, though none of them really knew what that meant. The girls were almost as excited as Jay that he'd received the Dark Horse spellbook. Ultimately, their curiosity about the book was what prompted them to set up camp before exploring more of the castle grounds. Jay had the party tent temporary safe zone selected in his inventory, but hadn't decided where to put it yet. He stepped cautiously into the inner courtyard, his eyes scanning the decrepit space as the others followed behind him. Behind them, the outer walls rose high above, some sections made of dark stone, others of rusted metal slabs. It looked like the piecemeal effect of buying whatever building materials were on sale rather than a coordinated effort to match a particular style. The mismatched materials and architectural choices extended to the castle itself, Jay could see, now that they were closer. He had seen similar effects out on remote rural properties where building codes were more lax and generational poverty had evolved into a feverish kind of squalor. Columns that should have been uniform leaned at odd angles, some cracked and crumbling, others impossibly smooth, as though freshly built, and some patched together with what looked like rotten particle board and corrugated steel sheets. The cobblestones beneath his feet were uneven. Some sections of the ground sank underfoot, while others rose unexpectedly like teeth nipping at his boots. Each step felt treacherous and uncertain. Along the lower walls, vulgar splashes of graffiti marred the dark stone, dull with damp and possibly mold, adding a layer of chaos to the decay. Up close, the castle felt more like a disjointed hillbilly meth house than any sort of grand fortress. But that realization didn't make Jay feel any safer. He'd run into some pretty fucking terrifying drug addicts over the years. And as much as he sympathized with the circumstances that had brought them low, it did nothing to ease his fears when walking through a rough area of town that he might get knifed in the back by someone desperate to score a hit. He almost wished something would jump out at them. After all the hype about the combat zone being a suicide mission, the expectant stillness of the place was driving him insane.
Look at that.
Lyra whispered, standing near Jay's elbow with her bow drawn.
What do you think it used to be?
In the center of the courtyard stood a fountain, but it was long dead, dry and broken. A jagged stone figure, maybe once an elegant woman, rose half-shattered from its base. The figure's outstretched arms had crumbled away, leaving only gnarled stumps that looked like twisted claws. The stumps had been painted red.
There used to be a statue of Queen Xenovara in the courtyard of Castle Wenshire,
Dahlia said.
I've seen pictures of it, but the king had it destroyed after her death. Strange, since he wanted his subjects to believe she died of consumption. The servants still talk about it.
The broken figure made Jay think of the corporeal artifacts they'd been tasked with finding. Shadows pooled in the empty basin, deep and inky, as though they held secrets from long before the castle's fall. On impulse, Jay scanned the fountain with his dungeon sight ability and was surprised to find a faint glow emanating from the bottom of the pool. "Watch my back," he said, clutching the sword tightly in hand as he approached the fountain, ready for some foul, tentacled monster to burst from the fetid waters like some Lovecraftian horror. But nothing happened. He reached into the fountain, his fingers sinking into the cold, slimy water, and found something inexplicably warm and dry beneath the surface. Grabbing the item, he removed it from the water.
Treasure map 2. Artifacts 4 through 5.
Jay frowned. "Dahlia, look at this. Another treasure map." He removed Treasure Map 1, Artifacts 1 through 3, which he'd gotten on the last floor, from his inventory to compare the two. It wasn't a typical map, more like a blueprint, the layout of a building sketched in crisp lines. Now that he was here, he had no doubt this was supposed to be the Mad King's castle. On the map, only one room stood out, its layout more elaborate than the others, the throne room, if he had to guess. The third artifact was supposed to be here somewhere, and Jay had a pretty good idea where they were supposed to look. At the base of the throne, a strange shape caught his eye. It resembled an altar crudely drawn, and on top of it, a dismembered body. Only the torso and head remained, the limbs severed and cast aside like discarded scraps. The head and torso were drawn apart from one another as if purposely separated. But Treasure Map 1 only hinted at the location of the third artifact. If the drawing was at all accurate, there were probably 6 pieces: 2 arms, 2 legs, the torso, and the head. They'd found the 2 arms already, and 1 more piece was in the throne room, likely to be the boss room of the Mad King's castle combat zone, if the dungeon was following any sort of rules at all. No guarantee there. But Treasure Map 2 only claimed to be for the 4th and 5th pieces, and it looked even less like a proper map than the first one. The paper was yellowed and crumpled, with dark red ink scrawled across the page in jagged, angry lines. The map was little more than a pair of rough circles set inside each other, with lines hatching across like rail ties. There was an X inside the circle. A few words had been scratched into the bottom of the page, as if with a pin or a fingernail.
I don't like to play his games.
There was something unsettling in the hurried scrawl, as if the writer had been documenting something too horrible to fully grasp.
Is that blood?
Dahlia asked, coming to read over his shoulder.
That's disgusting. When your dark magic caster is grossed out, you know it's bad.
Lyra muttered, giving a little shiver.
I don't even want to look.
There's only 1 X, Jay said, still frowning.
The page is ripped,
Dahlia said.
Maybe we need another piece?
They all looked around the fountain to see if they could find the rest of the map, but they turned nothing up. I guess this is it for now, Jay said. Maybe the rest of the map will be with the next piece we find. Molly tapped her oversized hammer on the edge of the fountain, crumbling the stone.
This place gives me the creeps.
Agreed, Jay said. We need to find a place to set up camp.
I vote not next to the Fountain of Death,
The barbarian said, wrinkling her nose as a stream of black ooze spilled out of the crack she'd made in its foundation.
Probably wake up with a rash or something. This stuff stinks.
Spiked vines crawled up the sides of the fountain and snaked along the ground, some brittle and dead, others alive and pulsing with a faint, eerie glow. They wrapped around the walls, their thorns catching the dim light as they twisted and tangled in strange patterns. It was hard to tell which vines were thriving and which had withered. Jay's gaze moved to the far walls, where arches rose unevenly, leading to darkened halls and rooms beyond, each one draped in shadows so thick it seemed like a physical barrier. No enemies were visible, but there was something unnerving about the silence, something in the way the shadows lingered like they were hiding something, waiting for the right moment to strike. Despite being completely still, the presence of unseen eyes pressed in from every corner of the courtyard. "This way," he said. "If we're going in eventually, there's no reason to hang out on the edge, I guess." He could hear the faint scrape of Molly's boots behind him and the clinking of her chainmail armor. Lyra's footsteps were like whispers of leather as she padded quietly on his other side. Dahlia seemed to glide along on the shadows themselves, making no sound at all. "Can you see in there?" he asked the hair-blood woman. "It's totally impenetrable to my eyes."
I can't,
she said.
but I think my bunnies can.
The shadows around her cloak began to stir and then separate, dozens of little black shapes breaking off from her sides as they hopped forward to investigate the darkened archways. Dahlia's magenta hair billowed around her face as if her magic was stirring up some kind of spectral wind. She frowned.
Nothing. This is really weird.
Tension was building in Jay's chest. Something about this wasn't right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Weird didn't even begin to cover the feeling. The castle was alive. He could sense it, not with movement or sound, but with the weight of some old, forgotten madness. Molly picked up a piece of stone from the fountain and hurled it into the shadows, where it landed with a loud, echoing clatter.
Come out, wherever you are! Molly!
Lyra hissed.
Is that wise? There could be anything out there.
Jay's fingers tightened on the hilt of his sword, but still nothing happened. Screw it, Jay muttered. I'm with Molly. Let's just go. The silence is driving me nuts. He strode toward the closest archway and was surprised to find the darkness was as cold, thick, and viscous as he'd imagined. Stepping into it felt like walking through a thin plastic membrane. There was a pop, just like the one he'd felt coming through the portal into the night market, just before Jay felt the ground drop out from his feet. He had just enough time to think, "Oh, fuck!" before his stomach shot into his throat and he went hurtling through the darkness. Somewhere far, far above him, the girls began to scream. Chapter 12. Yes, this is madness. Despite the fact that Jay had felt like he was falling, he appeared on the other side of the portal like he was walking through a doorway, upright and completely stable. The effect was so disorienting that he almost fell anyways, because his brain couldn't adjust fast enough. He stepped through the portal into an almost identical courtyard as they'd been in before. The fountain was still there in the center of an area paved with slabs of natural stone. These sank into the earth in some places and jutted out in others, making walking in the dim light a treacherous prospect. The fountain was still broken and filled with dark, sticky-looking liquid. The walls were still covered in graffiti. The place was overgrown with vines. Across the courtyard, where the row of shadow-filled archways had been, was now just a graffiti-covered stone wall with a single door. The biggest difference was the lighting. It was somehow darker and brighter than before, the shadows blacker, and the pops of color from the graffiti glowing as if under black lights. Jay felt something smack into his back, and Molly stumbled next to him.
Huh?
She said, glancing around.
What's this? Where are we?
Lyra whispered from his other side.
This is going to be bad,
Dahlia said at the back of the group.
I can tell. You're always such a downer.
Lyra hissed.
Can you at least wait until we know what's going on before you start dooming and glooming all over the place?
Shh. Jay lifted his hand for silence as a motion caught his eye near the fountain. A slithering, snapping sound issued from the darkness in the corners of the courtyard, and Jay no longer had the feeling that they were alone. He startled when the dungeon's announcement blared in his HUD, and he heard Lyra yip in alarm.
Welcome, Delver. You have arrived at F5 Alternate, the Mad King's Castle. Find one of 2 F6 gates to proceed to the next floor. This version of F5 is an extremely rare dungeon generation, only accessible through the portal in F3's artificial combat zone. In order to keep this alternate floor our dirty little secret, you will be forbidden to speak of it beyond the most basic terms. Isn't that fun? Yes, you skipped a floor. No, that's not an accident. Yes, it's going to make surviving here very, very difficult. The monsters in this level are almost certainly beyond your combat level, but don't let that discourage you. Each room in the Mad King's castle contains a puzzle for you to solve. If you can solve the puzzle before you are killed, all local monsters will be destroyed, and your party will harvest the experience. Power level or die trying, Delvers! It's about to get crazy up in this bitch!
The floor description had started in the Auto Dungeon's neutral tone, but the last 2 lines were delivered in Nova's maniacally excited voice.
You're right, Lyra,
Dahlia said sarcastically.
This is gonna be great.
Black vines inched toward them across the courtyard, their twisting forms illuminated by the invisible light source, casting a purplish sheen on their slippery tendrils.
Wait,
Lyra said.
The floor gates aren't like other portals. We can just go back up. We don't have to do this.
They turned as one to inspect the stairwell gate they'd just come through. It looked like a shadowy arch, just like it had on the other side, But above the arch, words had been etched into the stone. Leave and never come back.
Why does that sound so ominous?
Molly said.
Not you too.
Lyra muttered, her tail fluffed up and her ears pressed into her silver hair. She looked a lot more nervous than the other two.
It sounds okay to me. Shall we? After you, Jay, or do you want me to lead the way?
The slithering sounds were growing closer, and Jay glanced over his shoulder at them. Flashes of white amongst the vines caught his eyes, but he couldn't see what they were. Thorns? Flowers of some kind? The white glowed blue in the strange light. His dungeon sight labeled them vindictive vines, but didn't tell him anything else. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what level they were. But the description had said each room had a puzzle. The monsters couldn't be overpowered, but they could be outsmarted. He wasn't ready to give up just yet. Dahlia caught his eye and gave a grim smile, her black ears upright and alert, her bright yellow eyes shining in the black light.
We have no choice, you know. Not if we want to find Nova.
I know, he said. Then he turned to the fox girl and gave her shoulder a squeeze. Sorry, Lyra. This is where we're supposed to be. No going back. Lyra puffed out her cheeks and kicked a rock. It clattered into the courtyard, bouncing and skipping over the uneven paving stones until it smacked against the fountain. The water started to boil and bubble with greasy black coils roiling just beneath the surface. A slimy black tentacle shot out of the water and slapped onto the stones right where the rock had landed. Jay wasn't fast enough with his dungeon sight to identify the monster before its limbs sucked back into the fountain.
Who wants to go back?
Lyra said, her voice high-pitched with alarm.
Not me!
Despite the disturbance, the tentacle monster and the vines seemed to be keeping their distance as Jay and the girls huddled near the gateway, as if they hadn't stepped into the creature's aggro zone yet. Jay blew out a long, slow breath as he contemplated their options. Okay, so we need to get through that door on the far side, right? And the description of this floor makes it sound like those monsters are going to be way higher level than we are.
I scanned 3 vindictive vines at level 43.
Dahlia said, her eyes glinting in the darkness as she used her HUD.
And the thing in the fountain is a goo-goo horror, level 55. There's something else out there that I can't get a lock on. We definitely can't fight them.
Jay ran a hand through his hair and sighed. All right, that's worse than I thought. But what I was going to say is, the floor description makes it sound like there will be ways to outsmart or outmaneuver the creatures in every room along the way. So we're going to need to strategize and try very, very hard not to get hit. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys can kill one of us in a single blow.
What are our levels?
Lyra asked, glancing around the circle.
I'm at 11, halfway to 12 though. If these guys are that high level, one kill will push me over, even if we're sharing XP. Molly's at a 10, right?
Molly nodded.
Just.
12, Jay said, pointing at himself, then at Dahlia, and 15.
So, in theory, we can handle the vindictive vines,
Lyra said.
Our combined level is 48, so we should be able to take on one monster at that level together. It's not a perfect system, but pretty good for estimates. If we were really focused and that thing is trapped in the fountain, we can probably take the Goo Goo Horror, too. Such a stupid name.
Molly grumbled.
How am I supposed to take these monsters seriously when the dungeon's pulling inspo from lame 90s alternative bands and cryptozoology? It's like the Pinterest board of a drug-addled poodle.
Dahlia wrinkled her forehead and looked at Jay and Lyra.
Is it just me, or are half the things she says complete nonsense? Not just you.
Lyra said, shaking her head.
It's them. Jay seems to understand what she's talking about most of the time.
Girls, can we focus? Jay said, trying to bring their attention back to the task at hand. He knew they were just letting off steam because of nerves, but they had no guarantee that the monsters weren't going to change their minds about a direct attack if they lingered too long by the gateway. We want some ideas for how to attack, or at least distract, the creatures we know about. I know there's no hard and fast rules in the dungeon, but so far most of the monsters have been somewhat predictable, right? Snow scorpions are weak to fire damage, oozes can be frozen, skeletons can be clobbered, that kind of thing. So what's our best attack against shadowy vines and slimy tentacles?
Your sword should work on the vines.
Molly said.
Better than my hammer, at least. But that means getting close to them. I feel like my smashing skills are not all that useful here. I might be able to grapple the tentacle thing, but not for long.
You've also got Ghost, Jay reminded her. And you might be able to use Ross and Rachel as some kind of decoy. The weasels chirped at him from Molly's shoulders, sounding indignant.
Most of my attacks aren't going to be much good.
Dahlia admitted.
I might be able to siphon the monster's life forces, but that kind of attack takes time, and it's really difficult on higher-level mobs. My Doom Bunnies could also work as diversions, though.
Lyra sighed.
Well, I have fire, ice, poison, and light arrows that might do damage against the vines. Not much for our tentacle monster, though. Maybe the ice if I can freeze the water in the fountain?
All good ideas, Jay said hurriedly. Now, does anyone notice anything about the environment that might be used to our advantage or might be a clue to the puzzle in this zone? I don't know what kind of puzzles the dungeon likes to use, so I'm not sure what to look for.
The dungeon loves physical traps and things,
Lyra said.
I'd be cautious of those flagstones around the fountain. But as for things we can use to our advantage, I don't know. The only thing that stands out to me are those paintings. Yeah, those are messed up.
Molly said.
What are they supposed to be anyway?
Jay focused on the graffiti murals for the first time. The images were abstract and twisted, but he thought he could make out 5 distinct sections. On the outer walls to the far left and far right, the artwork seemed to depict knots of twisting vines wrapping around pale, cartoonish arms and legs. A warning, maybe, of what the vindictive vines would do if they got too close? Next to these, toward the center, were huge, faceless eyes with vines sprouting from their heads like Gorgon's hair. Jay frowned. He couldn't see what that had to do with anything other than the continuation of the vine motif. But the blank, unsettling faces seemed to watch him, glowing brightly under the black light. Each bore a dripping pink horseshoe shape on its forehead, like it had been stepped on by some huge hooved animal. The central image was a pair of eyes gazing into the rippling water of a pond, but the image in the reflection reflected another eyeless white face with twisted vines for hair, its expression distorted with rage rather than the blank, impassive look of the others. On the ground beneath the murals, the vines coiled like a mass of nesting snakes that had been disturbed and were starting to wake up. The vines on the edges seemed to be coming alert first, tendrils slithering toward Jay and the girls. Looks like our time for contemplation is up, Jay said. Lyra, try hitting them with one of your arrows. Fire or ice, maybe? Whatever you think will work best. Let's test it out. Lyra raised her bow, and different arrows began cycling through her hand as she checked the stats on each one.
Ready?
She had a fire arrow knocked, its tip blazing with magic flames. Firing into the shadows in the center of the mass of shadowy vines, Lyra gasped. The flames illuminated something dark and pulsing in the midst of all those coiling tendrils. The vines made a hissing sound and recoiled, but otherwise didn't seem injured.
Cupid Creeper.
Dahlia said, scanning the mass.
That's the one we were missing before. Level 47, but I bet there's 2 of them, just like the vindictive vines.
Cupid, Jay said. Sounds familiar. Does that mean anything to anyone?
Makes me think of those creepy doll things from the early 1900s.
Molly said. Then her eyes went wide.
Cupid. Goo Goo horror. Goo Goo dolls. I'm sensing a theme here.
Understanding dawned on Jay. Those faces on the wall, he said. They're supposed to be dolls too. I thought they were masks or something with the eye holes.
Oh, yep, I see it. I found an old doll head buried in the park once, and its plastic eyes were missing. Looked a lot like those freaky things up there.
But what does that have to do with the vines?
Jay studied the murals again. The abstract vines with arms and legs in them seemed to belong to the vindictive vines and were situated just above where the densest cluster of shadowy plant matter was located. The scary doll mask murals were above the pulsing black knots that Dahlia's dungeon site had identified as Kewpie creepers. The central image of the mirror appeared to be someone looking into the fountain and seeing a doll face looking back. Jay frowned. "Hey, Moll," he said, "can you get your little weasel buddies to go check out the fountain? They can be in ghost mode if you like. I just want to know what they see if they try to look in the water." Molly whispered something and gestured toward the fountain. Ross and Rachel tittered, puffing up their chests as if to make themselves look bigger, then darted off Molly's shoulders. They disappeared halfway to the fountain and didn't come back.
Those useless little tits!
Molly cursed.
I asked them to do something remotely productive, and they disappear on me? They did poop on Dax and Arno's boots for you,
Lyra reminded her, knocking another fire arrow.
I wouldn't say they're completely useless.
She shot a second arrow, this time to the mass of vines to the right. It caused a similar hiss as the first one, as well as a second pulsing bulge.
Have you got an extra sword or something?
Molly asked, eyeing the vines nervously.
I know I'm supposed to be a mauler, but something tells me I'd be better off with a blade, even if that's not where my bonuses are, unless you want me to try to smash those Kewpie things.
Jay rummaged through his inventory and pulled out a plain but functional scimitar. "You can use this," he said. "Back me up, okay? I'm going to try to get closer to the fountain." Jay took a deep breath and stepped into the courtyard. Immediately, the vindictive vines shot tendrils out from each side of the room. Jay slashed at the one on his left, and Molly cut down the one on the right. The vines snapped, their black skin splitting to reveal raw, pulpy red flesh within. The plant blood oozed onto the cobblestone, leaving a fluorescent red stain. "They can be hurt," Jay said, slashing at a second vine. "But they don't seem all that bothered by this or the fire arrows." Molly cut down one vine and stomped on another, causing it to splatter grotesquely against the stone.
They're trying to keep us back,
she said.
Wear us down. If we want to get to the other side, we're going to have to do something to get rid of these things. Let me try something different,
Lyra said, knocking an ice arrow.
Maybe it's time for these guys to chill out.
She launched the ice arrow at the vindictive vine on the left. The effect was immediate. Frosty crystals bloomed from the arrow strike, encasing the monster's viney limbs in ice and making the entire thing freeze like a statue. Even the mural on the wall behind the vindictive vine seemed to go dull and gray. "Ice does the trick," Jay said. "Good, but how long will it last?" He and Molly continued to fend off attacks from the second vindictive vine. While they counted the seconds, the first remained frozen. After about a minute, the spell broke, and the first vindictive vine lashed out at Lyra, only for Dahlia to blast it with a jet of purple lightning from her staff. The attacking vine exploded in a wet shower of black and red plant guts. "That also works," Jay said with a laugh. "Nice work, ladies." Unfortunately, any physical damage they did to the vindictive vine seemed to only be temporary. It grew new limbs for every one they destroyed. The only way around them seemed to be Lyra's ice arrows, which were also only temporary.
So, we freeze the first monsters,
Lyra said.
But what do we do about those Kewpie creepers? They don't seem to be doing anything.
"They don't seem to be," Jay said, "but I think that's the point. Molly, do you have any idea where your pets got off to?"
Ross! Rachel!
Molly hollered, hacking ineffectually against another vine.
Get your fuzzy butts back here or face my wrath! Threatening them is probably not the best idea,
Dahlia said, tossing an errant magenta curl over her shoulder.
I always treat my Doom Bunnies with the utmost respect. Oh!
As if to prove the hairblood wrong, two white streaks darted across the courtyard and launched themselves onto Molly's shoulders. She grinned at Dahlia, who scowled back at her. Then she paused to listen to the creature's excited squeaks.
I don't really know what they're saying,
She admitted.
Something about faces in the water, maybe? But they're also convinced something on the other side of the door smells really good. It's getting kind of jumbled. I'm with them,
Lyra said.
I'm starving. I wouldn't get my hopes up.
Molly said.
They mostly eat mice and bugs, as far as I can tell. Might be smelling our next room full of monsters.
Faces in the water, Jay said. That's what I thought. One of us needs to get close enough to look in the fountain to be sure, though. Lyra, if you can freeze both vindictive vines, I'll run up and take a peek. Without question, Lyra fired off 2 shots. Both plant monsters froze solid, as if they'd been dunked in a vat of liquid nitrogen. Jay gripped his sword and ran toward the fountain. Molly frowned, ready to attack anything that came out of the Kewpie creepers, but the pulsing black bulges didn't move. When Jay got up close to the fountain, however, something else did. A massive black tentacle shot out of the water, smacking him in the chest and sending him flying backwards. Molly screamed and slashed at the tentacle with her scimitar, slicing it off before a second tentacle smacked her sideways, knocking her over Jay's prone form. Stunned, Jay tried to pick himself up off the ground and put his weight on a flagstone that sank under his weight. The rattle of chains sounded above, and a huge log swung down from the wall on their right, slicing across the courtyard like a runaway battering ram, barely missing both Jay and Molly before it disappeared into the shadows on the left. Molly groaned and picked herself up just as a third tentacle rose from the fountain. "Molly, get down!" Jay shouted, scrambling to his feet, careful not to touch any other stones in case he set off another trap. His etched bolo sword sang as he whipped his arm just over her crouching head to slice the tentacle out of the air. Molly ducked her head, drove her shoulder into Jay's stomach, and hoisted him onto her shoulder, running back toward the others at the gate. Moments after she set him down, Lyra's freezing spell broke, and the vindictive vines began lashing once more. "Holy shit," Jay said. "I forgot we were on a timer there. Thanks, Molly."
No problem,
she said, panting slightly.
I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I could have handled another hit from one of those tentacles. That took more than half my HP. Too bad we didn't figure anything out.
"I think we did, actually," Jay said, laughing and rubbing his bruised ribs. "Just that this is going to be trickier than I thought." Jay's own HP had been reduced by a third, but he didn't want to worry the others. "Mind if I borrow your ghost ability, Moll?" he asked. "I have an idea. But first, Lyra, do you mind giving us some of those soothing kisses of yours, just to take the edge off?" Lyra's eyes widened and her ears stood up straight.
What? Oh, of course! I'm sorry I didn't think of that.
The fox girl came toward Jay, but he motioned her away. "Molly first, please," he said. "She got hit harder than I did. My constitution is already working to bring my HP back up anyway." Lyra knelt before Molly, kissing her ribs, back, and belly where there were bruises forming from the tentacle's impact. The barbarian giggled, her freckled nose crinkling as she tried not to laugh.
That tickles,
she said.
Oh, but it feels so much better already. That's a neat trick, Lyra.
Lyra blushed.
It's kind of embarrassing to use, but I'm glad I've got something. We can't waste our healing potions on every minor injury. Minor?
Molly scoffed.
I think that thing broke half my ribs. I'm just too tough to show it.
Dahlia frowned, gazing out at the vines.
Lyra is right,
she said.
There will be much worse things waiting for us in there. We aren't even inside the castle yet. Dooming and glooming again?
Lyra said, but she winked at the Hairblood woman.
At least we're in agreement this time.
She turned her attention to Jay.
Tell us what you learned,
she said,
while I put my ridiculous healing skill to work.
Jay let Lyra untuck his shirt. She lifted it, exposing his bruised chest. The tentacle had hit him right in the sternum, and there was already a purple welt draining from his chest over his abdomen. He tried to concentrate on what he wanted to say as the fox girl's hot mouth touched his sensitive skin. First of all, I think we can sneak up on the fountain using the ghost spell, he said, shivering as Lyra's lips caressed his chest, leaving cool, tingling patches in her wake. When Lyra kicked the stone at the fountain, the tentacles lashed out, and when Molly and I approached, it was the same thing. But the weasels, who are bigger than the rock Lyra kicked, didn't trigger it.
Mm-hmm.
Lyra said, gazing up at him with her blue and gold eyes.
What else?
Her ears flattened into her hair as she dragged her lips along his stomach, inching closer to the waistband of his pants. Molly was watching, licking her lips hungrily. Dahlia looked away, her cheeks flushed. Jay put a hand on the back of Lyra's head to stop her from going lower. Thank you, Lyra. That's enough for now. The fox girl's tail drooped, but she stood.
Spoil sport.
She pouted. Jay pulled her into his arms. Monsters first, Jay reminded her, whispering in her ears. After that, if you want to play doctor, I'll be your best patient.
I'll hold you to that promise,
she whispered back. Then she kissed him on the cheek.
But that one's for free.
Jay cleared his throat. I'm not sure what the next part of the plan will be, but once I get a look in the fountain, I think I'll have a better idea. Are you two ready to try again? Lyra, you'll have to freeze the first two. I'll use Molly's ghost ability to check on the fountain, then I'll come right back.
And try not to step on the booby traps,
Molly reminded him.
I'm not sure if you'll set them off when you're invisible, but I'd rather you didn't get hammered by that big piece of wood, if you know what I mean.
There's a sentiment I share, Jay said with a grin. I think those booby traps might actually work in our favor if we can get the timing right, but we'll see. Once they were ready, Jay opened his HUD and the on-the-job training menu, selecting Ghost from Molly's skill tree and transferring it to himself.
Ready?
Lyra asked, pointing her ice arrow at the vindictive vine on their left. Ready, Jay said. I'll ghost and you shoot. Go! He activated the skill at the exact same moment as the first vine froze into a tangled statue. As soon as the second vine was also frozen, Jay bounded forward, keeping his eyes on the ground so he didn't step on any other loose flagstones. He kept half his attention on the pulsing black Kewpie creepers, too, but they remained dormant. Until he got right up to the edge of the fountain, he thought they would remain that way, but holding his breath and glancing over the stone rim of the broken fountain, Jay's stomach recoiled. Reflected in the dark, oily waters of the fountain, the Kewpie creepers looked different. A thick black stalk was reaching from the pulsing sacs, and on each one, a bald, eyeless doll head was perched, wobbling from side to side like a bobblehead in the back of a taxi. He was fixated on the leftmost reflection, staring at the back of the doll's head, when a bolt of searing white light shot over his shoulder, causing the girls to shout.
Jay, get down!
Molly screamed.
Something's shooting at you from the shadows above the Kewpie creeper on your right!
Jay ducked, glancing in the reflective surface of the fountain as he did so, this time looking at the second doll-headed monstrosity. The creature's empty eyes blazed with molten fury as it charged up another shot.
Jay!
Dahlia shouted this time.
If you don't get back here, I'm coming to get you. Don't take stupid chances.
Jay remembered that they couldn't see him and would have no idea if he was safe, injured, or dead unless he said something. I'm all right, he said. Just give me a sec. He dove out of the way just in time as the Kewpie creeper on his right fired its second shot, then turned its laser eyes away. The head seemed to be rotating on the thickened black vine. When the eyes were pointed away from Jay, it couldn't shoot. But if the other doll head was also turning... A blast of white light burst over his shoulder as a laser beam smashed into the fountain, sending stones flying in every direction. Instantly, the goo-goo horror within the waters awoke, lashing with its tentacles at everywhere the shattered stones fell. Jay rolled out of the way, then scrambled backward, narrowly missing a second elevated paving stone that looked much like the first one he'd accidentally stepped on. 2 Kewpie creepers, 2 booby traps, 1 supremely angry tentacle monster. Jay's mind was spinning as he ran back toward the girls, just as the vindictive vines broke through Lyra's ice spell, sending shards of icicles flying through the air and black tendrils snapping like whips at his invisible heels. Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia stared at the fountain in dread.
Jay!
They cried in unison, fearing the worst. Jay turned off his ghost ability. "I'm fine," he said from behind them. "I'm right here." All three of them shrieked, whirled around, and threw themselves on him, shouting over one another to declare their relief for his well-being. Okay, he laughed, fending off Lyra and Molly's kisses and Dahlia's soft, comforting embrace as she wrapped herself around his waist. "I get it! Oh, thank you for your concern. I did tell you I was safe, didn't I?"
But that was before the third shot came.
Molly said.
I thought it had got you for sure. What the hell was that?
"The Kewpie creepers are invisible unless you're looking at their reflection in the fountain," Jay said. "They seem to activate once someone is standing at the edge looking into the water. They look like doll heads growing on a tall black plant stalk that comes out of those pulsing black sacs."
Ooh,
Lyra said.
when you say it like that, they seem so much worse.
"It gets better," Jay said. "The doll heads have no eyes like the paintings, and they're spinning on the stalks, but when they are facing the fountain, they shoot 2 pulses of light before spinning away from the fountain again. They seem to be synced so that one is always facing the fountain, making it impossible to pass without getting shot at." Dahlia gave him a final squeeze, releasing him before she stepped back. He suddenly realized how much shorter she was than the other two, even if her ears did give her some extra height. Shorter, softer, and ridiculously cute in her spooky outfit. She looked pissed.
So what are we supposed to do then? We can't fight them if we can't see them, and if we're next to the fountain, we can't look at them without getting shot at?
And if they hit the fountain, or anything else that sends debris flying near the fountain, our friend the Goo Goo Horror gets pissy, Jay added.
You're not making me feel any better about this, Jay,
Lyra said, her ears twitching nervously.
I'd feel better if there was just something I could smash.
Molly muttered, crossing her arms. There might be, Jay said, winking at the red-headed barbarian. We can get through this, I think, but it's going to take some teamwork and some pretty close timing. Are you guys ready to defeat our first 5th floor challenge room? Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia listened to his plan, looking skeptical at first, but gradually looking more confident.
Oh my goodness.
Lyra said.
It does sound possible, but barely.
Molly switched out her scimitar for 2 smaller hammers, twirling them in her fingers like a silver screen gunslinger.
Let's do it. I'm ready, boss.
Dahlia? Jay asked, meeting the hair-blood woman's wide yellow eyes. Can you do your part?
Of course I can.
She said.
I'm just not convinced that it's going to do what you want it to do.
If it doesn't, we always have our backup plan, Jay said. Run like hell for the door once the Kewpie creepers are down, right? Dahlia frowned and shrugged.
I guess,
she said.
But I'm going to feel really bad if my part doesn't work and someone gets hurt.
It's my plan, Jay said, squeezing her shoulder. If something bad happens, it's my responsibility, okay? You just need to follow the plan to the best of your ability. Get those Doom Bunnies ready. Things are going to move quickly.
I'm ready, Jay,
Lyra said, drawing another ice arrow.
Just say the word.
Molly, you're behind me, Jay said. Just stay back on the other side of the paving stones so you don't trigger the Goo Goo Horror.
I'm going to be so glad when this thing is dead and we don't have to say its stupid name anymore.
She grumbled, crossing her arms with her hammers resting against her biceps.
But yes, I've got it. You just tell me which booby trap to set off first. And I'll wait for your signal to send in the Doom Bunnies.
Dahlia said.
If the booby traps work like we expect.
Perfect, Jay said. Any other questions?
How did we get ourselves into this again?
Lyra said, her ears flattening into her silver hair.
But I suppose that's mostly rhetorical.
Jay grinned at her. Don't worry, girls. We've got this. He activated Ghost. Lyra took a deep breath once he disappeared and shot her ice arrows in quick succession, freezing both of the vindictive vines. Jay ran for the fountain, jumping over the 2 raised flagstones. Now that he knew what to look for, they were obviously trapped, slightly lighter in color than the other stones, and pushing about 2 inches farther out of the ground. Molly crept behind him, crouching next to the traps.
Ready?
She whispered.
Go!
Jay glanced quickly into the fountain. The Kewpie creeper on his left was just spinning to face the fountain, and the one on the right was just spinning away. "Okay, Maul!" he shouted over his shoulder. "Right stone, hit it, in 3, 2, 1, now!" Molly smashed the trapped stone with her hammer, staying low. Jay ducked just as the Kewpie creeper's lasers were about to fire. They didn't get a chance. With a clanking of chains and a whoosh of rushing air, the log hurtled across the space and smacked the Kewpie creeper right between the eyes, knocking the doll head off the stalk like a golf ball from a tee. The rest of the plant withered, and the mural behind the creatures seemed to dim, just like it happened when Lyra froze the vindictive vines. Jay didn't have time to celebrate his victory, though. He peered into the fountain from his knees, just in time to see the second Kewpie creeper's head spinning around to face him. "Left stone, Maul!" he shouted, just like before. "Hit it in 3, 2, 1, now!" He heard her smash the stone and heard the clink and whoosh of a second trap releasing. He watched just long enough to see the log smash into the second doll head, perfectly duplicating their first results. The entire mural had gone dark, except for the part in the middle. They still had the goo-goo horror to contend with. The surface of the water roiled and boiled, tentacles thrashing up into the air as a bulbous monstrosity emerged from the oily black depths. Jay scrambled backward, still invisible, until he was next to Molly. The barbarian clutched her hammers, eyes wide, but she held her ground. "Nice work, Molly," he said, canceling the ghost effect so that she could see where he was. Both of them stared at the thing in front of them. It was like the abdomen of a mother wolf spider carrying its babies on its back. Except, instead of spiders, the swollen body was covered in doll heads, with hundreds of wide, unblinking eyes, all staring directly at them. "Holy fuck," Jay said, freezing for a second. That's
a goo-goo horror,"
Molly said, equally stunned.
"I take it back. The name suits it perfectly."
From somewhere beneath the ball of doll heads, an unseen, monstrous mouth screamed in rage. That was all it took to jolt Jay back to reality. "Dahlia, hit it with your doom bunnies now! Blind that son of a bitch!" The creature's tentacles waved wildly overhead, then began smashing down in a circle around the fountain. Jay and Molly rolled under one striking limb, barely making it to safety, before another came crashing down on their other side. Lyra and Dahlia were running toward them, a wave of tiny skull-faced rabbits rushing before them like black floodwaters. Behind them, the vindictive vines were breaking free of their icy prisons. "Hurry!" Jay yelled, getting to his feet and pulling Molly up with him. "Run for the door! Just try not to get hit by the tentacles!" All four of them darted around the fountain, ducking and diving beneath the flailing limbs of the goo-goo horror as Dahlia's doom bunnies swarmed up and over the creature's hundreds of eyes, cloaking the monster in writhing, shadowy forms. Jay and the others didn't stop to see if the blinding trick would work. They just ran. A simple wooden door stood on the other side of the fountain, waiting for them. Jay's lungs burned, his heart hammering in his chest as he ran, hand outstretched for the metal handle in the center of the door. Lyra cried out in pain behind him just before he reached it. Jay turned, seeing the fox girl laying face down on the floor, a thick black tentacle wrapped around her waist like a python. He let Molly and Dahlia pass him as he ran back toward Lyra, praying that she would be all right. The goo-goo horror's flailing seemed completely random now. The doom bunnies had done their job, blocking every one of its multitudinous eyes. But that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. He ducked under another thrashing limb, hacking at it with his etched bolo sword. The heavy slab of meat landed on the stones with a wet smack, and Jay jumped over it to get to the fallen fox girl. The tentacle around Lyra's waist was squeezing her, pulsing like a digesting snake. Angry and disgusted, Jay slashed at it with his sword. The goo-goo horror gave another ear-splitting scream. Its remaining tentacles all went rigid, pointing straight up into the air, before it collapsed, crushing the fountain and the flagstones beneath its monstrous weight.
That was enough?
Jay stared at the monster in stunned silence.
Why?
Lyra moaned. Jay bent and picked her up, the tentacle still wrapped around her middle, and stumbled toward the door where Molly and Dahlia stood, eyes wide and faces pale. Molly had her hand on the doorknob.
It died as soon as I touched the door,
She said, her face pale.
I wish I'd run faster. Lyra, is she...
Dahlia started, her lip trembling.
I'm all right.
Lyra said, gripping Jay's shoulder with her slender fingers.
Just need rest.
Relief flooded through Jay's body at the sound of her voice.
Thank God, he said. I wasn't sure.
It is dead, isn't it?
Molly asked, staring over his shoulder at the fallen monster.
We did it?
Dahlia's Doom Bunnies were perched on top of the goo-goo horror, staring back at them with little noses twitching beneath their skull-like masks. Suddenly, notifications began streaming through Jay's HUD, making it difficult to see or hear anything else.
Congratulations! You have completed the Mad King's Castle Challenge number 1, Corrupted Courtyard. By reaching the exit of the puzzle room, you have killed Vindictive Vine, level 43 times 2, Cupie Creeper, level 47 times 2, Goo Goo Horror, level 50.
A ridiculous amount of experience points hit him all at once, bringing with it a series of level-up alerts. Jay shook his head, trying to keep up with it all. Finally, he just focused on the last notification.
Congratulations! You have achieved level 15. XP, 3,682. Next level, 11,400. Health, 300. Stamina, 200. Mana, 140. Unassigned attribute points, 9. You have 90 base stat points to distribute. Would you like to increase health, stamina, or mana?
In his arms, Lyra began to laugh. Chapter 13.
Well, that just happened.
Jay rushed through the door, still carrying the giggling fox girl in his arms, though he had a good idea why she was laughing. She was glowing with a golden light, as if she'd drunk a potion, but Jay suspected she'd leveled up enough to trigger the dungeon's auto-healing feature. Jay had just gained 3 levels from that one puzzle room. He got bonus XP thanks to his CEO subclass, as well as the passive abilities that came with it, Scale Up and Affirmative Action. But that had been a lot of experience, and no doubt Lyra and the others had received enough to get at least a level or 2 as well. More than ever, Jay wanted to sit down and go over his stats and skills. Doubtless there were lots of new options now that he was level 15, but they could dig into the details once they knew they were safe. Come on, he urged Molly and Dahlia, who were staring at each other in stunned silence. Let's get through to the next room. Who knows how long it takes those monsters to respawn? We don't want to rest here and have to deal with them again, do we?
Right.
Molly shook her mane of wild copper curls, jingling the chainmail of her bikini-shaped armor. Her eyes were wide with excitement.
But Jay, you'll never guess.
Later, he interrupted, holding the door open. Once we're safe, okay? He scanned the room with his dungeon sight, looking for anything that might trigger an alarm. It wasn't foolproof. Higher-level monsters and traps would have no trouble hiding from his skill, which was severely underpowered now that they'd jumped all the way to the 5th floor without completing the 3rd or 4th, but it made him feel a bit better. Fortunately, the room they were in seemed to be a kind of antechamber, empty except for 2 doors on the opposite side and a chest between them. They were conveniently labeled with glowing spray paint, just like the graffiti in the corrupted courtyard. One door led to the catacombs and the other to something called the Gaol. Jail, maybe. Jay was pretty sure that was an archaic spelling for jail.
Jay's right.
Dahlia bounded through the door after him, followed by a black, smoky cloud that had been her army of Doom Bunnies only a moment ago.
This place is more dangerous than we can imagine. Do you still have your temporary safe zone, Jay?
Once she was inside the room, the shadow rabbits spread out, covering the floor. Their ears were alert, their little skull faces turning this way and that to investigate the new space. Molly's pet weasels jumped off her shoulder and ran to the catacombs door and started scratching at it and sniffing at the opening. "Just be careful of that chest for now," Jay said. "Seems like a good place to put a trap." When the barbarian and the shadow worker were through the door, Jay pushed it closed behind them. They both stared at him with bright, eager eyes.
I'm better now, Jay.
Lyra squirmed until he set her down.
I was almost dead back there, but I'm better than ever. Can you believe that?
"I'm glad you're all right," he said. "I was worried. Are you sure you are all right?" She and Molly were looking at him with strange, glazed looks in their eyes. He wondered if that was an effect of all the experience they'd just received, though he felt normal and Dahlia didn't look any different.
Perfect.
Lyra said, then her silver ears flattened against her head.
Well, almost.
Molly licked her lips.
I feel like I need something.
Jay shrugged. "The party tent still has a couple of uses," he replied to Dahlia. "We have to use them wisely, but I think now is as good a time as any. Even if we don't need healing, we all need sleep, don't we?" Molly and Lyra rushed to his side, grabbing his arms and tugging him between them.
Yes, sleep. So much sleep. You can sleep with me first, right, Jay? Hey, it's my turn. We already talked about this. I didn't agree to anything.
Dahlia, already the smallest of the three girls, seemed to shrink as she leaned against the wall in an attempt not to be noticed. Her black ears flopped down, covering her eyes, as her cheeks blazed red. Jay shook Molly and Lyra off, or he tried to, managing to dislodge Lyra easily enough. Molly, on the other hand, was definitely stronger than him now. "Enough!" he growled, pinning the barbarian with a fierce glare. Just because she was stronger didn't mean she could push him around. "The jealous act is funny sometimes, but this is not the time or place for squabbling. What is the matter with you both?" Jay received another notification, something about his charisma skills again. He pushed it away in frustration. Both girls immediately dropped his arms and stepped away, looking abashed.
I actually don't know what came over me.
Molly said.
I felt kind of crazy all of a sudden. Me too.
Lyra whispered.
Like something else had taken over my brain. Maybe it was shock after surviving those monsters?
Molly's eyes flashed as she looked at her HUD.
Nope. Well, not for me, at least. I've got some stupid debuff all of a sudden. We'd better get the tent set up before this gets worse.
Jay was tempted to ask what the problem was, but he didn't want to risk any more distractions. "Dahlia, your dungeon site is better than mine. This room looks safe, but can you make sure?"
Looks good to me,
she said, seeming eager to have something else to do other than watching Molly and Lyra fawn over him.
I'm a little suspicious of the chest, but it's not triggering anything in my scan.
"Well," Jay said, pulling the party tent out of his inventory. "Once we set this up, we'll know for sure. It won't allow any dungeon monsters within a 12-foot radius, and this room isn't that big, so—" He tossed the little present-shaped box on the ground in the middle of the room, watching in awe as the temporary safe zone assembled itself into a Valentine-themed circus tent. It didn't have as much room as it had in the forest, and Jay was worried it would squish them all as it expanded. Instead, the party tent rearranged itself into a 2-story structure of pink and red silk. The words Love Shack blinked at them in little yellow lights, looking, as Dahlia had suggested her first time seeing it, more like a brothel than a tent. "Home, sweet home," Jay said, gesturing for the girls to enter. Then something caught his attention on the wall between the two doors, and a notification jumped up in the corner of his vision. Oh.
Success. You have killed Mimic, level 55. XP, 5,000.
The party tent safe zone had attempted to encompass the space where the chest had been. Now, a splatter of black and green ooze, filled with razor-sharp teeth, was spread across the wall.
Yup.
Molly said, her sea-blue eyes wide.
That just happened.
"I guess the chest was trapped after all," Jay said.
Or it was the trap, you mean?
Lyra said.
Mimics are really rare and super dangerous, which means we should loot it.
Molly said, running over to the splatter to check for goodies. Lyra frowned.
I was going to say we need to be extra careful. Mimic blood,
Molly said, sorting through the items.
mimic teeth. Gross. I'll put them in the party warehouse. Can we go inside now?
Dahlia asked, glancing at the tent with a bit of a flush in her cheeks.
Yes. Come with me.
Lyra said, taking her hand and casting a baleful look at Molly, who was now covered in the gooey remains of the mimic.
Some people have no sense.
The girls disappeared into the tent while Jay waited for Molly.
That's all I can take.
She said.
But the body is still there. You should check it too.
Then she noticed Ross and Rachel still scratching at the door to the catacombs.
Come here, you little twerps. Why are you acting so weird? I'll feed you once we're inside. There might be some weasel treats in the tent if you're good.
The long white shapes darted across the small room and up to Molly's shoulders, riding along as she stepped inside the temporary safe zone. Jay strode over to the splattered mimic and did a quick scan with his HUD. There was still one lootable item on the body that he could see, another piece of parchment by the looks of it. Jay wondered if it might be another treasure map, but when he opened it, it looked more like some kind of formula.
You have received Recipe of Disenchantment. Do you ever just want to tear things apart to see how they work? Well, now you can. Just don't expect to be able to put them back together again afterwards, though. Didn't Humpty Dumpty teach you anything? Use this recipe to create a powder of disenchantment. Then, in your research and development menu, use the powder of disenchantment to take apart potions, powders, salves, and enchanted items to reveal the secrets of how they were made. Will you destroy the item you just disenchanted? Yes. Will you also destroy most of the secrets you intend to reveal? Probably also yes. But sometimes you've got to stick your neck out to get ahead. Or maybe that's to get beheaded. Oh well, use at your own risk.
Jay put the recipe for disenchantment in his inventory and headed into the tent, ready to finally take a break and get his head wrapped around all the new skills and abilities he had. If strategy was the key to defeating the Mad King's castle, they needed to make sure they spent their points wisely. Lyra was in the shower when Jay entered the tent. The glass chamber was all steamed up, but Jay could see her naked silhouette through the fog. He remembered the first safe zone he and the Fox girl had shared back when they were the only ones partied together. Those early days had been fun and exhilarating in ways that Jay had never experienced before, though he'd been desperate to get back to Winterhaven and save Molly from her portal sleep. Now Molly was awake and delving with them, and by the looks of it, she was bursting to tell him something about her new skills. She sat on the edge of the big heart-shaped bed, bouncing up and down, her eyes wide and her cheeks pink from the effort of holding in whatever it is she wanted to say. Jay's heart swelled to see her so excited and so happy with her barbarian class. Dahlia, in contrast, leaned against the wall with her arms crossed over her chest, frowning. In the ridiculous, frilly, romance-themed decor of Nova's Love Motel, the shadow worker probably felt as out of place as she looked. Dahlia's hair might match the pink cushions on the bed, but everything else about her was grim and black, including her expression. "Is anything the matter?" Jay asked, letting the tent flap close behind him. Molly's excited look faded slightly.
I already told her not to worry about it. Nova's just teasing, that's all. You know how she is.
Teasing about what? Jay asked. Dahlia's ears drooped, revealing a new sign behind her head. The sign read Prude Corner and pointed to a newly partitioned section of the tent opposite the heart-shaped bed.
It's nothing. I think I'll go to bed, Jay. I'm pretty tired. And Nova's gone out of her way to make sure I have my own space and everything, so I might as well make use of it.
Jay scowled at the sign. That's bullshit, Dahlia. You don't have to sleep in there. You're just as much a part of the team as any of us. You know that.
I know.
Dahlia shrugged, and she looked so small all of a sudden, Jay wanted to hug her.
It's all right. Probably a good thing, really. I checked it out. It's soundproofed and everything, so you won't have to worry about disturbing me. I know you're all dying to spend some time together. Now I won't be in the way.
We aren't animals, Dahlia, Jay said, shaking his head. We can control ourselves. We don't have to sleep together just because there's a bed.
Jay?
Molly had reached out to take his hand.
Actually, we kind of do have to sleep with you, I mean.
What? Jay said. Don't be ridiculous. Don't you think that's a little rude?
Yes.
Molly glanced at the hairblood woman and her cheeks turned pink.
But I started to tell you outside. Lyra and I both have an active debuff because it's been more than 24 hours since we've, received your blessings. It's called Nymphomaniac, and we will literally start losing our minds if—
Jay slapped his forehead and dragged his fingers over his face. That was why they were acting so strangely earlier. Dahlia, he said, I am so sorry about this. I don't know why Nova is being so pushy. Dahlia bit her lip and twisted a strand of magenta hair around her finger, looking up at him with her bright yellow eyes. She'd taken her cloak off, revealing a black corset with a sweetheart neckline that made her curves stand out even more than usual.
I know it's not your fault, Jay,
she said.
It's okay. I really don't mind. Have fun with the girls. I'll see you in the morning.
She opened the partition door and slipped inside before Jay could protest any further. Lyra came out of the shower at just the same time.
Oh no, did she leave? I told her not to worry about that stupid sign. Doesn't she want to have a shower? She doesn't want to be the reason we have to wait,
Molly said, frowning.
I feel really bad that she took that sign so hard. Nova shouldn't be so mean.
Lyra toweled herself off, not bothering to cover herself as she fluffed her tail and ears.
Why don't you go next then, Molly? You're all covered in mimic blood still.
Molly shrugged.
Okay, but I still felt bad.
She removed her armor, revealing a swath of pale, freckled skin rippling with muscles, and put it all in one of the complimentary laundry cubes. Molly had put almost all of her points into strength ever since her integration, and the dungeon magic had transformed her from a small, curvy, and shy university student to a barbarian through and through. Jay thought she was even growing taller, almost as tall as he was now. It had happened gradually, and they'd been distracted with other things, but as he watched her undress, he suddenly realized it was true. She was bigger and more powerful than he could ever have imagined. But she was still his best friend, and as beautiful as ever. Molly flashed a grin at him as she slipped into the shower stall.
I'll be quick. Unless you want to join me in here, Jay. We can get a head start on taking care of that debuff.
Go ahead, Jay said. I still need to get some things sorted here.
You must have a lot of new skills,
Lyra said as she finished toweling her hair and jumped naked into the bed, completely unself-conscious of her bare body. From what the fox girl had told him, Fenari didn't feel any need for modesty when it came to being naked, and the lithe, lean archer certainly had nothing to hide. She was as stunning as ever, possibly even more so as she'd gained levels and her muscles filled out, adding to her gymnast's physique. Molly had taken Lyra's open-minded attitude and run with it, apparently deciding that after spending her entire life keeping her feelings for Jay a secret, she no longer wanted to hide anything of herself. That was perfectly fine with Jay. He loved that his girls were so comfortable around him. He only wished their comfort didn't make Dahlia so uncomfortable. Despite the fact that she was also a Fenari, Dahlia had been raised by humans in Castle Wenture, and she seemed to have learned a deep need of privacy. Or maybe that was the result of spending so long alone in the haunted forest. Either way, Jay wished there was something he could do to help her feel more like she fit in with them, even if she didn't want to join their occasional debaucheries.
I'm level 14 now,
Lyra said, sitting cross-legged on the bed and holding one of the heart-shaped pillows in her arms.
I got a new passive ability called Reflex Boost that increases my reaction time so I can dodge certain kinds of attacks and respond faster in combat. And I hit 20 points on agility, which gave me 2 new skill upgrades.
I chose Lightning Strike, which makes all of my attacks twice as fast and boosts my ability to parry or deflect incoming attacks, which gives me a chance to avoid damage and hopefully stay in the fight longer. And my second choice was actually a bundle of new arrow effects for my subclass: sticky arrows, moss arrows, and echo arrows. The sticky ones act like grappling hooks if we tie a rope to them. The moss arrows create soft patches to walk on to increase stealth, and the echo arrows can lure enemies away by making them think someone is attacking from behind. Oh, and I upgraded my silly soothing kisses to level 3 now, so they're much more powerful.
Jay grinned at her enthusiastic explanation. Oh, that sounds great, Lyra. You chose well. Any idea what Molly did?
No, but I bet she spent all her points in strength again.
Lyra rolled her eyes and laughed.
But I'm curious to see what her new skills are like. Barbarians can get some really cool powers once they level their strength high enough.
Jay blew out a long breath, almost daunted by the idea of going through all of his notifications. But when he opened his menu, he saw it wasn't actually that bad. For once, Nova hadn't bombarded him with a bunch of bonus skills and achievements as an excuse to do him favors. He just had the charisma skill points to figure out and the distribution of his new attribute points, along with whatever new skills and perks those unlocked. And, of course, he still needed to read the Dark Horse spellbook. First things first, though, there were 3 bootstrapper gifts from the anonymous benefactor, who was obviously Nova. Those he could probably just open and put in his inventory unless she had given him more mysteries to solve. If she had, Jay thought he might scream in frustration. This time, however, there were no notes to go with the gifts. He just received a couple of random-seeming items, a ring of overpowering and a long rope. I mean, a really, really long rope. The ring gave the wearer a 3 times temporary strength boost that lasted 10 minutes before needing to recharge for an hour. The long rope was actually an infinite coil that could be cut to any length the Delver needed. Jay could see both being pretty handy items to have in the dungeon. The final gift was a stack of 10 ultimate healing potions, which Jay was happy to add to his inventory. "Thank you for being normal for once," he muttered under his breath. It was strange that they hadn't come with any additional notes from Nova, but to be honest, Jay was relieved. The skill upgrades and puzzles and side quests and hints from the dungeon were getting overwhelming. It was hard to not be constantly questioning Nova's motivations in giving him the things she did, especially as they got more information about King Wencher and the goings-on outside the dungeon. Reyna's disappearance, the mercenary knights, Dax Frostmane and his friends, the Black Howl, the animal charms Mahmoud al-Shahar had told them about that Molly had found. Jay felt that it was all part of the same puzzle, but he couldn't see yet how it was connected or what it was all supposed to have to do with him. Finding Nova was the only goal he had any clear line of sight on, so that was what he was trying to do, and pinning all of his hopes on the fact that once he found her, she would reveal the rest. But his mind never stopped churning in the background, trying to figure out if he was doing things the right way or if he was misinterpreting the incessant flood of strange clues. He hoped the Dark Horse spellbook would hold some of those answers. "All right," he muttered to himself. "Here goes nothing." He pulled the black book from his inventory. It didn't look like anything special. Jay held his breath and opened it. At least, he tried to open it. The cover seemed to be stuck closed. "What the hell?" he said, pulling harder. Nope, it wasn't opening. The dungeon's auto voice cut into his thoughts, laughing in a dry, robotic tone.
Delver. You must have at least 10 points in intelligence to open any spellbook. You didn't think you could cheat, did you? Naughty boy."
Jay gritted his teeth and opened his skills menu, relieved to see he would be able to reach Intelligence 10 if he allocated some of his new attribute points. Luckily, he'd attempted to open the book first, or he might have been tempted to increase his strength or agility now that he knew how tough the Mad King's castle was going to be. But he'd previously decided to try to get all of his attributes up to at least level 10 in order to have a balanced build, so this was a pretty good indication that his initial instinct had been right. He also needed to decide what to do about those charisma points. The charisma skill tree started with 4 options: charm, persuasion, command, and insight, each of which had 3 base skills. Jay was surprised to find that the notification he'd received when he told Lyra and Molly to stop their strange behavior earlier was actually a free skill he'd earned called Authoritative Voice.
Authoritative voice. Why ask nicely when you can just tell them what to do? With authoritative voice, your words carry the weight of 1,000 lectures from disappointed parents. Utter a simple command like stop, kneel, or get me coffee, and watch as targets scramble to obey, unable to resist your no-nonsense tone. Perfect for those moments when please just isn't cutting it.
Jay frowned. He hadn't meant to use that on his own party members. Hopefully it would be a skill he needed to actively engage from now on. He didn't want to have to wonder if the girls were doing what he asked because they wanted to or because the dungeon was making them. But he could see how it would be useful when dealing with some dungeon dwellers, other delvers, and maybe on sapient monsters. He needed to allocate more points to charisma if he was going to buy more skills, though he could afford a perk. He was starting to realize it might be a valuable attribute to pump up, even if it did kind of rub him the wrong way. But he wasn't quite ready to spend any more points unless he needed to. Since he was going to work toward a base 10 in each stat, Jay figured he should probably also start leveling his mana along with his health and stamina. He quickly dropped 30 points in each, then looked at his other numbers. To bring his intelligence up high enough to use the spellbook, he needed to add 5 points. The remaining 4 he put into willpower, which was his lowest attribute, bringing it up to a total of 6. He also noticed his vocational skills were leveling with him, even though he hadn't used them much, and wondered if that was a tertiary bonus that came along with his scale-up skill, now that he was a higher level. Annoyingly, his Tier 2 class upgrade, which should have been available at level 15, read blocked. He wasn't sure what he'd have to do to unblock it, but since there wasn't much he could do about it, he decided to just forget about it for the moment.
Delver, J. Morgan. Class type, versatile. Class, Dark Horse. Tier 1, CEO, Chief Expedition Officer. Tier 2, blocked. Level 15. XP, 3,682. Next level, 11,400. Health, 300. Stamina, 200. Mana, 140. Active bonus, 40% max XP. Scale up, 20% max XP. Affirmative action, 10% max XP. HR Nightmare, 10% max XP. CEO. Unassigned attribute points, 2. Charisma. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Constitution, 16. Beetle Black Scarab Armor, set bonus. Constitution, plus 6. HP, plus 50. Willpower, 6. Charisma, 10. Active skills. On-the-job training. Asset management. Pound it. Crush the competition. Golden Gazelle. Agile GOAT. Authoritative voice. Too good to be true. Passive abilities. Scale up 4. Affirmative action 3. Environmental resistance 1. Arctic. Dungeon sight 4. Stealth 4. Trailblazer 2. Perks. Panty dropper. Bootstrapper. Silver handshake. Vocational skills. Gathering. Horticulturist 3. Profession. Field medic 3. Profession. Fletching 3. Crafting. Apothecary 3. Crafting. Survival 3. Crafting. Research and development 4.
As soon as the points were allocated, he received another notification from the auto dungeon.
Congratulations! You have earned a new intelligence skill. Choose one of the following. Leverage. Fighting fair is for suckers. Real men go for the jugular. Maybe that's vampires, actually. They're suckers of a different sort. Well, either way, the point is, being a bit of a bastard can be a career-defining characteristic. Go ahead. Find that weak spot and exploit the shit out of it. With leverage, you can magically apply the golden rule of business. Always know your opponent's soft spots, whether it's bad investments or a poor choice in elemental defense. This spell ensures you'll be hitting them where it hurts most. Use 25 mana points to target an enemy's weakness, magnify their vulnerabilities, and make them more susceptible to damage from specific elements or attacks for up to 5 minutes. Or, hostile takeover. Cheers! You are now the proud owner of one very confused enemy. This spell lets you seize control of a foe and turn them into your newest employee. And the best part? No salary negotiations. For a limited time, watch as they work against their own team. Remember, in business and in battle, sometimes you just have to acquire the competition. Use 25 mana points to temporarily seize control of an enemy's will, forcing them to fight for your side for a limited time. The target views the caster as their boss and follows orders even against their previous allies. Duration of spell is variable, depending on the target's power level. Or, merger and acquisition. You guessed it. They're still not paying attention to anything I do, so you can just have both skills. What are they going to do? Fire me?
Jay quickly selected the merger and acquisition option and watched both new skills add themselves to his skill tree. If the dungeon kept going like this, he was soon going to have an unmanageable number of skills to keep track of, especially considering he also had the use of Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia's skills as well. With that out of the way, he took a deep breath and pulled the Dark Horse spellbook back out of his inventory. Its weight surprised him as it appeared in his hands. He hadn't noticed it to be so heavy before, and not when Al-Shahar had given it to him either. It was as if, now that he had the required intelligence level to use the book, it was denser. The cover was made of sleek black leather, almost too smooth, like it had been polished over centuries of use. But now that he had time to inspect it, Jay could see silver runes glinting in the dim light, etched into the edges. They didn't stay still. They seemed to shift and slither just out of sight whenever his gaze wandered.
Oh, Jay!
Lyra gasped.
I'd forgotten you found the spellbook. I've never seen anything like that. Can you read those runes?
Jay shook his head. No, and I swear there weren't any runes on it when I acquired it. Centered on the cover was the outline of a rearing horse, its eyes glowing faintly as if it was sizing him up. There was something unsettlingly sentient about the way it looked back at him. The shower door opened, and Molly emerged, dripping all over the floor as she wrapped her long, coppery hair into a turban on top of her head.
Ooh, just in time! Is that the spellbook?
The Dark Horse, Jay said, staring at the figure. It's kind of creepy, isn't it?
Maybe it's cursed!
Molly hopped onto the bed beside Lyra, tackling her to the mattress. The fox girls screamed and fought back, kicking and scratching as the stronger barbarian pinned her down.
Ah! Get off me, you brute! I want to see what's in the book!
Jay did too. He couldn't imagine that Nova would guide him toward a cursed book, no matter how ominous it looked. This was the book that was supposed to help him understand his unique class. Slowly, he opened the cover. Inside, pages filled with tightly coiled script in a language he didn't recognize flipped by as he ran his thumb over them. As he flipped through, the words seemed to twist and blur, making it impossible to read for more than a second. The book hummed with dark potential, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Turning back to the first page, Jay watched in surprise as all the letters swirled together and rewrote themselves into 3 words at the top of the page. Sacrifice to gain. He flipped through the rest of the book, his eyebrows drawing together in confusion. Now all the pages were blank. Sacrifice what? He asked, directing the question at the book as if it could answer. He felt a bit stupid, but what else was he supposed to do? Surprisingly, the book answered. Dark, spidery writing appeared beneath the title. The ink shimmered darkly, as if it had been written moments ago. To gain power, you must first relinquish it, Jay read aloud. The words seemed to shift slightly on the page as Jay read them, and below more instructions appeared, fading in slowly like a voice whispering from the shadows. Write the name of a skill you possess and watch as it dissolves into forgotten memory. In return, the Dark Horse shall grant you a new path, one of power unseen by others.
What?
Lyra's ears popped up over Molly's bare shoulder as she stared at Jay with her blue and gold eyes wide.
Is that what it says?
Sacrifice one and be granted another, Jay continued to read. Sacrifice two and forge something greater. But know this, what the book has taken cannot be returned. What you receive will be unfamiliar, unpredictable, as wild as the dark horse. This is the cost of the unknown. The dungeon does not recognize these spells. They are yours alone. The page shimmered and fell still again, the ink settling like it had always been there. No more instructions followed, just the chilling finality of what Jay held in his hands.
Jay!
Lyra gasped.
That's possibly the most powerful item I've ever heard of in any dungeon!
Molly shoved the fox girl's shoulder playfully.
What? That's nothing. I can turn into a colossus now, didn't I tell you? A coloss? Ah!
Lyra cried out as Molly suddenly tripled in size, knocking her sideways. Jay shouted in alarm, backing up quickly and narrowly avoiding getting hit in the face by an enormous bare foot.
Molly, what the hell is that, your new skill? You almost took my head off.
The bed collapsed beneath the barbarian's sudden weight, and her head was bent sideways as she attempted to not tear through the ceiling.
Oops!
She said, her voice rumbling deeply now that she was nearly 20 feet tall.
Didn't realize I'd be this colossal! What did you think colossus meant?
Lyra shrieked, her silver tail puffed out like a bottle brush. It's very cool, Jay said, trying to hide a laugh, but not in the love shack, please. Molly immediately shrank back down to her normal size, her freckled cheeks blazing pink.
Sorry, Jay.
Jay shook his head. It's fine, Moll. I'm just glad he didn't break the tent. Then what would we have done?
I'm going to blame that little slip-up on temporary insanity.
Molly laughed nervously.
Due to my nymphomaniac debuff. You'd better get over here and cure me before anything else like that happens.
Lyra shot to her feet and launched herself onto the barbarian woman.
You cheater!
She snarled, teeth and claws bared.
It's my turn to have him first.
Jay put the Dark Horse spellbook back in his inventory and began to undress. I'll leave you girls to sort it out, he said, striding to the shower while they were distracted. I've got a quick date with some soap and hot water. Their outraged cries were muffled to whispers as the shower door closed behind him.
Chapter 14. A Bashful Voyeur. Dahlia hadn't meant to spy on them. As embarrassed as she was by Nova's teasing sign, she'd been relieved to be relegated to the Love Shack's prude corner. But when she noticed the little peephole next to her cot, she hadn't been able to help herself from peeping. Oh, darkness. Dahlia's face was probably as pink as her hair as she pressed her eye to the opening and watched Jay lavishing the naked women with the attention. His eyes, hands, and mouth seemed to be everywhere at once. She trembled as she imagined him touching her that way, her skin prickling with the sweat of desire. And when she was looking through the peephole, the soundproofing disappeared as well, so not only was she watching them, she was hearing them too. Molly's low moans and Lyra's sharp yips of pleasure. Jay's murmured praises as they gave and received with opened mouth slavering eagerness. It should have been disgusting, and yet she couldn't look away. Dahlia didn't know how the dungeon managed these little tricks, and she didn't know how it always seemed to know how to manipulate her, but it did. And as embarrassed as Dahlia had been to be labeled as a prude by Nova, she was even more embarrassed that Nova had known that she wouldn't be able to resist a chance to watch Jay naked, powerful, joyful, with his lovers. Dahlia hadn't thought it was possible what she was witnessing, and she certainly hadn't thought it possible that she might want to be the object of a man's attention, the way Molly and Lyra were with Jay's dark eyes on them. Living as a young Fenari servant in Castle Wenshire's castle, Dahlia was used to the leering gazes and pinching fingers of human males. They seemed to think that she was a toy rather than a living, breathing person. not caring a bit for whether or not she wanted their attention, which she did not. They frightened her terribly. Fenari people might be open with sex and nudity, but Dahlia had learned at a young age that the best way to stay safe was to hide. She wore baggy servant's clothes to hide her developing body, made sure to have some soot or kitchen grease on her face, kept her hair and ears wrapped in rags, whatever it took to be less appealing. She was fortunate in a way that Captain Mooney and his men had come for her when they had, because while she'd been groped, pinched, and prodded by everyone from visiting nobles to Wenshire's soldiers and even some servants, she'd been thought too young for other kinds of fun. When she escaped into the dungeon to avoid Mooney and his lecherous followers, Dahlia had only grown more afraid. They had stalked her with terrifyingly ravenous looks, as if they were deranged by their lust. Dahlia had grown into a woman while hiding like a child. She thought all males were like Mooney's men, or those at Castle Wensshire. She hadn't known what to do when she met Jay and his companions. He was so different, kind, and respectful. Still, she'd been afraid when they'd been separated from Molly and Lyra back in the night market, and Dahlia found herself alone with not only Jay, but another strange man, the Felinari rogue named Pardis. Part of her wondered if Jay, deprived of his regular lovers, would suddenly change and become overbearing toward her. But by then, Dahlia had almost been hoping for him to want her that way. Her feelings had been very confused when Jay was hurt, and she needed to nurse him back to health, and he hadn't tried to paw at her. The Felinari man, too, had been respectful, and Dahlia had found it very interesting to watch the way he was with his woman, Felicity. She spoke with Felicity when Jay was sleeping and had been amazed at the love and adoration the woman had for her man. It made Dahlia realize that she was still a silly child in many ways, unable to see the world through adult eyes. She may have grown older in the dungeon, but she had not gained much wisdom, at least not where the relations between men and women were concerned. The world and the people in it were much more complex than she knew, and she was beginning to realize that she'd just had very bad fortune when it came to the men she'd been exposed to in her early years. Traveling alone with Jay had been unexpectedly wonderful. She felt a little thrill every time she glanced up and found him watching her, his dark eyes intense and filled with genuine interest in her. Dahlia had never experienced anything like it. She found herself walking closer to him than she needed to, wanting to touch him. Just a brush of his fingers against hers made her shiver. But she didn't really know how to tell him how she was feeling. She told him she didn't want him that way, and she'd joined the party, and now, how was she supposed to tell him she'd changed her mind without looking like a silly little fool? Unfortunately, she hadn't figured out a way to broach the subject before they were reunited with the others. Molly and Lyra had been so eager to see Jay again, she'd felt like an awkward tag-along all over again, sinking into the background once more. Jay seemed aware of her embarrassment, too, which made it worse. She hoped he didn't think she was disgusted by their shows of affection, disgusted by him. Her embarrassment was for herself and her own lack of experience and understanding. Not only that, but she was acutely aware of how different she looked from the other women. Molly had invested in her strength attribute, growing powerful and muscular, and still somehow retaining her femininity with firm breasts and a shapely bottom. Lyra had focused on agility, and while Vulpinari were naturally small, graceful people, she'd become a perfect, lithe wisp of a woman, strong but slender, petite in every way. Next to them, Dahlia felt soft and clumsy. Even though she was a higher level than either of them, she'd spent most of her attribute points in intelligence and willpower, and focused on growing her mana pool, all of which were great for spellcasting and for her aura of power, but casting spells only distracted from the truth. Under the glamour of her dark magic, she was stuck with her regular, unaltered body. Short, thick in the thighs and bottom, and heavy in the chest with hardly any muscle in her arms or torso. Soft, soft, soft. If Jay could see her without her cloak and staff and magical clothing, he'd probably be disgusted with her. But in this moment, peering through the spy hole in her private room, Dahlia was able to temporarily forget the secret fears in her heart, because the rest of her body was suddenly electrically alive for the first time in her life. Dahlia bit her lip, watching Jay kiss Molly, their mouths and tongues entwined like dancers, trying to imagine what it felt like to have his lips on hers. Her gaze trailed his fingers as they brushed the barbarian woman's nipples, hardening the tips like diamonds before he squeezed her breast in his hands. Dahlia suddenly needed to be naked too, needed to feel what Molly was feeling. She tore her clothes off quickly, not wanting to be away from the peephole for a second longer than necessary, then pressed her face back against the opening. Her hand moved with Jay's, stroking, pressing, pinching, grasping. "Oh, darkness," she moaned, hoping the soundproofing worked both ways. "Oh, Jay." She had never been touched as she was touching herself then, not even by her own hands. Dahlia had been so sure she didn't like to be touched that she had never been curious enough to explore her own body. She bathed and dressed as necessary when she found a safe zone, and otherwise paid as little attention to her physical form as was possible. Part of Dahlia had always wished she could become like the shadows she commanded, an incorporeal thing that could not be touched and could barely be seen. Now, however, something new had awakened within her. She could see the potential of this prison of flesh she'd been trapped in all these years. Her nerves awoke beneath her fingers, trembling and screaming for more. How had she not known her body could feel this way? She had glimpses of it, walking next to Jay through the night market or sitting close to him on the love seat of Felicity's caravan, the way her body seemed to tingle in the presence of his warmth. But she could hardly imagine the exquisite torture of having his mouth on her skin, knowing that every inch of her body was capable of levels of sensations she was experiencing at her own hands. In the other room, Jay pushed Molly onto the heart-shaped bed and lifted Lyra into his arms, his hands sliding over her slender waist and down her hips, resting on her bottom. Dahlia imitated his touch with her fingers, over her wide hips and cupping her cheeks. Her tail jumped as she accidentally brushed it, needing the soft squishiness of her backside. Obviously, very different from the taut, muscular buttocks of the fox girl, but for this moment, she tried not to worry about it. If she could imagine Jay touching her, she could imagine him enjoying it, couldn't she? Jay was kissing Lyra deeply and passionately, like a starving man having his first taste of rich sustenance after weeks of deprivation. Dahlia gasped as she watched his hands move between the fox girl's buttocks, and he began stroking her from behind. On the bed, Molly was watching them, her pale cheeks flushed with excitement as she stroked herself. Dahlia hesitated before moving her hand to do the same. Her skin hummed with anticipation as she hovered over her sex, both eager to experience what Molly and Lyra were experiencing, and terrified. She wasn't sure if she was more scared that she wouldn't like it, or that she would. If she didn't like it, that meant she could never bring herself to pursue Jay, knowing that she'd be a disappointment as a lover. But if she did... Dahlia slipped her fingers into the slit between her legs and gasped. "Unholy shadows! I'm so wet! Black gods! It's dripping down my thighs! What's happening to me?" All the curses and epithets she knew didn't seem strong enough for what she was feeling. She circled the tip of her finger over her swollen, sensitive lips. It seemed to tickle something deep in her belly. When she sank her fingers deeper into the wetness, Dahlia bit her lip and groaned. Her fingers slipped right inside her body, sending ripples of pleasure through her arms and legs. She couldn't tear her eyes from Jay as she slid her fingers in and out, admiring his broad, firm back as he lowered himself over Lyra. His hips began to pump between the fox girl's spread thighs, and Dahlia matched his rhythm with her fingers, imagining the press of his body against hers. As she fingered herself, Dahlia discovered something else in the slippery folds of her sex. Above her slit, a small nub had swelled and hardened, throbbing as if to beg for her attention. She didn't know what she was doing, only that she had to do it.
Her tail began to twitch, bouncing every time she stroked the sensitive bud, and her ears flattened into her hair. Her thighs shook, kneeling on her bed with her face pressed against the peephole and her hand pumping between her legs. She pressed her breasts against the cool wall, feeling her nipples jolt at the touch and zing with her own pleasure. Dahlia was forced to close her eyes because the feeling was suddenly so intense. Her right foot started to twitch and quiver. In her mind's eye, she could still see Jay, not the way he looked with Molly and Lyra, but with the intense look of interest he'd given her when they were alone. She imagined him closing the distance between them, his lips parted and dropping to hers. She imagined the heat of his body pressing against her, his strong arms wrapping around her waist, his fingers digging into her soft curves. She rocked her hips, moaning, "Jay, yes, yes, please, Jay, I want you, I want you, oh, oh." Nothing could have prepared her for the shockwave that rocked her. Her muscles tensed and shook like she'd been hit by a lightning spell, knocking her backwards onto the bed. Her legs juddered and shook, her breasts heaved, and her fingers kept stroking and thrusting as if she was no longer in control of them. When the feeling finally passed, Dahlia was left sweating and gasping, black spots dancing in front of her eyes. She felt like she'd just escaped a boss room, weak and exhausted and trembling with relief. "What was that?" she whispered to the ceiling of Prude Corner. "What happened?" She was answered by an alert from her HUD. "Achievement unlocked. Bad Bunny. You've been a bad, bad girl, little Hairblood. Didn't anybody ever tell you what happens to young women who don't respect the purity of their bodily vessels? You've been soiled, contaminated by the filth of desire and passion and sexual climax. Now what are you going to do? Do it again, of course. It's a well-known fact that women who learn how to pleasure themselves go on to lead happier, more fulfilling sex lives than the ones who don't. A good partner will always listen to your needs and help you feel good in bed. But it's so much easier if you already know what you like. And if you're comfortable with your body, sex will be a whole lot more fun for both you and your partner. Reward: Little Bunny Thumper and inspirational imagery times 10. Dahlia's cheeks burned, knowing that Nova had been watching her. She picked up the Little Bunny Thumper, turning it around in her hands. It was shaped like a rabbit and had a button on the nose. When she pressed the button, the rabbit's legs started vibrating like it was thumping the ground to warn off a predator. Dahlia frowned, not knowing what she was supposed to do with it. Was it making fun of the way her legs had shaken when she'd been... well, whatever it was, she stuffed it into her inventory and looked at the stack of inspirational imagery. They appeared to be highly realistic artistic renderings of... "Oh, darkness," Dahlia moaned, shame and embarrassment washing over her again. "Oh, Nova, why would you give this to me?" Her eyes widened as she continued to flip through the stack, unable to tear her eyes away, just as she had been with her face pressed to the peephole. Each image depicted an up-close, highly detailed vignette of the acts she had just witnessed, with Jay front and center in each of them, his eyes looking hungrily down upon Molly as he pinned her to the mattress, his mouth sucking Lyra's nipple between his lips, his huge, pole? Staff? Scepter? All right. Dahlia wasn't really sure what those things were called. She hadn't been old enough to be included in the maid's hushed whispering about the stable boys and soldiers they dallied with when she lived at the castle. There had been a number of weird, grotesque, and startling descriptions of human bodies and their functions floating around the servants' quarters when she lived there, a surprising number of them to do with either weapons or food, which was as incongruous as it was frightening, but she'd actively avoided any mention of it when she had the chance. What she did remember only served to confuse her now. Oh no, she just had a horrible thought. Was that what the rotten Captain Moody had wanted to do to her? She shuddered. Did he have a poking stick like that?
Ew, she really, really didn't want to think about that. If he had, it would have been as worm-eaten and putrid as he was, and that just made the things he wanted to do to her even more horrifying than ever. No, she wouldn't think about it. It was hard enough to overcome that trauma when the threat was hazy and indistinct. Maybe it was just Jay who had one of those lances in his pants. How did men walk around in normal trousers if they were hiding extra limbs in there? Where did Jay hide it when he wasn't using it? Oh, darkness! She had so many questions now, and she had no one to ask. She flipped through the pictures again, despite the shame she felt at having them, then quickly stuffed them into her inventory where she hoped she could forget about them. Nova was being more of a nuisance than ever these days. Nova, whom she'd thought for ages was just some crazed alter ego her mind had invented to keep her company in the haunted forest, and who, since Jay's arrival, Dahlia had come to realize was real, always watching, and somehow connected to her past. Dahlia covered her face with her hands, rolled over, and screamed into the mattress of her cot. It was all so horribly confusing. Maybe it would be better if she was just a shadow after all, even if that thing she had done had felt rather nice once she'd gotten over the shock of it. Shadows probably didn't have storms of emotions and memories and fears roiling around in their heads like a storm about to unleash a deadly flood. She pushed herself back up and grabbed a towel from the little bedside table Nova had provided her with. Wrapping the towel around her chest, which was, of course, barely big enough to cover her ample bosom, and left a triangular opening through which her lower parts could be glimpsed. She rolled across the bed and took a final peep through the hole in the wall. Jay and the girls had exhausted themselves as well, it seemed. They were piled on the bed with their arms wrapped around one another, sleeping soundly. It made Dahlia feel rather deeply lonely all of a sudden. She bit her lip, fighting back tears. "Stop that," she admonished herself. She wrinkled her nose and sniffed loudly, then stood up from the mattress. "Now you're really acting like a silly, foolish child. Go have your shower and go to sleep, and everything will feel better in the morning." Her legs felt weak and trembly when she stood up, but she took a deep breath and opened the door of Prude Corner as quietly as she could. Peeking around the crack, she made sure they were sleeping, then tiptoed as quietly as she could to the shower. Molly woke to the sound of the shower running and the feeling of Jay's elbow digging into her ribs. "Ow, Jay," she hissed. "That hurts."
It doesn't hurt.
Jay whispered back, amused.
You've got level 20 strength now. You'd shake off a broken femur like it was a stubbed toe.
"Well, fine, but it's annoying. Don't you have enough room?" Jay laughed, sitting up on his elbow to look down at Molly. Lyra was spread eagle over most of the bed, one leg still wrapped over his shoulder after she passed out while he was eating her pussy. Molly was sprawled next to her, taking up the rest of the bed. Jay was precariously perched on the edge with barely a scrape of the mattress or blankets to call his own.
No,
he said.
But that's not why I woke you up. The shower is going.
Molly yawned and glanced at the steamy glass box in the corner of the room, where Dahlia's curvy shadow was just visible through the steam. "Poor girl," she said. "She waited until we were asleep to have a shower? We must have seemed really desperate to jump you."
You were,
Jay said, keeping his voice low.
Not that I'm complaining, mind you. I needed that as much as you did.
"So why did you wake me up?" Molly asked, yawning again and covering her mouth with the back of her hand. "You ready to go another round? It would have to be quick. I don't want to embarrass her any more than she already was, but I can be quick if you—"
No, Moll.
He laughed.
I mean, yeah, that sounds good and all. But I thought maybe you could go talk to her when she's done, see if you can bring her out of her shell a bit.
Molly snorted. "That's funny. She's Fenari, isn't she? They're more free-spirited than a bunch of bra-burning babes at Woodstock. If she's being this awkward about it, she's probably just not interested, right?"
Molly, she grew up with a bunch of humans in Castle Wenshire.
Jay reminded her.
And then she was sold off to that Mooney creep before she escaped and hid in the dungeon when she was about 14. She spent her entire young adulthood hiding in the haunted forest. Fenari or not, she's got no experience with this sort of thing.
Molly's eyes went wide and she glanced at the shower. Oh my God, she's more repressed than I was,
I thought you might be able to tell her what you went through.
Jay said.
Help her feel safer if she needs someone to talk to. I tried, but she's really reserved around me.
Yeah, you're pretty cute, Molly said, winking at him. I'd have been super shy around you if I hadn't known you since you were picking your nose with the end of your pencil in 2nd grade.
I never did that.
Jay threw a pillow at her.
And even if I did, you still like me, so what does that say about you?
I'm a saint, Molly grinned. I've always had a soft spot for the underdog. Her little white weasels were curled up at the foot of the bed, using a pink heart-shaped cushion for a mattress. Her heart swelled as she realized how much she had now, compared to how sad and empty her life had felt before she admitted her feelings for Jay. It didn't seem all that weird that she had to travel to another world, become a barbarian warrior, and delve the dungeon in order to do it. That felt right, somehow, like this was who she'd been supposed to be all along. Life was strange,
Molly,
Jay said, taking her hand in his.
all I'm saying is she's probably feeling a lot of feelings after being alone for so long in a forest full of people trying to capture her and that whole cult mother thing. Now she's not alone anymore, but I don't know if she knows how to just have friends.
Lyra let out a snort in her sleep and rolled over so that her fluffy silver tail whacked Molly in the nose. She swatted it away. I get it, Jay, she said, sticking her tongue out at him. Just because I haven't spent any points in intelligence doesn't mean I'm dumb. I'll talk to her. You go back to sleep and get this fluffy foxbutt out of my way. She pushed Lyra, who rolled into Jay's side and immediately nuzzled up like a sleeping kitten. Ugh, Molly rolled her eyes. I'd hate her if she wasn't so damned sweet. Jay wrapped his arms around Lyra and beamed at Molly, a look that never failed to send jolts of love straight through her heart.
Thanks, Moll. I knew I could count on you.
Of course. Molly tugged a sheet off the bed and wrapped it around her chest like a toga. But I'm not going to seduce her for you. That's your job.
I'm not going to seduce her.
Jay said.
I just want her to be comfortable with us and to feel like she's not alone.
Molly leaned over and shoved his shoulder so that he was laying back down with Lyra in his arms. Go to sleep. I'll take care of it. You can pay me back by making breakfast in the morning.
Deal.
Molly scooted back to lean against the wall and waited for Dahlia to finish her shower. The curvy rabbit girl emerged, steam billowing around her as she struggled to keep the too small towel around her chest. Her magenta hair was dark with water, hanging in ringlets around her face. She darted for the open door of the partitioned area and slipped inside. Molly waited a few minutes for her to get dried off, then went to knock on the door. Hey! The muffled scream was not what Molly was expecting from the Hairblood woman who exuded a Mistress of Darkness vibe when she was fighting in the dungeon. There was a silent pause, then a tentative, yes? Molly pushed the door open and peered inside Brood Corner. Dahlia had a single cot with a few cushions up against the wall, a little side table, and her own laundry cube, which presumably had the shadow worker's usual clothes in it. Dahlia was wearing a knee-length baby doll-style nightgown that made her look both adorably innocent and like a silver screen sex pot at the same time. It was not the kind of nightgown that minimized her feminine fatale physique in the slightest. A whirl of shadows had encased her hair, creating a kind of upside-down tornado on her head, which her long black ears stuck out of like a headband of a Halloween costume. Hey, Molly said, eyeing the shadow storm. Nice hairdryer? Oh, Dahlia blushed, whispering a word under her breath that made the shadows disappear. Her bright pink hair fell in perfect waves around her shoulders, just kissing the tops of her big round breasts. Sorry, I forgot I still had that going. Molly quirked an eyebrow at her. Do you always go to bed looking like a sex goddess? Damn, I thought Prude Corner was for your protection, but now I'm thinking it's to keep Jay from getting distracted when he's supposed to be paying attention to me and Lyra. The Hairblood woman's blush deepened. She scooted back on the mattress and hugged her knees to her chest. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to get Jay's attention. Nova's just teasing me because she knows I... Don't, Molly said, raising her hands. Please don't. I was teasing too, but I didn't mean... Well, I did, but I keep forgetting you don't really have much experience with other people. You probably don't find my jokes very funny, though I assure you, I'm hilarious. Dahlia just stared at her as stiff and awkward as ever as Molly tried to come up with something casual to say to bridge the gap. She saw something on the wall behind her about the size of a quarter. Hey, what's that? Dahlia jumped, whirling around, throwing pillows in every direction like she was looking for a spider in her bed. When she finally stopped, there was a pillow against the wall, which she was leaning against as a backrest. I don't know. Nothing. Why do you ask? Just making conversation, Molly said with a shrug. Is your room okay? It's fine. Molly sniffed the air. Oh, geez. Sorry. We really must have gotten carried away. I mean, it reeks of sex out there, but I can even smell pussy in here. So much for keeping the room separate. Could you hear us too? What? No! Dahlia practically shouted at her, her cheeks flaming as brightly as her hair. I wasn't listening. Why would you say that? And I can't smell anything. It must be your perverted nose or something. Molly tugged at her sheet and frowned. It's probably me. You're right. I should go take a shower. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm fine, Dahlia said. You can go now. Do you want me to go? I don't want you to stay if you don't want to be here. Molly grinned. Oh, you're good at this game. You know, I used to do this all the time. Do what? Dahlia curled up on herself, wrapping her arms around her knees. Her ears stood at half-mast, both flopped adorably to one side. Pushing people away because I was afraid of them getting close, Molly said, adjusting her bedsheet toga. That's not what I'm doing, Dahlia said. I just don't know how to behave around other people anymore. Oh, okay, Molly smiled brightly. So, do you want to be friends? Again, Dahlia just stared at her. I feel like this is a trap. It's really not, Molly laughed. Let's try putting it this way. I really like you and would like to be your friend. Is that all right with you? Dahlia bit her lip. Yes, I guess so. See? You're doing it whether you know you are or not. When you're put on the spot to share your feelings, you clam up, right? But if I tell you my feelings, you're okay with that. You might not mean to, but shutting yourself down like that really does push people away. The hairblood woman curled up in a ball. Jay told you to come talk to me, didn't he? She said, sounding forlorn. He told me I should talk to you, but I don't see how it's supposed to help. You and Lyra are so different from me. We have nothing in common. Molly tugged the sheet up to her knees and sat cross-legged on the floor, looking up at Dahlia. She counted on her fingers. We're both badass dungeon-delving babes. We're in the same delving party. We both sometimes want to strangle Lyra. We both check out Jay's butt when he's not looking. I don't do that! Dahlia shrieked, a cloud of black shadow whirling around her and obscuring her face. Molly grinned. You don't? All right, that's just me. But you should. He has a very cute butt. And you don't have to sleep with him to admire it. Trust me, I've been doing it for years. Oh, darkness, Dahlia moaned, muttering to herself. What did I do to deserve this disgrace? Come on, I'm not that bad. Not you, you insufferable. Molly started to laugh, startling Dahlia enough that the cloud of shadows disappeared. You know what your problem is? Molly said, leaning back against the wall. You think you're fragile, but you're not. You think feelings are these delicate, breakable things, and if you handle them wrong, something awful will happen. You don't know what I think, Dahlia scowled at her. You don't know anything. I do know, Molly said, because I used to be just like you. Now, do you want to know what I think? With all the infinite wisdom I've gained since seeing the error of my ways? Or do you want me to just leave you alone? Your choice. But fair warning, If you just stare balefully at me without answering, I'm going to take that as a, "Please share your wisdom with me, Mistress Molly," and talk your ear off, all right? Dahlia stared, still scowling. "So glad I included that addendum." Molly clapped her hands. "Do I know my audience, or what? So here's the deal, bunny girl. I was just as shy and withdrawn as you, even a few months ago, but I feel better now because I finally decided to stop being scared of my feelings." "That's easy for you to say," Dahlia said with a pout. "I don't even know what all these feelings are to be scared of them. I'm just scared because that's the only feeling I do know. It's not easy to just open up and feel other things." "I know. God, I know that better than most," Molly said. "Did you know I basically told Jay I only wanted to be friends for him for like 10 years? I loved him the entire time, but I had even convinced myself that I didn't want anything more. I thought if I knew, I'd lose him. Fear is what made me think like that, Dahlia. It's usually the loudest emotion and also the most useless, but it's hard to see that unless you tell it to fuck off." Dahlia snorted, watching her with narrowed yellow eyes. "And how do you do that?" "I don't know," Molly shrugged. "I guess you just have to get sick of living with it, letting it control you. It's not easy, not at first. Let me tell you, I never got the nerve to actually tell Jay the truth until I got sucked out of my old world and imprisoned in a magical sleep that forced me to relive all my past mistakes. That's a bit extreme, right? So I get it. It really does seem easier to just keep everything bottled up inside. But I can also tell you from personal experience that it's much, much easier to talk about those feelings after you take the first step." Dahlia said thoughtfully. "You're not very subtle, are you? If I was trying to trick someone into being my friend and spill their innermost secrets to me, I wouldn't burst into their room in the middle of the night and ask them to." Molly felt her eyes widen with disbelief. She scoffed. "Have you been listening to anything I just said? First of all," she motioned to herself, "I'm a barbarian. Subtlety is not my jam. And second of all, I don't have to trick you into being my friend because I just told you I wanted to be friends and you agreed, albeit half-assedly. No trickery required. And thirdly, the entire point of my heartfelt speech was to convince you that it's okay for feelings to be loud and messy, and no one breaks from wearing their heart in their sleeve, right? So, wait a minute." Her mind whirled back to what Dahlia had just said. "Do you have innermost secrets to spill? If so, I want them now." "Of course not." "Yeah, right." Molly grinned again. "Oh, you have been staring at Jay's butt, haven't you?" Dahlia's cheeks pinkened again. "Once or twice." "It's a nice butt. I don't blame you." Dahlia sighed. "I didn't even know butts could be nice until I met him." "See? This is what I'm talking about," Molly said. "Sharing feelings can be as simple as admitting our party leader has a biteable bottom. No earth-shattering emotional breakdowns necessary." "I didn't say I wanted to bite it," Dahlia said, wrinkling her forehead. "You're so weird." "That's true. I am. I hope it's a quality you'll come to admire in time." Molly batted her eyelashes at the hairblood woman. "Now that we're besties, I mean. If you call me Bunny Girl again, I'll turn you into a toad." Molly's eyes widened. "Can you do that?" "I'd learn," Dahlia said, smiling faintly. "For you, bestie." "You're saying that like it's a threat, but all I'm hearing is that you want to be friends." Finally, Dahlia laughed. She covered her face with her hands, her ears drooping over her face to hide her smile. Molly thought she looked even prettier smiling than she did when she looked like an evil, all-powered sorceress, though it was definitely a different vibe. "Thank you, Molly," she said. "I don't know how to be a friend, but I'm willing to try." "That's all I ask," Molly said, groaning as she got to her knees. Ouch. You'd think sore muscles wouldn't be a thing in the dungeon, but every time I level up my strength, everything hurts. I'm going back to bed. Have a good night, Dahlia said, her voice softer than it had been before. The black smoke that hovered around her transformed into an army of fluffy skull-faced bunnies that nuzzled around her, making pillows and blankets for her to sink into. But Molly turned around. Yeah? Don't tell Jay I was looking at his butt. I won't, Molly said. Just so you know, though, I don't think he'd mind. Dahlia bit her lip, looking uncertain. You don't think so? No, Molly smiled. Definitely not. He likes you too, you know. But he's not the type to push. If you want him, show him. If not, well, don't friend-zone yourself for 10 years like I did. Because he's too much of a gentleman. He'll let you do it, believing you that it's what you want. Good night, Dahlia. The hair-blood woman sank back, almost covered in her shadow pets, like she was sinking into a black cloud. Her eyes were already distant and thoughtful. Molly closed the door, hoping she'd done some good, but she knew, even with encouragement, Dahlia was going to have a difficult road in front of her.